Everyone raised their heads, watching as Chao Yuxing's figure disappeared, turning into a small black point. His body traveled further and further, eventually completely disappearing. This was extremely shocking. Chao Yuxing excelled in both the engravement and formation arrangement cultivation realms, making inconceivable breakthroughs in both of them, carving down the third killing formation. He possessed powerful destructive force. Yet this type of scene appeared now, leaving everyone stupefied. His entire body disappeared without a trace from a single fist. "He's unconscious," the witch said quietly. It was because everyone saw how distressed Fatty Chao was when he was flying into the distance, punched unconscious by a single fist strike. His eyes were rolling back, going unconscious. Really is embarrassing. The lunar jade rabbit didn't feel any sympathy, giggling and laughing, because she knew that Fatty wouldn't die, just suffering a bit. At this moment, everyone looked at the ground, searching for the culprit. They all became petrified, speechless. That place was too outrageous. After a long time had passed, this place remained extremely quiet. Everyone's expressions were full of shock, as if they saw living ghosts. It was because right now, everyone noticed what kind of creature it was. It was a fella the size of a finger segment, looking incredibly proud and complacent. It was an ant. Its body was golden, around the size of an inch. This was precisely the creature who sent Chao Yuxing flying. "Woo! The fatty really is good for nothing, really losing us face." The little rabbit covered her face, feeling embarrassed in his place. This really left them speechless. It was just an ant. Yet a single fist knocked the fatty unconscious. At this time, it was unknown where Fatty Chao fell. From the looks of it, he was at least several dozen li out. No one knew what to say. This scene was too comical, extremely strange, yet they couldn't laugh even if they tried. If you aren't convinced, then this is the result. Next to that divine pool, auspicious multicolored light surged, indistinct watery mist pervading the air. That place was extremely brilliant, the ant incredibly arrogant. The golden body was extremely sturdy, as if it was polished from a grain of sand. The small body stood upright, looking like a person. Its arms were crossed before its chest, its head raised, large eyes like golden lights, 1 foot in front, 1 foot in back, standing in a rather carefree manner. "Ha ha!" Finally, someone couldn't help but roar with laughter. It was precisely this bean that sent Chao Yuxing flying, his figure directly disappearing. This was just too laughable. How was that fatty supposed to show himself in the future? Would he still dare boast shamelessly or act cockily? "What are you laughing at? If you are unwilling, then all of you can come over as well." The golden ant reached out an arm that was just like a human arm, 5 fingers on that arm as well. This was, without a doubt, a bizarre ant. Even though it was extremely small, it was a bit similar to a person. It moved its hand, taunting everyone, its intention as if challenging everyone. When they heard its immature-sounding voice and saw its jumping motion, everyone felt like it was a bit ridiculous. Even such a little thing dared act so frivolously, this arrogant. "You said that this pool was what you used for showering?" a disciple from Heavenly Deity Institution asked. "Correct." This golden ant nodded, behaving ostentatiously. It was clearly still young and tender, but it put on a mature look, saying, "It is precisely this king's place of bathing. Do you all have nothing better to do? Drinking my bath water?" This fella really needed a spanking. Everyone felt the urge to throw themselves over and strike it with their shoes. Their shoes might just directly cover its body. Of course, if it was a normal ant, it would definitely be crushed into a paste under their shoes. "Luckily, I didn't drink it." The lunar jade rabbit stuck out its tongue, Feng Wu and the others also feeling glad. It was because as women, they were all extremely reserved. There was no way they would just follow along and jump in to drink it. That type of appearance would really lack beauty, and it wouldn't make them look like wise and virtuous women. As a result, a few people remained silent, all of them staring at the ant. Meanwhile, Sure Hao treated this golden divine bug seriously the moment he saw it. Chang Gongyan, which Mo Dao and the others were all carefully observing as well. "Heavenly horned ant," Sure Hao said softly, After observing for a long time, he came to this type of conclusion. When these 3 words sounded, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Then their minds surged greatly. It was actually this type of immortal ant? It was too inconceivable. Didn't they long go extinct? If one were to discuss who was number 1 in courage and strength under the sky, they would all think about the heavenly horned ant. In terms of strength, there was no one who could compare. It was known to be able to sweep through all enemies. Not even the true dragon was stronger than it. This was a bug race that was the greatest not only in name but also in reality. Of course, the heavenly horned ants of the immortal ancient years were different from the present descendants. When they matured, there was no way they would only be the size of a bean, at the very least a zhang in size. There were some that could turn into human forms, carrying some ant characteristics. At that time, they would become exceptionally terrifying. Before they matured, they could easily collapse giant mountains, kick down mountain ridges. They were incredibly powerful, incomparable. Everyone carefully examined it, feeling like they overlooked something. There was a small bulge where its head was. If one didn't look carefully, there was no way they would notice anything. That was precisely the heavenly horned ant's heavenly horn, able to split apart the heaven and earth, break apart the universe. This was the mature heavenly horned ant's most powerful weapon in this world. It was still young, and that was why it didn't completely take form and grow out. The golden body was full of power. Even though it was still extremely small in size, there was still a domain that formed around it, purely created through power. This type of creature had matchless divine strength, able to dominate this entire world through its extreme strength. This left everyone horrified. Was one of the archaic vicious 10 going to appear in this world? A few people's expressions were unpleasant, including the few young supreme beings in the back, their faces serious. It was because the temperaments of the archaic vicious 10 were all quite bad, or else why would they have this type of title? Only Sherhao's eyes released green light, staring at that little golden ant, the corners of his lips carrying a smile, saliva about to fall out. For him, this was heaven-defying natural luck, something that he wanted even while dreaming. This represented the unmatched precious technique of the heavenly horned ant, representing the supreme divine ability of the Tao of strength. If he grasped this small ant, Sherhao's strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It was because his flesh was already domineering to begin with, extremely strong, more like a body refiner than a body refiner. If he grasped this type of matchless divine ability, who would be able to stop him under the heavens? He would be unstoppable in the 9 heavens 10 earths, travel unhindered through the world. At the same time, he remembered that when he was in the 3,000 provinces, when immortal ancient remains opened, didn't exiled immortal enter a heavenly horned ant's nest? He had previously killed hundreds of thousands of people. Wasn't that the residence of the heavenly horned ant? How could there be one here? Moreover, a young one. It seemed like there was more than one nest, and this was an extremely important place. Sherhao never dared to look down on exiled immortal, because he knew that this person should have successfully cultivated the extreme strength precious technique, moreover grasping an ancient horn. Back then, if not for the 10,000 spirit diagram he would have definitely been easily destroyed by that mysterious ancient horn. Little ant, where are your parents? A female cultivator smiled, calling out to the young bug before her. Remove the word little, call me king. This king is here, yet you all dare belittle me, treating me like a child. That golden ant had its arms behind its back, standing with its head held up high, as if it was proud of its age and experiences. However, its voice was just too young and tender, appearing extremely immature no matter how they looked at it. How old are you really? Someone asked. Even though they knew that it was astonishing, perhaps could even be said to be terrifying, they still lacked respect for it because it was too little. This king has already lived longer than a great era. You tell me how old I am. The little ant said coldly. What? Everyone became shocked. A great era? Was it talking nonsense? Just how ancient was this? How many years had passed? There shouldn't be anyone in this world who is that old. Unless it was an old monster who had undergone rebirth, otherwise, How could it be this ancient? Everyone broke out into a shiver. This wasn't an impossible thing because according to some legends they heard, a few old monsters acquired the essence of heaven and earth, seizing life energy in this world, from this recovering youth from a fundamental biological level. Where is the bean? Right at this time, Chao Yuxing appeared. He fainted quickly, but recovered quickly as well. His condition was quite miserable, limping as he returned, his clothes in tatters, really looking like he was trampled on by a barbaric cow, almost falling apart, his injuries not light. With this king here, a fatty like you still doesn't come over to bow down in respect? The little golden ant said proudly. Chao Yuxing was furious, his eyes even turning green. It was different from Hao's excitement. The fatty was feeling gloominess. The veins on his forehead were jumping. He was actually sent flying by an ant, making him feel completely humiliated. Even though he was thick-skinned, this was still too shameful. Fatty, don't act recklessly. This is a heavenly horned ant, so being sent flying by it isn't shameful. Hao reminded. Heavenly horned ant? Chao Yuxing's voice immediately rose an octave, his mood completely shifting. That chubby face gradually produced a smile, becoming even more dazzling than a flower. He wiped away a mouthful of saliva in a rather unsightly manner, tapped Hao with his shoulder, and then said quietly, "Extreme strength blood. Doesn't this mean that we don't lack this type of precious blood in the future?" Cough. Hao coughed, having him shut his mouth. Ha ha ha. Chao Yuxing laughed in an unbridled manner, his eyes green, not holding any grudge at all, instead feeling happy and excited. In Sacred Academy there was a bit of extreme strength blood, but it was all occupied by Jinzhong, Little Saint, Taoist Qigu and others. It was too difficult for others to obtain even a drop. For a body cultivator, if they wanted to transform and undergo rebirth, that was the most rare and precious blood, able to allow one's strength to become boundless, changing their constitution through the most shocking transformation. Fatty, what are you muttering about? Do you want to get beat up? Be careful not to be blasted apart by a second fist from me, the golden little ant said in an extremely blunt manner. Chao Yuxing was a bit gloomy. He lowered his head towards that miniature creature. There was such a huge difference in their size, so why was their strength not also proportionate? Ta, ta, ta. Footsteps sounded. Several city defenders walked over, dressed in dark armor that carried a mysterious and cold radiance. They held heavy weapons, looking like extremely serious war gods. There is natural luck here. Seize it with your own abilities. However, the true inheritance is only left for the two descendants of kings with the purest ancient bloodlines. One of the defenders was extremely direct, speaking like this. Everyone looked towards the young Qilin beast, as well as that little golden ant. They immediately knew that the two immortal ancient bloodlines definitely referred to them. Seniors, are you all immortals? A young supreme being at Great Sutuo's side said, wishing to learn the answer to this. Everyone listened carefully, all of them wanting to know as well. We are just a few old soldiers. In the past, waves of blood rushed into the heavens. The entire world wiped out, all experts dying in battle. Our wills have struggled to this day, turning our bodies into puppets to carry out the final protection. One of them said. In a daze, it was as if they could hear the shouts of war fill the world gain. Corpses piling up into mountains, blood flowing like rivers, all species reaching their final days, walking towards the end. That type of terrifying scene seemed to be rushing straight at them. Several old soldiers dragged their ruined bodies here, all for the sake of protecting the final source of flame. They were truly worthy of respect. After exhausting all of our efforts, we finally resurrected the descendant of the heavenly horned ant. It slept for millions and millions of years, and then it revived, completing its rebirth in this world. One of them said. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Great One, the bloodline of Immortal Ancient is important, but that doesn't mean that the descendants are inferior to the predecessors. The main force of the future battle will depend on us, so you all should not be biased, and instead grant us the most important inheritances and opportunities. Lan Xian spoke, trying to fight over the opportunities. Fine, you all will get a chance. Whoever can raise that origin source cauldron, I will acknowledge that person, the one in the lead said, pointing out with the large black halberd in his hand. There was a stone mountain over there. Immortal energy released strand after strand from it. This was clearly an extremely important cave. At the top of the mountain was a cauldron. It wasn't extremely grand, only 3 foot tall. It rested there, releasing a simple and ancient aura. Origin source cauldron. I seem to have heard of it before. Lan Xian frowned. It is the #1 treasure of immortal ancient, unimaginable heavy. It is because it is the weapon of the heavenly horned ant. Forget about brandishing it, normal people can't even lift it, just touching it would send them flying. Great Su Tuo said. Is there anyone who wishes to try? If anyone can move it, then I will acknowledge that person. An old soldier spoke in a stiff and blank manner. He had long become a puppet, lacking spirituality. Only some of the ruined defender will infused into the puppet body remained, which was why it was so machine-like. I'll give it a go. A young supreme being stood out, wishing to give it a try. Huang, you have to go as well. You possess extraordinary strength. I feel like you have a chance of succeeding. Heavenly deity institution's disciples all wanted him to give it a try. Green multicolored light scattered down. An individual with a wonderful physique walked over, body swaying like a lotus, leaves fluttering about in her surroundings. There was a great feeling of vitality. In addition, there were some seeds that floated up, taking root in the void, growing into divine vines, precious trees, and other things, crowding her within, carrying out protection. The first young supreme being who was taking action was actually female, her dress extremely long, dragging on the ground, her figure swaying about, extremely beautiful. She had a head of green hair, her skin snow-white, her eyes extremely large, full of spirituality. Her pupils were deep green, as if she was a spirit that emerged from the most primitive mountain forest depths. She was astonishingly beautiful, and also full of spirituality, even more so having a type of unimaginably rich life force, as if a boundless source of life accompanied her. It's her, someone said quietly, recognizing her. Who is this woman? Many people didn't recognize her, because there were a few young supreme beings who kept a low profile. After truly merging with a perfect seed, even though there were rumors, the number of times they took action was limited. The woman called the goddess of life, someone said. When has this type of person appeared among young supreme beings before? Everyone was stunned. However, just now, she really did walk together with Great Su Tuo, Lan Xian, and the others. Someone who recently came out from seclusion. At first, many people didn't know about her, but an elder from Immortal Academy personally stated that in the era of divine Tao, she could perhaps claim the title of being Lord of Life, imperishable through endless generations. Everyone was stupefied. How high of an evaluation was this? Just what kind of seed did this female supreme being merge with? Many people were discussing things privately, more and more rumors spreading. This woman came from a long life family, her entire clan descendants of immortal ancient. They had previously produced immortals, even though those individuals now might have long died, their bones even rotten. However, all long life families were giants no one dared to look down on, even more so wouldn't provoke. They held frightening trump cards left behind by immortals. A young female supreme being who came from this type of clan was naturally frightening. Together with the evaluation that Immortal Academy's elder gave, it was too hard not to feel fear. Her name is Lu Hong. At this moment, everyone knew what clan she was from. They weren't a human clan, but had humanoid forms, no one knowing what their original forms were, just that they possessed overflowing magical force. Their divine might able to oppress the world. Lu Hong strolled over gracefully towards that stone mountain in the city. She didn't dare fly, instead walking with her own 2 feet. It was because this kind of place wouldn't tolerate anyone acting recklessly. There were long rumors that the void had a few formations. If one behaved too recklessly, they might incur punishment. Those who are not foreign cultivators may fly in this city. However, no killing intent is allowed to be released. An old soldier protecting the ancient city said. Understood. Lu Hong didn't act pretentiously either, rushing into the air, flying towards that stone mountain. When everyone heard this, they all followed her. The metal gate was extremely large, the 9 stone mountains extremely grand. The one before them was cast and majestic. It wasn't shockingly tall either, but it just had a type of loftiness that made one feel reverence, as if it was a great immortal Dao peak. There was an ancient cave halfway up the mountain that was releasing immortal energy strand after strand, but no one was able to approach it, because there was an enormous domain there that blocked everything. The bluestone steps led straight to the top of the mountain. On the mountain was a 3-foot-tall ancient cauldron that poured out white mist. There were even reflections of the sun, moon, and stars within. It was as if there was an expanse of cosmos inside, vast and boundless. It was extremely peaceful, nothing unexpected happening along the way. Everyone landed on this mountain peak smoothly, ascending this immortal mountain, all of them extremely excited. Rise! Lu Hong walked up, forcefully grabbing an ear and a foot of the cauldron, wishing to lift it. She looked like she was extremely delicate and gentle, but her power really was extremely great. Around her snow-white fingertips, the void completely ruptured, forming a terrifying great crack that ran through this place. However, she failed. Even though she used heaven-overflowing strength, it was still too hard for her to move the cauldron in the slightest. Move! Lu Hong released a light shout, her entire body shining, life force surging like an ocean. Moreover, she used precious techniques this time, all types of bone texts interweaving, merging together, forming a great divine ability, trying to raise up this cauldron. She didn't believe in the supernatural. Could it be that even after relying on her own divine abilities, Long Life Clan's exceptional precious technique, she still couldn't move this artifact? Hong Long Long. A giant noise sounded here, all types of lightning radiance erupting, electricity interweaving, the scene extremely terrifying. Even though she was known as a life goddess, she still had her wild side. However, in the end, the great cauldron didn't move at all, still situated above the mountain peak, calm like a boulder. Chaotic energy surged from within, sun, moon, and stars shining. Attacking this cauldron with divine abilities is useless. No matter how powerful you are, don't tell me you think your power is greater than this magical artifact whose name has reigned glorious throughout the ages. It can neutralize all, and can only be raised through true strength. An old soldier said. Everyone suddenly understood. This was the weapon of the heavenly horned ant, so it was naturally something that required great strength to wield. All attempts to raise it through divine abilities and precious techniques would most likely result in failure. Lin Hong tried several times, but she had no choice but to admit that she failed, unable to move this cauldron in the slightest. Origin Source Cauldron. It was as steady as Mount Tai, calm and unmoving. Senior, this is not fair. This is the weapon of an immortal. Even if our aptitudes are unordinary, we are still too far from immortal Dao realm, so how can we possibly raise it? Lu Hong found this a bit hard to accept. The true Origin Source Cauldron is something you all can't even touch, or else you would have been directly blown to pieces. This is merely its projection. An old soldier said. When they heard these words, many people became stupefied. This wasn't the true Origin Source Cauldron? It looked just like the real thing, no difference at all. It was similarly ice-cold to the touch. The city defenders immediately stated clearly that the heavenly horned ant's weapon was incomparable, perfectly preserved from the immortal ancient battle. This was one of the most frightening immortal artifacts. Forget about other inheritances and opportunities. Just this weapon ending up here alone was already incredible, the meaning great. This was an unmatched ancient treasure. When the true battle came in the future, whoever could come here and awaken the weapon, use it in attack, they would definitely produce world-shaking matchless divine might. This weapon is a condensed projection. It isn't that heavy, but it isn't that light either, at the perfect weight for the past heavenly horned ant great one when he was young. An old soldier explained. Everyone sighed with admiration, finding it hard to calm down. It was worthy of being a vicious 10, already this frightening when it was young, its power able to oppress the masses. It was clear that the young female supreme being Lu Hong couldn't compare to the heavenly horned ant when it was young. "I am not a match for it," she said in dejection. The other young supreme beings behind her also frowned, feeling like it would be extremely difficult for them to succeed as well. "Let me try." Right at this time, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch spoke. He bathed in purple energy, wrapped within purple multicolored light. He walked forward, now long calmed down. He didn't even give sure how a glance, starting to raise the cauldron. "Rise!" he shouted loudly, using all of his strength. The bones within his body released jizhi noises, purple light erupting like thunder. However, in the end, it was all useless. That cauldron didn't move at all, not leaving its original location at all. Again, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released a loud roar. A sparkling purple seed appeared, turning into a streak of great mist purple energy, hanging from that cauldron, about to raise it. Pooh! Then, an alarming event happened. That purple energy burst open, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, directly flying out. This place became dead silent, everyone horrified. This was just too frightening. After Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch rashly used the perfect seed, he suffered a severe retaliation, being seriously injured as a result. "I failed," Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch sighed, slowly withdrawing. He found this truly hard to accept, but he couldn't do anything to this cauldron. "Is there anyone else who is going to give it a try?" the old soldier asked. "This is my weapon. Who can move it?" On the ground, that little golden ant that was less than an inch long curled its lips, putting on an arrogant look. "I will give it a try." Lan Xian walked up. Her entire body surged with blue multicolored light. As a result, the corners of her lips fluttered about. As she used all of her strength, her face turned pale, unable to move this cauldron in the slightest. Then, Chao Yuxing and the others refused to believe things without trying it out themselves, giving it a try one after another. However, in the end, their faces all turned red, unable to move this cauldron. "Let me try." At this time, Great Su Tuo spoke. He slowly walked up, grabbing this cauldron. Then he chanted sutras, the chanting ringing into the horizon. Golden resplendent light appeared on his body, his skin as if cast from gold, his body like a golden unbreakable body. Dong! Right at this time, the origin source cauldron released a trembling sound, actually making a noise. Everyone was shocked. Great Su Tuo was formidable after all. Was he going to raise it? However, this was all he managed to accomplish. Great Su Tuo lowered his arms, not trying any further. "What a pity. Why didn't you continue? You even made it release a sound, about to move it, so why did you give up?" Many people felt regret. "I failed." Great Su Tuo shook his head, not saying too much. Then Qi Gu took action. This individual from Sacred Academy, a man of few words, the young Taoist who was rather inflexible, directly walked up, facing this cauldron. Dong! The great cauldron rumbled, releasing a noise, rumbling here like thunder. Everyone was shocked. This quiet Taoist really was strong, actually able to go this far, not weaker than Great Su Tuo. Only, even though the cauldron released deafening noises, it still didn't move, unable to be lifted. Taoist Qi Gu sighed. He also walked to the side, admitting defeat. Then there were two more young supreme beings who walked up, but they both failed, no one able to raise the cauldron. The scene became a bit cold, everyone silent. Was there no one in the present world generation who could compare to the heavenly horned ant during its youth? Didn't this mean that the present world was inferior to Immortal Ancient, that they were destined to be wiped out even sooner? Forget about others, just those young supreme beings were silent, extremely quiet. There is no need to feel downcast. Strength doesn't mean everything, let alone the fact that the Tao of strength is where the heavenly horned ant is at its best. Just because this is its forte doesn't mean that it is where you all are strongest, and it cannot serve as a standard for weighing whether one is strong or weak. For example, the true dragon, when it was young, its strength similarly couldn't compare to the heavenly horned ant. But did this represent its fighting prowess? It is definitely among the very best among the vicious 10, an old soldier said. When everyone heard this, their moods became much better. This was indeed the case. The powerful true dragon couldn't even compare to the heavenly horned ant in strength, so there was no need for them to feel a sense of defeat. This is destined to be a weapon only I can use. No one else can move it. That little golden ant stuck out its chest, looking down on everyone. Unfortunately, everyone had to lower their heads to look at it. Is there anyone else who wishes to give it a try? The old soldier asked one last time. At this moment, many people's eyes looked at Sure How. Perhaps only he still had a chance. You did not merge with a perfect seed, but you are also quite strong. How could this be? One of the old soldiers was extremely curious, frowning, extremely confused. I'll give it a go. Sure How chose to try. Even if he failed, he had to give it a try, weigh how great of a difference there was between himself and the heavenly horned ant during its youth. All eyes gathered on his body. Strange. You indeed don't have a perfect seed. So why are you still so strong? The old soldier leader carried puzzlement, carefully examining him. Dang. A clear metal sound was transmitted. The origin source cauldron was grabbed by Sure How, and then he fiercely exerted strength. Rise! He released a loud roar, using his physical body's greatest strength, exceeding the past, truly displaying how strong his body was after its endless tempering. His body was slender, but it was extremely sturdy, his entire body erupting with heaven-overflowing blood energy. At this moment, everyone involuntarily stepped back. How could one's physical strength be that great, forming a domain of its own, affecting the surrounding time and space? Everyone was stupefied. Hong Long. The origin source cauldron left the ground and rose up, pulled from the ground. How could this be? Could it be? There is someone who finished that path in this great era? An old soldier said with a trembling voice. My weapon. How could it have been lifted by someone else? The little golden heavenly horned ant cried out. It was given a fright, feeling like it was seeing things. The golden little ant rubbed its eyes, and after making sure that it wasn't seeing incorrectly, it was stupefied. It still hadn't matured yet, which was why it still couldn't move this cauldron. However, this person in front of it moved the cauldron first. This left it completely shocked, and then it felt annoyed. What is wrong with you? Fighting with me over my weapon, is it that fun? If you aren't convinced, just come and we can fight it out, it said angrily. Right now, everyone was greatly alarmed. Huang was actually this terrifying. Those young supreme beings were all defeated, unable to move this cauldron, while he could actually directly raise it. Just how terrifying was his divine force. It really was generation dominating. Everyone had already placed quite a bit of their attention on Huang. They knew that he had been laying low for 3 years, that he was still powerful, still one of the supreme beings of this generation. However, no matter what, they just never expected him to be this strong. If it was only in terms of physical bodies, he was likely in the top 3, right? Aside from Sacred Academy's Jinzhan, Little Saint, and others who stressed body refining, not even the few unmatched individuals from Immortal Academy had flesh shells this strong. He clearly exhibits an aura from my immortal ancient bloodline, walking this path, yet he didn't merge with a perfect seed. How did he achieve this? An old soldier said softly, expression serious. Impossible, that path is something no one could take, a broken one. It should have been a path everyone gave up on. The old soldier leader's eyes were deep and cold. They had long seen that Taoist Qi Gu cultivated the present world methods, different from the inheritance of Immortal Ancient. His divine force was exceptional because his methods were different. There was a reason for this. However, that young man named Sure How used immortal energy. The symbols that covered his body and surged from his flesh displayed that he walked the path of immortal ancient bloodlines. Meanwhile, this path, if one didn't merge with one of those unmatched seeds, no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to compare to the heavenly horned ant. The power of his flesh wouldn't be this frightening. Seniors, you all guessed correctly. This brother of mine is extremely awesome, taking that path you all speak of. Moreover, succeeded, transcending the ancients. Fatty Chow acted cockily there, as if he himself was the one who succeeded and basking in glory. Moreover, he even specially pointed out Immortal Academy's people, saying that their elders' eyes couldn't judge others properly, too stingy to grant Sure How a precious seed, forcing him to take this path of death. Outside the city, the elders who were surveying this place from above saw this scene, feeling their skin become hot. You used the body as the seed, continuing a broken road, breaking through the trial of death? An old soldier widened his eyes, simply unable to believe everything he was seeing. Succeeded through a fluke. Sure How nodded. In that instant, several old soldiers became petrified, unable to say anything. Right now, Sure Hao's entire head was covered in sweat. This cauldron really was too heavy, crushing his arms until they felt like they were going to break. The entire stone mountain was swirling with immortal mist, unexpectedly lightly trembling as well. This was just too shocking. Everyone felt like the ground below their feet was unstable, rocking intensely. This was but an immortal mountain. There were immortal formations here, yet it was still like this right now. Just how heavy was that cauldron? It was just too terrifying. Meanwhile, this was only a projection, not the true origin source cauldron. Hurry and lower it. You are quite excellent, already meeting the requirements. The leader of the Immortal City Guards said urgently, fearing that Sure How would become injured due to the weight of the ancient cauldron. The old soldiers had already recovered from their petrification. They were incomparably shocked, staring at Sure How as if they were looking at a rare treasury, making him shiver inwardly. Sure How lowered the cauldron, making the entire mountain shake intensely, as if an earthquake happened. He felt his arms becoming sore, in a bit of pain. He couldn't help but sigh. The heavenly horned ant race was too freakish, using something this heavy as a weapon. How could ordinary people even raise such a thing? Even someone like him could only raise it, definitely not brandish it as he wished, use it like a weapon. That wasn't realistic. Sure How felt like his own physical body was already strong enough. But when he encountered this race, he clearly experienced the phrase in the wider world, there are people more talented than oneself. When they saw his face of dissatisfaction, as if he achieved nothing, everyone became speechless. Chao Yuxing was still boasting loudly for him, campaigning for him, but when he saw how he was now, he didn't know what to say. The young supreme beings all became inwardly vigilant, feeling a great pressure. On the path of physical bodies, Huang now took the lead. If they wanted to suppress and surpass him, they could only try to do so through Dao skills. Right now, those old guards' eyes all released green light, staring at Sure How as if they were sizing up a priceless treasure. The leader laughed in an extremely mechanical manner, as if seeing through his thoughts, saying, there is no need to feel disappointment. The heavenly horned ant, in terms of strength, is #1 in the world. Sure How nodded, not saying anything. The leader then added, in reality, you are also extremely astonishing, to the extent where your achievements have surpassed the past and present. It is because you didn't truly forge your flesh shell, not a pure body cultivator. If you take that path, you can definitely become comparable to the heavenly horned ant, perhaps even seize the advantage. On the side, that little golden ant didn't like the sound of this, saying, what are you saying? He's just a human. How can he compare to us? When I grow up, I will definitely swing this cauldron around. Treat it like a toy. Little Jean, you are unmatched, extremely strong. In the future, you will definitely exceed your ancestors. However, this human is not simple either. He is also extremely strong, not necessarily weaker than your race. The leader said. When they heard such a high evaluation given to Sure How, everyone was surprised. They actually rated Huang so highly, putting him side by side with the Vicious Ten's heavenly horned ant. I have also studied a bit of body refinement techniques. Sure How spoke things as they were, correcting the other party. It wasn't that he hadn't taken this path before. Oh? What technique have you studied? The guard leader asked, appearing quite shocked. Bone tempering method, Sure How said. It was something the great elder passed down to him, at the time saying that it originated from Sacred Academy, so he had to search for the latter portions from them later. I have never heard of it. Could you describe it a bit? The leader was quite direct, actually speaking about this type of requirement. One had to bear in mind that all techniques were precious. How could it be easily leaked to others? However, How didn't hesitate, secretly passing it over through his divine consciousness, telling it to him. It is not bad, but still not enough. This is a scripture method derived from the imperishable technique, far from being comparable to the true scripture. The leader said, "What? You know the imperishable scripture?" Before How spoke up, someone from the side already asked about this, moreover sounding extremely urgent. It was precisely Taoist Qigu. He normally remained quiet, rarely speaking, almost like an old-fashioned elder. However, right now his breathing was rushed, extremely agitated. It was because when he was in Sacred Academy, a few people had mentioned that ancient scripture before, talking about its inconceivable power. I do not understand it, and in Immortal Ancient there weren't many who did either, at most 2 or 3 great ones reading it in the past. Meanwhile, we only know some superficial bits. The leader spoke as things were. How great is the difference between the bone-tempering method and the imperishable scripture? How asked. If I have to speak the truth, then I can only say that compared to the imperishable method, this piece of scripture of yours is extremely shallow, not profound enough. That leader said. This left everyone shocked. The bone-tempering method was already extraordinary, yet it could only obtain this evaluation. If there is no body refinement technique in the present world comparable to the imperishable technique, then this era is inferior to the last, undoubtedly in danger. The leader said with a sigh. There is one established by a senior from Sacred Academy, but my academy is still searching for the imperishable scripture to compare and verify. Taoist Qigu explained directly. The imperishable scripture could also be said to be one of the most powerful scriptures of Immortal Ancient era, and in the path of body refinement, it is even more so an unmatched canonical text. An old soldier said. Based on what he said, once the complete imperishable scripture was cultivated, heaven would be difficult to bury, earth difficult to extinguish, flesh spiritual. Even if the divine senses are wiped out and scattered, the body would remain undecaying, unbreaking, forever imperishable. It was to the extent where there were rumors that once one achieved perfection through it, even if the primordial spirit was destroyed and wiped out, after a long period of accumulation, the day would come when the flesh could reconstruct a divine soul. In other words, this was imperishable in the truest of meaning. It was to the extent where there was someone who explained that after several decades to centuries later, when the flesh body produced a primordial spirit again, it wouldn't be a new body, still having memories prior to the reconstruction. Everyone listened carefully to what he said. All of them were stunned. This is more formidable than that unmatched canonical text of Sacred Academy. They sighed with praise. In reality, if it is assessed based on its rumors, then the imperishable scripture can also rank within the top 3 in the last great era. Just that there is no proof that it truly can make one imperishable. The leader said with a sigh. That was why it wasn't ranked in the top 3. When he spoke up to hear, the old soldier's eyes burned with passion, looking at How. One of them said, if you have the chance to cultivate it, after you reach perfection you might be able to verify if one can truly become imperishable. The heavens difficult to bury, the earth difficult to extinguish. It was because How used the body as the seed, having enough potential himself already. If he cultivated the imperishable scripture, he would definitely travel even further. Where is the imperishable scripture? How asked. He really was moved, feeling that he needed it quite badly. Even the others' eyes burned with desire. Even if they weren't body cultivators, reforging the body was still essential. It disappeared, the leader said with a sigh. Everyone was surprised. Their interests were all stirred up, yet in the end, this type of reply was given. It truly left them feeling disappointed. The leader said, back then, Heavenly Horned Ant Great One could only raise this cauldron, but after cultivating that imperishable scripture, he could already brandish this cauldron in his youth, treating it like a firewood rod, his power matchless. This was why they acknowledged How. Being able to lift the cauldron meant that he was already just like the heavenly horned ant before it studied the imperishable scripture, equally matched. It definitely hasn't disappeared. I still have to learn it in the future. On the side, the little golden ant shouted. We have searched through this city, scoured this ancient place, but we still didn't find the imperishable scripture heavenly horned ant great one obtained. It really is regretful and something difficult to accept. The leader sighed. Everyone felt disappointed. If such an important scripture was lost, then that would just be too pitiful. Many times, just having great ambition wasn't enough. The so-called forging new methods, treading on completely new paths were all established on the glory of predecessors. Only by having enough experiences to borrow from could one produce even more dazzling martial Dao enlightenment. Based on our suspicions, there are only 3 possibilities as to where the imperishable scripture is. The first is right here, to be left to the heavenly horned ant's descendant to discover as soon as he matured to a certain step. The second is that it was lost on that cruel battlefield. Heavenly horned ant great one fought until the heavens collapsed and earth ruptured back then, killing many undying beings, yet at the same time suffered injuries that were too severe, continuing until the last drop of blood flowed out from his body. Many things great one carried were lost. The third possibility is that it might have fallen into a restricted land within the 9 heavens 10 earths. The leader said with a serious tone. There were 3 possibilities, difficult to say which one it was. However, there was a chance right before their eyes. If it was here, if these old soldiers couldn't find it, that didn't mean that others couldn't. If outsiders like them were destined to do so, they might be able to get in touch with it, draw out the imperishable scripture. The imperishable scripture was this inconceivable, possessing such wondrous brilliance. Once one cultivated it to perfection, the flesh would become impervious to all methods. Even if the divine consciousness was scattered by another, the flesh shell wouldn't be destroyed. Several hundreds of thousands to millions of years later, a new primordial spirit would be produced. How heaven-defying was this? All of them were shaken up without exception, everyone staring at the ancient and magnificent giant city, hoping that they could gain some benefits. Since Sure Hao passed the trial, what kind of reward will seniors grant him? Chao Yuxing's skin was extremely thick, directly asking. You are permitted to enter heavenly horned ant great one's cave. If you can find the imperishable scripture, then it is your natural luck, the leader said. He wanted to smile, but his body had been turned into a puppet, so his expression was rigid. This type of promise made many people feel envious, producing a great commotion. However, most people could still understand this, because this was an opportunity Huang obtained by relying on his own skills. After all, most of them were brought in by Sure Hao, like the witch Chonggongyan Lunar Jade Rabbit, as well as Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples and others. However, there were still some who felt jealous, but there was still nothing they could do. For example, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch Lan Xian and a few other young supreme beings, the ones known as the most powerful of this generation, still couldn't enter the cave. Can I bring some people with me? Sure Hao asked. You may not. The leader strictly refused. Where was the cave? Was it the immortal mountain beneath their feet? There were 9 stone mountains here in total, every one of them releasing immortal energy, looking like there were 9 caves in total. They really wanted to know what exactly they were hiding. Please leave this immortal mountain. No one is permitted to remain here, an old soldier said, showing everyone down the mountain. Even though you all are not permitted to enter Heavenly Horned Ant Great One's cave, there are other areas in the city, as well as medicinal herbs, divine stones, and other things outside the mountain that you all can acquire based on your own opportunities. The leader turned around and said. When he heard this, Sure Hao didn't say another word, turning around to leave. Everyone was a bit stunned. Chi! Sure Hao turned into a streak of light, rushing in the direction they had just entered the city from. Quite a few people immediately realized what was happening, quickly chasing after him. Even Lan Xian and Lu Hong, these fairies from long-life families, were no exception. They knew what he wanted to do, so they chased closely behind. Soul Guiding Lotus! Chao Yuxing cried out strangely, running out together with everyone. When they entered the city, They saw a pool that had 3 stalks of divine medicine inside that could nourish the primordial spirit, nurture the soul. They were rare, precious medicines. "You bastard! Are you going to destroy my bathing place?" the little golden ant cried out. With a so sound, it pierced through the void, leaving behind a streak of golden afterimages, also chasing after them. Hong! Sure how went all out. A pair of Kuan Peng wings moving behind him, tearing apart the sky. Lightning radiance curled about. Lightning Emperor Precious technique was activated as well as he moved, incomparably fast. He was the first one to get here, grabbing towards it with a raise of his hand. The young supreme beings behind him attacked, several great experts taking action to stop him. If it were other divine medicines, then it was one thing, but these were soul-guiding lotuses. They would help them tremendously. Even if one's primordial spirit was scattered, if one could eat this type of thing, the scattered primordial spirit could still be gathered and reconstructed. It really was seizing the natural luck of heaven and earth. With this stock of medicine, it was equivalent to having an additional life. Back then, Sure Hao had obtained this type of medicine. At the crucial moment, he handed it over to the great elder to refine his body, so it was used up. Now he managed to find more. "OM!" Great Su Tua shouted. Even someone as aloof as him tried to fight over it. This was the Tao sound passed down by the ancient monk inheritance, ringing out like heavenly thunder here. Hong! Where Sure Hao stood, the void directly exploded. One could vaguely make out a Zhang 6 golden body ancient monk condensed from symbols, currently suppressing everything. It was said that the ancient monk line's ancient syllables perhaps displayed the most profound Tao sounds of the universe. It looked like there was a reasoning behind this after all. However, Sure Hao didn't feel fear, his flesh undamaged. After the heavenly passage was opened, he stood in a sphere of divine light, impervious to all methods. At this time he retaliated. His single heavenly passage was compressed, turning into an extreme point, and then it fiercely exploded, expanding in all directions. An expanse of light specks erupted like a river of stars, rushing at Great Su Tua. This really was like a galaxy itself sweeping out, a myriad of different scenes, majestic and astonishing. It made everyone shiver with coldness. "Moo!" Great Su Tua released a shout, his hands forming magical imprints. His body reacted as well, as if an ascetic instantly achieved enlightenment, becoming an immortal monk, entering a seated posture. Hong! Golden ripples were released, the tangible light rays like blades as they randomly bashed about between heaven and earth. There was divine radiance everywhere, brilliant and dazzling. Sure Hao forced him back, quickly taking action, picking the 3 soul-guiding lotuses. His movements were extremely fast. Piu 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 3 sounds rang out, all of them removed and then sealed in jade containers. He didn't damage the roots, leaving them because this type of thing was too precious, so he wasn't willing to damage the source of these plants' vitality. The other young supreme beings found this result difficult to accept. There were others who took action as well. Streak after streak of blue light flew over, the radiance incredibly dazzling. These were all arrows, every one of them 10 li in length, thick and astonishing. They collapsed the clouds, penetrating the void as they quickly arrived, shooting towards Sure Hao. These were divine arrows, the condensed natural reasoning a void Tao realm expert comprehended from heaven and earth that was fired out. Lan Xian appeared to be aloof and spiritual, as if she was a solitary immortal, but when she now moved her hands, it was terrifying and astonishing, her stance wonderful, as if she was dancing. Her blue dress fluttered about. The power of this attack was frightening. These arrows were all released by her, not fired from a bow. With a move of her hand, large amounts of blue light filled the skies, ultimately gathering towards Sure Hao. The attack power was terrifying. When some experts who exceeded the heavenly deity level saw this, they were horrified, because those arrows were simply impossible to defend against, able to kill large amounts of void Tao level individuals. "All of you, stop him and seize the soul-guiding lotuses." Lan Xian transmitted sound to the other young supreme beings. A stalk of soul-guiding lotus was equivalent to an extra life, so no one could ignore this type of benefit. Even if they had to offend the powerful Huang, they still didn't hesitate to do so if they could obtain these divine medicines. That was why she began to collude with the others. There were several individuals who took action, releasing divine light, forming a terrifying screen of light that covered heaven and earth. It began to move down towards Shi Hao, creating spatial fetters to bind him in place. Everyone was shocked. The young supreme beings were working together, wishing to suppress Shi Hao like this. Things happened too suddenly. Right now, the old soldiers remained indifferent, none of them showing any signs of interfering. They all quietly observed from the side. Kacha! Electrical light overflowed into the sky, blazing electrical arcs rising and falling like true dragons streak after streak, drowning the area Shi Hao was standing in. These were irregular scenes. He wasn't displaying the lightning emperor precious technique. Then, gates opened one after another within him, all of them cracking open, clear light flowing out. Afterwards, he supported the single heavenly passage. He also began to chant true scriptures, operating the true primordial record, producing terrifying symbols. The single heavenly passage was as resplendent as a blazing sun, surrounding him within. He stood in the divine light, innately undefeated, impervious to all methods. The young spatial shackles released by the young supreme beings could not do anything to him. It was because the single heavenly passage was covered in the bone texts of the true primordial record, densely filling its surface like unmatched armor. Together with the gates within his body that continuously released clear light, endless power pouring out, Shi Hao stopped their attack with 3 heaven-shocking methods. What else do you all have? Feel free to use them all, Shi Hao said coldly. The blue divine arrows over 10 li in length were incredibly frightening, piercing through the void one after the other, all of them blasting straight at Shi Hao. However, they were all stopped outside his heavenly passage. In addition, these giant arrows all began to break down inch by inch outside the single heavenly passage, and then they exploded, the scene terrifying. The single heavenly passage, true primordial records bone texts, and the clear light that flew out from the gates in his body. The 3 were merged together, neutralizing all types of attacks, all methods unable to approach him. Everyone was stunned, completely stupefied. Even the young supreme beings were alarmed, feeling like things were extremely problematic. This person was too terrifying. So, in the blink of an eye, Shi Hao disappeared. Then, world-shaking divine radiance erupted, his body already appearing at the side of those young supreme beings, starting to take action fiercely. Everyone was baffled. Just how domineering and wild was this? A single person dared to barge into a group of supreme beings, fighting against them head-on, fighting them all alone. Everyone knew that from this day forth, Huang's power would definitely resound through the 9 heavens 10 earths. Once he was allowed to properly grow up, he would definitely become one of the most powerful individuals. Dong. After several exchanges, these individuals split up. Shi Hao swaggered off, walking towards the heavenly horned ant's cave, no one stopping him. It was meaningless to continue this, because there was no way they could get the soul-guiding lotuses back. Bastard! You destroyed my bath pond. Take a fist from me. A golden speck of light suddenly appeared from the void, and then a fist was brandished. It was like a little sun as it smashed towards Shi Hao. Following a loud noise, a figure was sent flying into the horizon. Ah! A long cry sounded, becoming more and more distant. A golden line was drawn in the air. The little ant's fist was met with Shi Hao's, its body directly sent flying. Ha-ha! Chao Yuxing erupted with laughter. Feeling like a bit of resentment was vented, he shouted, "Little bean, how does it feel to be punched into the horizon? Just stay there and clear your head for a bit." Among the 9 immortal mountains, there was one that had more caves, like a hornet's nest. They released strand after strand of immortal mist, forming a hazy expanse. White mist lingered about, giving off an immortal Tao feeling. Shi Hao arrived in this place, led here by a few old soldiers. Meanwhile, the others also followed them here, but they could only watch now, unable to go further. It was because up ahead was where heavenly horned ant Great One's cave was. Divide these up amongst yourselves and strengthen your primordial spirit. Sure Hao turned around, handing 2 jade cases to Chang Gongyan, Chao Yuxing, and the others. There were 2 stalks of soul-guiding lotus inside. These were incredibly rare divine medicines. He left one for himself for the future just in case. Directly eating this medicine to strengthen his primordial spirit wouldn't do too much for him, because he already did it before, long developing resistance to its effects. Sure Hao turned around, walking towards this manor. This was the heavenly horned ant Great One's residence. An extremely important ancient palace. Ah, bastard, you better stop right there. A little golden ant rushed over from the horizon, arguing noisily. What kind of skill is this? Are you bullying me for not maturing yet? If you have the guts, then fight me again in a few years. Also, don't step through my family's door. Sure Hao revealed a faint smile, and then said, if you are unwilling, then just follow me at my side. You can compete against me at any time. If you have the guts, then just come. Bastard, you, stand still. Fine. I will still challenge you again in the future. The little golden ant was furious, diving down from above. Everyone sighed, feeling envy. Yet there was nothing they could do. In everyone's eyes, even though this little heavenly horned ant had a vicious background, when facing Huang, he was undoubtedly pure like a little white rabbit. It was going to fall into his hands. The inside of the stone mountain was like a giant labyrinth. Countless ancient caves were linked up together, extremely easy to get lost inside. Sure Hao and the little ant wandered about inside, walking an entire day and night, and only then did they visit every corner. However, they really didn't discover the imperishable scripture. However, there were a few precious immortal items inside, but they were difficult to move away, the items heavy like the heavenly dome. As the descendant of the heavenly horned and, do you really have no doubt that the imperishable scripture left for you exists? Where exactly is it stored? Sure Hao asked. If I knew where it was, then I would have long cultivated it already, the little ant said with an upset tone. Soon afterwards, it widened its eyes again. Feeling a bit of fear, it muttered, there is one other place. Do you dare follow me there? In the depths of the cave was an ancient path that led to a stone wall. When the golden little ant arrived here, it gently touched it with the little bulge on his head, that small golden horn that hadn't fully grown yet. That stone wall slowly showed a response, and then an ancient door finally revealed itself. What kind of place is this? When Sure Hao first stepped inside, he was immediately shocked, his fine hairs standing on end. It was because there were traces of blood on the ground, as well as all types of scales and feathers. When standing here, his entire body uncontrollably went taut, about to break apart. Soon afterwards, he understood. These were the blood, scales, and feathers of unmatched beings. Moreover, he saw an ant leg here, within the golden color complex patterns, as if it could crush the entire world. Soon afterwards, he was even more shocked. He saw more and more feathered wings, strange horns, and blood of all different colors, making his body feel like it was going to collapse, about to explode here. In the end, he even more so saw the head of an ant, golden light resplendent, as if a giant sun was resting here. Heavenly horned ant Great One? Sure Hao couldn't help but cry out. Where was this place? Was it the final area of death where heavenly horned ant Great One dragged down numerous enemies? When he saw this head and the blood covering the ground, Sure Hao couldn't help but shiver inwardly. This was especially the case when his own skin was already splitting, his bones feeling as if they were going to break. This place had a terrifying pressure that attacked at one's flesh and bones, hacking at one's soul. What was a so-called unmatched expert? It was precisely someone who, after he died, he would still have lasting effects, his blood, his bones, to the extent where even his hair could kill others, make those who came later feel suffocated. Sure Hao was inwardly shaken. When he saw the giant head, his entire being became petrified, not moving at all. His body was cracking apart, blood flowing out. This really is Heavenly horned ant great one, he muttered to himself, feeling as if he was dreaming. That ant head releasing blinding golden radiance, as if it was cast from immortal gold. After millions and millions of years had passed, it continued to shine, the strand after strand of light simply about to blast through one's flesh. Heavenly horned ant, it was known as an unmatched being, so how could it have died so miserably? It was even stronger than a true dragon, yet someone removed its head. Sure how shivered inwardly. When he looked at the golden blood, the scales, feathers, horns, and other things in the distance, he was even more shaken up. The battle back then was just too miserable. They actually fought to this extent. Was this the result of it wishing to take down its enemies with it? The blood here was all extraordinary, containing astonishing spirituality and immortal energy. All of this was left by those of the highest cultivation realm. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Does my old man really look that pitiful? From the side, that finger-sized golden ant cried out, seeming quite dissatisfied. You ungrateful kid. After seeing your elders die, how could you not feel sentimental at all? Sure how reached out 2 fingers, picking it up. The little golden ant was furious, struggling intensely. If it was anyone else, how could they pick it up so easily? One shouldn't judge it from its size. It was extremely strong, able to directly break one's fingers. However, now it was held in place, unable to struggle free, in an extremely embarrassing state. Let go. If that was my old man's corpse, how could I not feel bad? The little ant cried out. Sure how stared blankly for a moment. He let it free. The little golden ant was furious, punching him with everything it had. As a result, powerful winds stirred, the void cracking, this bean-sized thing actually having this type of might. It was just too shocking. This is only my old man's shed skin, not his true body. The little ant was panting with rage. Sure how was shocked. Even an ant could shed skin just like a snake? He really had no idea. However, this was the heavenly horned ant, not a normal type of strange bug, so it wasn't unusual at all for it to have special skills. It might very well be the most powerful bug in this world. He endured the intense pain he felt, and then walked a circle around that head. He discovered with shock that the inside was empty, really just an external shell. If this isn't the heavenly horned ant's true body, then where is the Great One? Sure how asked. Dead? Body and spirit erased. No longer in existence. The little ant muttered. It didn't cry, didn't reveal great grief, only a type of dejectedness, as well as a type of silence. According to what the little ant said, the heavenly horned ant alone held up too many enemies, fighting everyone with his own strength, sweeping through all before it, fighting viciously against the best from the other side. In the end, however, there were still too many. After killing many foreign top-level figures, the injuries it suffered itself were too great, sinking into the abyss of death. Before losing all of his fighting strength, he dragged down enough enemies with him. This Great One is extremely admirable. In the end, he fell in battle. Sure how said with a sigh. Without thinking about it too much, without needing someone to explain the events of the battle in the past, just from this place, he could feel how those final days were like. Blood definitely flowed like rivers, bones piling into mountains. The great battle between the heavenly horned ant and the enemy was world-shaking. He dragged his ruined body over, not immediately dying, struggling all the way until the start of this great era before turning into blood and ashes. The little ant said softly. This left Sure how greatly shocked. Heavenly horned ant Great One actually persisted until this great era? However, the heavenly horned ant was extremely lamentable, his death extremely tragic. He didn't directly ascend, but instead first turned into a pool of blood, and then it burned into ashes. Just how great of a suffering was this? This was an unmatched expert who had cultivated the imperishable scripture, yet in the end, he fell to this extent. The main thing was that his injuries were too serious, back then suffering injuries that could not be recovered from. His vital parts and primordial spirit had been continuously pierced by foreign powerful enemies. It was a pity, too lamentable. The heavenly horned ant's physical body was unmatched, extraordinarily strong. Yet in the end, not even a physical body was left behind. From the imperishable scripture's legend's perspective, he likely didn't cultivate to a consummate level, or else he wouldn't have fallen like this. In reality, my old man could have lived a bit longer, and he didn't have had to suffer the way he did when he died. But he did it all to save me. The little ant silently shed tears. Even though it didn't cry loudly, this type of grief was even more heartrending. Felt incredibly bad. That year, its mother was killed in battle, its brothers and sisters also completely murdered. At that time, it was still in its mother's stomach, so it also suffered serious injuries. The heavenly horned ant race was clearly fundamentally different from a normal ant. Their reproduction and maturation process were all entirely different. If not for the heavenly horned ant being heaven-defying, there was no way it could continue living. It would have long turned into scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Despite this being the case, its father still had to exhaust the last of his foundational essence to defy the heavens, change his fate, thus finally completing the final portion of the birth. "Were you able to meet him?" Xianxia asked. "I haven't. When I truly emerged in the world, he had already died a long time ago, turning into thick blood, burning into ashes. It was those old soldiers who told me all of this." The little ant wiped away his tears. Xianxia didn't know how to console this little ant. His father was powerful, and even though he never saw his father, the heavenly horned ant already did enough. He used his own essence blood to revive his child, not asking to be able to meet one last time. At the same time, Xianxia was a bit puzzled. Since the heavenly horned ant lived until this great era, why did it not leave behind the imperishable scripture? When he voiced his doubts, the little ant thought for a bit, and then said, "There might only be one reason, and it is that I am still not strong enough, so I cannot obtain the inheritance." Then, Xianxia and the little ant searched through this place together. The enticement of imperishable scripture was too great. Not even Xianxia able to remain calm. Xianxia forcefully endured the pain his body felt in this place. Blood flowing out. This was produced by the pressure of the energy here. He couldn't help but gasp with admiration. The heavenly horned ant's shed skin was already like this. If its true body was here, just how terrifying would he be? Of course, this wasn't the only reason for the great pressure. There were other creatures' blood, crushed bones, feathers, horns, and other things scattered about here, making this place feel like hell itself. Comparatively speaking, the little golden ant wasn't affected all that much, because he had the heavenly horned ant's aura on its body, thus protected by those remains. Is this immortal Tao power? Even though it is only what has remained until now, most of the power long scattering, just some skin and hair left, it still affects me so greatly, Xianxia said with a sigh. The main reason was because this place had remnant wills that gathered murderous energy. This place not peaceful. This was why his body suffered injuries. They searched every corner of this place, but there were still no signs of the imperishable scripture, absolutely nothing. Xianxia found this difficult to accept, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he shifted his attention to those horns, feathers, and other things. He wanted to collect them and refine them into weapons. I advise you not to rashly try things. These things have all been refined by the old soldiers through formations, used to temper my body. It is because I suffer from inherent deficiencies, so their nourishment was needed to make up for those faults. The little ant said. Xianxia was speechless. There were so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They were all unmatched divine goods. Yet he couldn't use any of them? There is only baleful energy left. They cannot provide much value anymore. When he spoke up to hear, the little ant carefully pointed out a gray feather, saying, "Maybe this one can still be used, you can put it away." A bird feather. He gently moved it, but discovered that it didn't hack apart the void. When he activated divine force, his energy disappeared with no signs of returning. It didn't shine, didn't release symbols, not displaying anything. "Forget it, I'll just put it away for now. Back then, I wanted to refine a 5-bird fan, but have been putting it off this entire time. When the time comes, I'll add this one and see what happens," Xianxia said to himself. How felt that it didn't make sense for them not to find the imperishable scripture. How could heavenly horned ant great one not show consideration for his own child, leave behind the scripture for him? Maybe only when I mature and become strong enough can I open up some type of imprint, obtain the true scripture. The little golden ant said, "There is no time, your birth was too late. If things continue the way they are, the foreign army is going to come again. We have to become stronger as soon as possible." How said. When the foreign side was mentioned, the little ant's eyes immediately became bloodshot, terrifyingly red. His father, mother, and brothers and sisters all died in battle. The grudge he felt too great. Do you have any methods to make yourself stronger? Stimulate and trigger your body? How suggested. I have tried before, but that type of forceful method isn't a power I can control right now. I might lose myself. Also, this place would become extremely terrifying. Even those old soldiers unable to approach this place, no one able to get close. When I am in an involuntary state, I have no idea what is going on at all. The little ant was dispirited. No harm, try it again. I will protect this place. How said. We can't, you will be torn apart. Not even the powerful supreme beings and others can stay here. Things will become extremely dangerous. Those old soldiers have been turned into puppets, long becoming inferior to their past selves. They wouldn't be able to support this place. My true body will withdraw, only leave behind a strand of divine consciousness, attach it to a piece of supreme treasure. It should be okay. How persisted. He produced the true primordial records 10,000 spirit diagram. This sparkling white bone was able to block what was suspected to be the heavenly horned ant's horn exiled immortal used. In the end, after discussing things over, How's true body withdrew, leaving a strand of primordial spirit on the 10,000 spirit diagram, protecting this place. The little golden ant's eyes became bloodshot, his body shining. Golden multicolored light surged, and then his entire body quickly grew, enlarging. Oh! A world-shaking great roar sounded. The How on the 10,000 spirit diagram remained in place. The little ant was previously only the size of a large bean, but now its transformation was too frightening. In that instant, he became as large as a mountain. It was still golden, like an archaic divine peak, crushing down from above, his aura surging. Just by relying on this type of power, right now he could definitely match Great Sutuo, Taoist Qi Gu and the others, his true strength terrifying. One had to understand that the current little ant still didn't mature yet. Immediately afterwards, that head on the ground, or it could be said to be remains, immediately trembled. Then, it released an imperishable aura that engulfed the world. At this moment, the bones, blood, feathers, and everything else all exploded, some even more so directly shattering, nothing able to stop this power. How was stupefied. What kind of power was this? One had to understand that these were all immortal Tao remains. Yet everything broke apart at this moment. The golden ripples and other things released by the heavenly horned ant's remains didn't harm the little ant. But the other things weren't that lucky. The 10,000 spirit diagram shown, protecting How's strand of primordial spirit, ensuring that he wasn't wiped out. How couldn't help but feel fortunate. If not for this bone diagram being special, if it was any other defensive armor, they wouldn't be able to hold on, definitely shattering. At this time, he saw an astonishing scene. A middle-aged man's figure appeared from within the heavenly horned ant's remains, floating up. He was tall and heroic, golden hair scattering down, his gaze sharp like cold lightning. How's fine hairs stood on end, feeling like he couldn't move, as if he was suffocating. Even with the protection of the 10,000 spirit diagram, he was still about to fall apart, his divine senses about to freeze here. Just how frightening of a figure was this? He should precisely be the human form of the heavenly horned ant. It had to be said that this middle-aged man was too heroic in appearance, possessing a type of mountains and rivers devouring aura, as if he was the sole sovereign between the 9 heavens 10 earths. His body was straight and powerful, golden hair thick, brilliant and intimidating. His pair of eyes were dazzling and brilliant, as if they could peer through endless time. Right now, the little ant was going berserk, roaring crazily. He lost his real will, unable to see his most intimate loved one. This middle-aged man stood in the void, around him a boundless stellar region. It was as if an ancient universe was circling around him, his body standing at the very center. As the golden hair moved about, stellar rivers were destroyed streak after streak behind him, growing dim, disappearing. This scene leaving Sure how utterly horrified. Was this the heavenly horned ant? In the past, when he was alive, he was this powerful. When his hair moved, the stars of the cosmos were destroyed, suns falling when his eyes opened and closed. This, Sure how simply didn't dare believe everything he was seeing. The middle-aged man's divine might was matchless, his vicious might oppressing 10,000 generations. Millions and millions of years ago, I have met you. Right at this time that middle-aged man spoke. Met before? This really was like something out of a fantasy. How could this be? It was too absurd. One lived millions and millions of years ago, the other in the present world. A great era separating them, so how could they have encountered each other? However, this was one of the vicious 10, one of the most powerful long-life beings of the past, his status venerable, so this shouldn't be a lie. This was extremely contradictory. Sure how became momentarily distracted, not knowing whether he should believe this. He was extremely puzzled. What kind of unforeseen events had taken place during this period? Oh! From the side, the little golden ant released a great screech. He really wasn't small anymore right now, as large as a mountain peak, his entire body golden. Each time he moved, there would be a great disturbance raised, making the void crack apart. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his father's imprint had appeared, unable to face him. Right now he went berserk, losing his own will. The middle-aged man's long golden hair fell down to his waist, his figure tall and sturdy, the starry sky as a backdrop, illuminating his body. He was unspeakably dignified, his eyes brilliant, overlooking all heroes from past to present. His gaze slowly became gentle, looking towards the little heavenly horned ant. It was different from the temperament a matchless expert should have, no longer exhibiting a mountain and river devouring might. This was familiar affection, the love of a father. When looking at his own child, even the matchless heavenly horned ant had a soft side. This was originally an overlord, a matchless monarch. I know what happened, Sure how said to himself. He recalled a few matters. It was because he recalled the scene 3 years ago when he was searching for opportunities in Immortal battlefield. Back then, a long river of time stretched across. A giant from endless years ago had previously crossed the great river, meeting him. If not for the white-clad woman appearing, forcing back the foreign ancient ancestor, then Sure how would have undoubtedly been in danger. That woman stood far away, style unmatched, leaving Sure how with too deep of an impression. Unfortunately, he didn't see her true appearance. The only thing he had to distinguish her was that face mask. Since there were 2 people who could tower above the great river of time, overlook endless generations, then the heavenly horned ant mostly likely saw him like this as well. It was because the heavenly horned ant was one of the most powerful beings of that generation. It was number 1 if they were strictly talking about the flesh, able to overlook the masses, its might unstoppable. Senior has peered through the future and met me? Sure how asked. You don't seem to be too slow, the heavenly horned ant said, turned around and looked at him. The sun, moon, and stars fell within its golden pupils. Immortal Tao creatures tearing at each other could be seen. This was the scene of past great worlds collapsing, turning into the 9 heavens 10 earths. Hong! In a flash, Sure how felt a wave of terrifying energy sweep over him. It was as if he was now standing in Immortal Ancient's final days. Star systems torn apart, the world collapsing, all things withering. Chi! Suddenly, he saw a world-shaking sword. It was green without luster, but it directly penetrated the cosmos, and then it entered the space between his brows, bringing intense pain. Ah! Sure how cried out, feeling his entire body become ice-cold, covered in sweat. His fine hairs stood on end. Immediately afterwards, he knew that this were heavenly horned ant great one's experiences. When he was fighting, Someone ambushed him, a sword striking him between the brows, blood dyeing the starry sky. This was a type of message that was passed on to Sure how to make him more careful when dealing with that unmatched powerful enemy. There was previously a creature who held a long green sword just like that, tearing open the space between the heavenly horned ant's brows, injuring his body that was known to be #1 in the world. That person is still alive, the heavenly horned ant said. These words made Sure how certain that the other party was trying to guide him, tell him who the most terrifying opponents would be. Hong. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow appeared in the heavenly horned ant's pupils. His large hand covered the sky, smashing down, covering the dome of heaven. Sure how felt like he was about to suffocate, momentarily confined, unable to move, and this feeling was extremely familiar, incredibly clear. It was that person, the giant who had overlooked endless time, previously peering through the upper reaches of the great river of time to kill him. In the end, he was forced back by that white-clad woman. This should also be someone the heavenly horned ant faced, someone that had given him trouble. Chi. A streak of sky-shocking radiance tore through the everlasting, wiping out the cosmos. That was a spear, the golden spear tip about to directly slice through one's soul, the radiance making one's eyes about to turn blind. This was the foreign side's #3 expert who was attacking. The spear was too fast, tearing through everything unstoppably, impossible to block. With a pew sound, blood splashed out. Sure how felt as if it pierced his own chest, breaking all of his bones, shattering all of his veins and arteries. The killing energy engulfed towards his soul. This was a world-shattering spear. It was clear that these were the heavenly horned ant's experiences. When facing this spear, the heavenly horned ant had previously roared furiously, many great stars in the sky falling, even more so launching an intense counterattack, fighting this enemy murderously. The original world was destroyed, turning into the 9 heavens 10 earths. It seems like it was tied closely to this. Sure how sighed with astonishment. Then he felt everything before his eyes go dark, as if he went unconscious. Sure how knew that this was the result of the heavenly horned ant's serious injuries, leaving the battlefield. As a result, he also withdrew from this type of feeling. I killed countless enemies, wiped out so-called undying beings one after the other. But these 3 creatures were extremely frightening, all of them managing to survive. The heavenly horned ant said. Those were definitely the most frightening creatures of the other side. Whether or not there were more formidable enemies now, the heavenly horned ant couldn't say for sure. After that battle, he was already half ruined. He was originally a heaven-warping individual, matchless and unequaled, but he fell in the last phase of that age. Needless to say, that battle was definitely brilliant and gorgeous, glorious enough to enter the records of history. The scenes were world-shocking, the intense battles bitter, a true competition between existences at the peak. Unfortunately, everything returned to the earth, not much recorded. Those of the later world didn't know about this battle, forgetting about it. Perhaps only when one went to the other side's prosperous world would one learn about some events of the past from the mouths of the enemy. Hear about how lamentable yet brilliant it was. I do not know what kind of opponents the others faced, but the other party really did take care of me well. 3 great world-shaking experts emerged, bringing numerous undying beings. Heh! The heavenly horned ant laughed coldly, feeling a bit of regret and unwillingness. In the end, he still fell. I saw from your body the image of your youth. You pursued the extreme Tao, exceeding the most powerful. If you were also of the heavenly horned ant race, then I would be even happier, the heavenly horned ant said. At this moment, his aura was oppressive, his thick long golden hair falling down. At his side, those stars shattered, erupting, the scenes frightening to the extreme. He towered at the center of the cosmos, overlooking the prosperity and decline of endless generations, watching the 9 heavens 10 earths rise and fall. He was without joy or worries, as if he already transcended above, no longer concerning himself with any of these matters. Senior, what kind of things have you seen? Sure how asked. He really wanted to know what the future would be like. For the sake of seeing my child, I have also seen you. He is together with you, experiencing bloody battles, the flames of war engulfing the 9 heavens. The heavenly horned ant's eyes burned like flames, his aura oppressive, as if he recovered the majestic and imposing aura of the past, about to enter the battlefield himself. Unfortunately, only a damaged soul was left of him. What happened in the end? I was not able to see it clearly. The heavenly horned ant shook his head. How could you not be able to see it? Sure, how didn't really believe this. The war isn't too far off, this time even more frightening than what we experienced, involving too many. I truly never expected those things to jump out in the end. The heavenly horned ant said. Sure, how was shocked. There were other things in the future great battle? This made one shiver with fear. Was there a way for the 9 heavens 10 earths to survive? The darkest era since the beginning of history is about to come. It is greater than immortal ancient great era, more terrifying than what we experienced. Have you properly prepared yourself? Are you scared? The heavenly horned ant shouted. What is there to be scared of? We don't even know what kind of things they are. All of them can just come. Sure, how said. A day will come when no one can help you. War ravaging the world until no sounds remain, only a deathly stillness. When that time comes, do you still dare withstand the enemy? I dare. Sure, how spoke without any hesitation. The world is boundless, yet you are all alone. It is a battlefield you have to fight in alone, the blood that flows yours alone. Fight from youth to early gray hairs, and then to the bleak declining years, blood energy dried up and withered, all the way until the flames of life flicker. Do you still dare fight? The heavenly horned ant asked. These things you have seen, are they of my life? Sure, how calmly asked. It is but a passing question. The heavenly horned ant said. What about the others? Why am I the only one left? Sure, how asked loudly. I saw 2 endings. This is merely one of them. The heavenly horned ant said. Even someone as powerful as him, when he saw the youth before him, he also felt complicated emotions. He never expected to meet someone who would suffer things even more frightening than their great era. There is only one real situation. There is no way there can be 2. Sure, how said. It is because what I saw wasn't clear, some things overlaying, indistinct. There were 2 scenes of others and of you. I could only view them as 2 different situations. The heavenly horned ant explained as things were. I do not believe in a future that is peered into now. I only believe that my 2 fists will forge their own future, smash open a brilliant world. Sure, how clenched his fists, his tone incredibly resolute. It was because others had foretold inauspicious futures more than once. He wouldn't accept this, believing firmly in his own strength. He was going to reverse the world, change that result. What kind of enemies will there be in the future? Sure, how asked. There are many, some of them perhaps not even those that immortal ancient great eras people have thought of. They have existed all this time, and all of them will jump out. The heavenly horned ant's eyes burned like torches. For example, the 9 heavens 10 earths protectors race. Why is there golden blood within their bodies? Where does it come from? When the time comes, everything will be clear. There are also those who come from the same place as them. The heavenly horned ant gave him a serious warning. He felt a type of regret, a great sigh released from his mouth. He truly wished he could borrow another 500 years from the heavens so that he could truly fight a great battle against those people. He was an unyielding expert, a matchless figure, longing for battles against the most powerful in this world. When the time comes, you will discover that the 9 heavens 10 earths aren't all that large. The true battlefield is vast and boundless. The scope that it involves unimaginable. The heavenly horned ant said. He didn't wish to talk about the rest, because sure how hadn't reached that level yet. Speaking about those things now might only make him feel a sense of gloominess. I want the imperishable scripture. Finally, sure how only had this sentence. Those who dared to speak like this, directly asking for the scripture, there really weren't that many. He was extremely candid and straightforward. Fine, I will show you where to obtain it. The heavenly horned ant replied in a rather pained manner. It was because he had seen a corner of the future. That type of great world was too frightening, the battle too fierce. He hoped that someone from this area of heaven and earth could rise up, able to compete and then truly win. It was precisely because the future was cruel, and the heavenly horned ant attached importance to sure how, which was why he wouldn't waste time, nor would he act overly politely. Chi, the heavenly horned ant's finger pointed out. An expanse of stars appeared, directly rushing into the space between Sure Hao's brows. In the past, I cultivated this method, but I was still unable to achieve perfection. It might very well be because I didn't obtain the complete scripture. I hope that when you head to that place, you can obtain the complete ancient scripture, and thus not share the same regret as myself. The heavenly horned ant warned. The heavenly horned ant's regret was precisely that it couldn't truly obtain an imperishable body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have experienced this type of end. However, even though he didn't fully cultivate the imperishable scripture, reaching its perfect level, whether or not those effects really did exist was hard to say. It really made one develop doubts because that kind of result would be too inconceivable. No matter how the flesh was hacked, it would remain unbreaking, completely overturning common knowledge. If this was the case, wouldn't it make the body even sturdier than immortal gold? The physical shell unbreaking, all methods undecaying, able to coexist with the world, to the extent where even when the stars shattered, he would forever remain. The flesh would become the place of origin, able to reproduce the previous spiritual consciousness. This was an absolutely inconceivable corpse transformation, or it could be said to be primordial spirit transformation. A few imprints fell into Sure Hao's mind, incomparably deep and indelible. At this moment, he knew why the heavenly horned ant didn't directly pass on the imperishable scripture. It was because the heavenly horned ant suspected that there might be something missing inside, so he wanted those of later generations to seek it themselves. If there was an opportunity, he could acquire the perfect ancient scripture. When the time came, perhaps he might really be able to create a miracle, display the imperishable divine legend. Sure Hao was extremely shocked. This ancient scriptures was too ancient to the point where not even the heavenly horned ant knew who the founder was, to the extent where he didn't even know if it was left for immortal ancient great eras people. It was because those characters were extremely special. As long as one's understanding of the Tao was profound enough, they could be understood, interchangeable for any great era. All things to 100 rivers gathered into a sea. Many paths, when they reached their end, were interlinked, sharing characteristics at the very end. This was inconceivable, yet it was the truth. Based on the information heavenly horned ant gave him, all individuals would ultimately undergo extreme transformations. Senior, shouldn't we wake him up and have him meet you? Sure Hao calmed down. He spoke to heavenly horned ant, and then looked towards his child. There is no need, I have already died, now just a remnant will. There is no point in adding to his grief. My child does not need to be one who cries continuously. I want him to tower between heaven and earth, stand in that place alone, able to support the heavenly dome with his own strength. Heavenly horned ant refused, decisively choosing to alienate himself. Sure Hao became quiet. This was perhaps the temperament of the domineering. In the past, those at the very peak usually had extremely serious temperaments, cold to the point where it was difficult to accept. What they attached the most importance to were the cardinal issues of right and wrong, not very good at individual emotions. However, this was also precisely the reason why they had their personal charm and charisma. Goodbye. After this period of silence, perhaps we might never meet again. After heavenly horned ant said this, he turned into a sphere of golden light, rushing towards the head remains. That golden ant head dimmed, and then displayed many fine cracks, unknown how much longer it could continue existing for. A price had to be paid for heavenly horned ant to leave behind his remnant will. This left Sure Hao moved. Why did this extreme existence, who had previously overlooked the entire cosmos, leave behind a remnant will? Could it be that he still had grievances, not willing to be completely extinguished? He was greatly shaken up, his eyes flickering with light. He silently thought to himself, and then he raised his head. It's time to wake up. He released a loud shout, wishing to wake up that little golden ant. The mountainous golden ant's eyes were red, his consciousness lost, moving about here, simply about to destroy all things, destroy all life. Just a light tremble of his body would shatter the void. Black cracks extended everywhere. This was precisely the heavenly horned ant. Once they went berserk, even if they didn't mature yet, they all possessed this type of exceptional divine might. It was clear that he had unlimited potential. This was not some impure descendant, but the true posterity of a vicious 10. His talents able to overlook past and present. Oh! A large golden claw slammed down. He didn't wake up, instead acting out, attacking Xianxia. Pong! Xianxia didn't dare act carelessly. He operated the true primordial record, clear light wrapping around him. His body became resplendent, raising his hand and striking out, exchanging a blow with him. It was as if thunder struck down on this place. Not only was space shattered, it even made one's soul tremble. Woo! This is a bit troublesome. Xianxia frowned. It was because this wasn't his true body, just a primordial spirit imprint, so it was difficult for him to display all of his power. Chi! He stirred on the 10,000 spirit diagram, leaving this place, and then quickly returned to his body. He stood outside, waiting for the little ant to chase over. Sure enough, the massive golden giant followed him out. It was world-shaking, releasing the aura of the heavenly horned ant, shocking the old soldiers near the cave. Kacha! The little ant's horn shone, destroying everything. Immortal mist rushed out, as well as large amounts of patterns, blasting through everything in the way. These were immortal horns that could tear apart the great cosmos. With a dong sound, Xianxia's true body rushed over, this time producing a fist imprint, displaying the Kuan Peng method to subdue the little ant. They both used the power of the vicious 10. After an intense clash, the giant was suppressed by Xianxia, pressed underneath. Then, he refined him with all of his strength. The little ant released a low roar, continuously shrinking, returning to its original size. What happened to me? Did you find the imperishable scripture? He woke up. I have some clues, but it isn't here. We need to go out and look for it. Do you wish to come with me? Xianxia asked, not mentioning its father, not wishing for him to feel more broken-hearted. You are trying to trick me into going out with you? The little golden ant's large eyes were bright, a look of doubt appearing on his face, looking rather shrewd. His meaning was that he wouldn't fall for his tricks. Up to you. Xianxia turned around to leave. Wait. Don't tell me you really know where the imperishable scripture is? Let me tell you right now that this is my family's scripture. You can't hog it for yourself. The little ant cried out. Then just come with me. Could it be that you are scared that I'll harm you? Xianxia said with a smile. Let me think about it. The little ant thought to himself for a bit. He felt like there was no point in staying here any longer either. The powerful never grew up in greenhouses. Those old soldiers had always told him how miserable things were going to be in the future, how bitter the great battle would be. If he didn't go out and gain experience now, when that day came, he would likely be in trouble. Fine, I'll go out. Let's give the so-called world sensual pleasures a look, see what's special about this great era. Otherwise, it'll likely be destroyed anyway. The little ant said. The two of them walked out. Many people looked over, their eyes burning with passion, really wishing to make them spit out everything. Did you obtain that imperishable scripture? Chao Yuxing swallowed his saliva, quietly asking. Soon afterwards, he corrected himself, saying, Of course you haven't. Everyone, stop thinking about it already. Just get out of here. Don't stare at us like this. It was because he was scared of everyone here surrounding them. After all, there were several young supreme beings, so if they really joined hands, who could withstand their power? No one spoke out. Lan Xian, Lu Hong, Great Sutua, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, and the others were all looking towards Xianxia and that little golden ant, wishing to find something from their faces. Outside the stone mountain, immortal energy curled about, white mist surging. However, it wasn't all that peaceful right now, with faint killing energy pervading the air. There isn't much to hide. I didn't obtain the scripture from the cave. Hao said directly. Up ahead, those people didn't say anything, none of them expressing anything. They still stared at him and the little ant. Behind him, Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan, and Heavenly Deity Institution's people all stood by his side, intending to move with him. There's no need to do this. Then, he walked up alone and looked at those supreme beings, saying with a cold laugh, I am someone who says what I mean. I don't wish to hide anything. If you all don't believe me, then you can just assume that I obtained it. I am standing right here. Which one of you dares come at me? In that instant, the eyes of those people from Heavenly Deity Institution widened, hot blood surging, feeling extremely excited. Huang was domineering after all, this bold and powerful, feeling that it was beneath him to try and explain himself, completely giving off a if you don't want to accept this result, then just come over and fight type of feeling, his bearing imposing. Recently, Heavenly Deity Institution's people had always been suffering humiliation, bullied intolerably, so they had always been on the receiving end of humiliation and enduring, having a wave of pent-up resentment. What are you implying? Do you want to provoke the dignity of everyone here? Someone said coldly. Don't want to accept this? Then feel free to come at me. Hao directly pointed out, having him accept the challenge. Meanwhile, he himself already moved, pressing forward, about to take the initiative to attack. Forget it, we believe you. Great Su Tua spoke, mediating this situation that was about to erupt into battle. Brother why is there a need to do this? The day will come when we have to work together. We are not enemies. There is no need to fight amongst ourselves. Lan Xian revealed a faint smile. Hao remained indifferent, not saying anything. Not long ago, these individuals had even taken action against him. Their change in attitude really was fast. However, he didn't wish to completely have a falling out either. Go! Hao walked forward. Heavenly Deity Institution's people all followed him. None of the young supreme beings followed him, allowing them to leave. Put on. Soon afterwards, a group of people jumped into a lake, this place full of watery mist, forming a boundless white expanse. This is where I bathe. There are a few stalks of divine medicines planted within, the little ant said. With this undiscovered traitor among their ranks, their gains really were too great. Unfortunately, only 2 mountain peaks were opened. One was the Heavenly Horned Ant's residence, which was the place everyone had just headed to. There were 9 stone mountains in the city, the second one precisely in this area, adjacent to a divine lake. It was extremely regretful. Only one creature was allowed to enter the depths of this place, which was the little snow-white Qilin. It was the descendant of one of the vicious 10. Those old soldiers had long said that Qilin Great One left some things here, and those things should be left for its posterity. Others could not fight over it. As for the other 7 stone mountains, some were empty, some a bit strange, having immortal Tao formations around them, no one able to forcefully enter. As for those 7, the old soldiers' words were all rather vague, not saying exactly what was going on. They didn't suggest the people here to search for opportunities there. The so-called immortal king inheritances were partial towards the 2 direct immortal ancient descendants after all. The mud pool here is a bit strange, able to help one cast off their old skin, close to a type of rebirth transformation. Someone discovered a wondrous location not too far from the lake. Back then, there was a long-life medicine growing there, as well as all types of divine medicines, this place previously a medicinal field. Many medicinal herbs rotted here, turning into nourishment for the soil, which is why even though it has become mud, it still possesses astonishing effects. An old soldier said. Soon afterwards, Chao Yuxing, Jinggu, Tung Yi, and others rushed over, not worrying about appearances as they jumped into the mud, covering themselves in it. It had to be said that this place possessed astonishing effects. Many people's old skin were shed on the spot, producing new skin. In the end, even a few female cultivators couldn't hold themselves back, rushing over. Apart from this, Lan Xian, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, as well as Wang Shi, Lu Tua, Princess Yao Yu and others also moved over, more and more people filing up this place. Hao also gave it a try, but he discovered that the effects weren't that great. It was because in the 3 years of changes, his flesh's refinement had been too freakish. While everyone cheered in excitement, Xianxia interacted with some old soldiers, asking them to help take care of heavenly deity institutions people. Then he brought the little ant with him, leaving this place. When faced with what might very well be the ancient land of an immortal king's inheritance, he decisively left, heading there with the heavenly horned ant. Where are you going? Can we really obtain the imperishable scripture? The little golden ant was incredibly excited and stirred up. We definitely can, and it might be the perfect imperishable scripture. However, it will most likely be extremely dangerous, Xianxia replied. On the surface, there were many people, most of them from Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy, the number of true heavenly deity institution disciples instead few. They were previously even rejected. Right now, Xianxia brought the little ant with him to the surface, immediately drawing everyone's attention. They all stared at the mud pool's entrance, watching them closely. Huang came out. What did he obtain from the underground cave? This was what many people were paying attention to. In addition, why did he come up so early? What about the others? Huang is the first one who came out. Did he obtain a great harvest? Or did some type of unforeseen change happen? Did the others encounter danger? There were quite a few people who were nervous, speaking softly here. Even the expressions of a few old monsters from the 3 great academies became serious. Even though there were several living fossil-level existences who went down, they still haven't returned yet. And he brought out a creature with him. The eyes of an elder from Immortal Academy narrowed. He stared at Xianxia's shoulder, seeing a golden speck there. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't see anything at all. However, when one reached their level of cultivation realm, they could clearly sense that even though that creature was extremely small, less than an inch long, it carried terrifying blood energy within it. Once this energy erupted, it would become extremely astonishing. An ant, an elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said quietly. A look of shock appeared on his face. He immediately thought of the Great Elder. Several years ago, the Great Elder sat here every day, using fragrant bait here to fish for a creature, wishing to draw it out. Could it be precisely this thing? Inconceivable. That creature was an ant. That elder said softly. However, when everyone else heard this, the result was completely different. It was as if it was thunder striking down. It was because the Great Elder protected this place year-round. Angling from time to time, this wasn't a mystery. Many people knew that there was a living creature in the underground immortal cave. In that instant, everyone's imaginations went wild, thinking all different types of things. Those who could stand here were all geniuses, or else how could they enter Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy? There were no stupid people here, which was why they immediately made shocking associations. Heavenly horned ant. Finally, someone spoke these 3 words. It was immediately as if a meteorite was thrown into a great sea, producing a tremendous commotion. Correct, many people had already came to this type of speculation. How could a creature that came out from the cave of an immortal king be commonplace? From past until now, those who were in the form of an ant, yet still possessed unmatched strength. There was only one species. Heavenly horned ant. Heavens! This was one of the true immortal ancient races, the descendant of the vicious 10, not a descendant with impure blood. A true long-life bloodline holder appeared. This really was huge news, leaving everyone shocked. In that instant, Xianxia and the little ant on his shoulder became the focal point of attention. Everyone's eyes began to burn fiercely. This was definitely the greatest reward for entering the underground immortal manor. No wonder Huang came out so quickly. Right now, forget about the others. Just Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's old monsters' eyes revealed horrified expressions. They all stared at that young heavenly horned ant. No one understood more clearly than them how astonishingly precious this type of creature was. In reality, the others also knew that the small ant's entire body was precious. Its innate precious technique world-shaking and matchless. Also, the blood within its body was even more so an inexhaustible treasury. If one used its extreme strength blood to carry out a body refinement, the benefits would be unimaginable. Which one of Immortal Academy's young supreme beings didn't receive a baptism in precious blood? As for Sacred Academy, there is even less of a need to talk about them. The true dragon heart blood and heavenly horned ant's extreme strength blood were the best that they had to offer. It was precisely because Sacred Academy had several types of world-shocking precious blood that could allow one to change, undergo complete transformations again and again that their present world method cultivators advanced further and further. And now Huang caught a true heavenly horned ant. It was still young, but if it was raised at his side, and the things it needed for growth were provided, wouldn't he have as much blood as he wanted? Everyone's eyes immediately became red. It wasn't just the youngsters. Even the breathing of some old monsters became rough. For their own later generations, for their respective academies, they had more than enough reasons to seize the heavenly horned ant. This is a heavenly horned ant? Finally, Immortal Academy's elder was the first to speak up, asking Sure Hao. It is precisely this king. Before Sure Hao replied, the little golden ant already raised his head. His arms carried behind his back, doing his best to imitate a mature appearance. Truly is the vicious Ten's descendant? The voice of an old monster from Sacred Academy even began to tremble. This was just too moving. Even though the hair on the head of the elder from Immortal Academy was already sparse, his complexion was still rosy. Apart from his two eyes, there was also a vertical eye on his forehead. At this moment, he looked towards an elder from Heavenly Deity Institution, saying, Dao friend, this is a heavenly horned ant, an extremely important existence. It should be sent to my Immortal Academy. In the distance, after Sure Hao arrived on the surface, he watched in indifference like a bystander this entire time, but at this moment, his face immediately became cold. It was because this elder was too direct, actually scheming against the little ant. Moreover, this three-eyed elder actually didn't ask him or the little ant, directly asking for it from Heavenly Deity Institution's elders. This was a clear act of arrogance, not placing a younger generation individual like himself in his eyes. If this truly is a heavenly horned ant, then we cannot make the decision. We do not have the right to interfere. You should be asking Sure Hao or the little ant if they are willing to follow you. At this moment, Heavenly Deity Institution's number 2 walked out. Second elder spoke calmly. Young man, are you willing to join my Immortal Academy? The three-eyed elder asked. He looked at Sure Hao and the little ant with an amiable countenance. He already realized that he was too direct just now, ignoring the feelings of those directly involved. I am not willing. Sure Hao was extremely straightforward, decisively rejecting this offer. It was precisely at this time that someone from Sacred Academy stepped out at the same time, fearing that Immortal Academy's people would try to bring them away first. You cannot join them. Even if you join someplace, you have to enter my Sacred Academy, a purple-haired old woman from Sacred Academy said. Even though she was already quite aged, her hair was still purple and sparkling, only her eyes carrying traces of endless time past, unable to conceal the feeling of great changes. I will not join your academy either. Sure Hao was extremely direct, not hesitating at all, not wishing to beat around the bush. There were many people here. Geniuses from both academies hurried here, and there were some people from long-life families as well. However, right now they were all extremely quiet, not a single person speaking. Huang was actually this decisive, directly refusing them. At the same time, they immediately revealed strange appearances, feeling like the two academies' elders really were direct, actually stirring up this type of play. Back then, regardless of whether it was Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy, neither of them took in Huang. One didn't want to give out a perfect seed, the other directly stated that all of the extreme strength blood already had owners. However, now they actually calmly gave out this type of request, inviting him to join. As a result, Sure Hao straight up refused them. This left them in quite the ugly situation, returning the favor right back. It was to the extent where some people felt like this was a slap to the face, moreover extremely resounding, fiercely smacking the faces of the people from the two academies. Back then, the two academies didn't attach enough importance to Sure Hao. Now, Huang powerfully returned. Not only had he defeated their young supreme beings, he even directly brought back a heavenly horned ant, truly making them feel jealousy, their minds burning greatly. Huang, you are a genius. You should carefully reconsider. You should join my Immortal Academy. In that place, you can go further. Your achievements can become more profound, open up a whole new world for you. Immortal Academy's three-eyed elder spoke kindly, maintaining his smile. There is no need. I understand my own path well. I didn't fritter away my time during these past 3 years. This proved that even when I rely on myself, I can still forge ahead. Xianxia shook his head. Quite a few students from Immortal Academy felt embarrassment in their elder's place. When one grew old, they became crafty and cunning, but they still couldn't just be this thick-skinned, right? Even their own students felt embarrassed. Back then, they didn't attach enough importance to Huang. Yet now that they saw Huang rise up, stepping on a path no one had ever succeeded in before, they were actually this direct. Truly was a bit unscrupulous. Huang, I can see that your body is powerful like an unbreaking body, powerful to the extreme, extremely suitable to head down the path of present world methods. You should enter my sacred academy, because we have a world-shocking scripture, sovereign scripture. It is a work that will take you to the very limits of this path. If you join us, we can allow you to read it. It will allow you to be like a tiger that sprouted wings, a fish that turns into a dragon. Sacred Academy's purple-haired old woman also tried her best to rope him in. Much thanks for your kindness. Currently, I have not finished polishing my own path yet, so I cannot get distracted. Xianxia shook his head. Sacred Academy's geniuses all felt their faces turn hot. Even though Huang's refusal was tactful, no longer as forceful, the result was the same. Truly annoying. The people of this world are just too enthusiastic, just shouting and asking others to join them. So senseless. The little golden ant couldn't help but mutter like this. Ha ha! Heavenly horned ant race's little fella? Are you willing to join my sacred academy? The old woman was all smiles. This won't do. The lunar jade rabbit already brought that young Qilin beast into your sacred academy. The heavenly horned ant must join my immortal academy. The three-eyed elder stopped her. That Qilin. The old woman's face was bitter. She had also wished to research it, but she couldn't truly find out the little Qilin's secrets. It was because there was a terrifying seal within its body that, once touched, would become incomparably terrifying. All right, let's go. These people are too boring. The little golden ant urged on Xianxia. His voice was soft, extremely tender, but in everyone's ears, it would undoubtedly sound ear-piercing. No, the heavenly horned ant is related to too much. This is but the descendant of the vicious 10, so we definitely cannot allow anything unexpected to happen to it. It has to be strictly protected and cannot be allowed to take risks with Huang. It has to stay behind. Right at this time, there was someone from a long-life family who spoke. Xianxia suddenly raised his head in that direction, immediately recognizing that this was someone from Wang Shi's family. The two sides had old grudges, so now that the other party stopped him like this, they clearly feared that he would obtain extreme strength blood as well as the heavenly horned ant's matchless divine ability, fearing that his evolution would become even more immeasurable. I also feel like this makes sense. The heavenly horned ant race can be considered extinct. Now that one has finally appeared, it has to be properly protected. A long-life family might not be a bad choice. A middle-aged man spoke, his figure tall and heroic, imposing in appearance, his bearing extremely outstanding. Cold light flashed past Xianxia's eyes. This person left him with too deep of an impression. It was precisely Yuan Qing. He became quite a bit younger, previously harming him and almost killing him in Origin Ancient Mine, one of the main culprits who prevented Xianxia from joining Heavenly Deity Institution. After Xianxia arrived in the 9 heavens, his first enemy was this person. He wanted to cut short his Dao path, suppress him for 10 years. For a young cultivator, this was an incredibly severe persecution. However, Xianxia already killed Yuan Qing's grandson, so he could be said to have gotten some revenge. Wu, I think you make a valid point. The heavenly horned ant's safety is indeed something that has to be paid attention to. It cannot be lost. Best if it stays behind. Right at this time, another elder spoke. He also came from a long-life family, precisely people from Wind Clan. Hao's eyes became cold. There was definitely no way for this family and himself to get along anymore because back then, Yuanqing acted precisely due to this family's inciting, and that was why he was going to suppress Hao for 10 years. From a certain perspective, the one from this long-life family was the giant he ought to oppose the strongest against. Hao suspected if the Wind Clan and Stone Clan's ancestors had some hidden grudge, having some kind of different relationship with the sinner's blood descendants. Otherwise, there was simply no reason for them to target him that early. Right at this time, Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder released a cold snort. His eyes scanned over them and said, "You all are concerning yourself over too much. My Heavenly Deity Institution is enough to ensure Huang and the Heavenly Horned Ant's safety. Dao friend, we had good intentions. Because this truly involves too much. Correct, we must be extra careful." The Wind Clan and Wang family, two great long-life families, expressed their opinions one after the other. These were two giants, families where long-life families came from before. They overlooked the 9 heavens 10 earths, every word carrying great importance. It could be said that the voices of long-life families carried frightening influence. They were the largest powers. Get lost. You all dare to sink your claws into my Heavenly Deity Institution. All of you will be chopped up all the same. Right at this time, a cold shout sounded, the aura terrifying, covering heaven and earth, descending from above. To dare berate those of a long-life family in such a manner, it truly was domineering to the point of leaving one stupefied. The other party didn't leave them with the slightest bit of face, humiliating them in an undisguised manner. Who dares? Wang family's person was shocked and furious. A figure descended here, straight like a pillar that supported the heavens. His aura able to devour mountains and rivers. Gray clothes fluttered about, this individual facing everyone. Great Elder! Heavenly Deity Institution's people were all overjoyed. The Great Elder who had disappeared for 3 years also came back. This was quite the fierce person. Someone who didn't fear anyone else in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Great Elder has returned. Truly is a joyous event. I approve of having the Heavenly Horned Ant remain in Heavenly Deity Institution. Right at this time, a middle-aged man who wore a crown roared with laughter. Everyone was shocked. This person's background was extraordinary, coming from an undying imperial court, also from a long-life family. He was Princess Yao Yu's father. Immediately, quite a few people agreed, feeling great respect for the Great Elder, some of them from long-life families. The Great Elder's gray clothes fluttered about, his face thin, hair scattered about. His figure was tall and lanky. As he stood there, he actually looked calm, not all that intimidating. However, everyone had a feeling that this person's aura devoured mountains and rivers, overlooking the 9 heavens. He truly was someone they couldn't anger, or else there would likely be an absolute disaster. This was a type of vigilance, more so a type of instinctive feeling. All of the experts here felt apprehension, to the extent where it could be considered fear. They couldn't bring themselves to calm down when facing the Great Elder. It really was strange. The Great Elder's expression was calm, not showing joy or worry, but this type of intimidative force was silent, formless. It was internal, making quite a few people tremble inwardly. Turns out to be Senior. The one from Wang family who had just shouted out was now embarrassed, not daring to oppose him directly, and even more so wouldn't act overbearingly. Not long ago, him and his clansmen were still setting their eyes on Hao, wanting him to hand over the Heavenly Horned Ant. But now, when they saw this elder return, they threw everything aside. When faced with this person, who among the 9 heavens 10 earths wouldn't feel restraining fear? This would most likely be the case even if the clan's eldest few individuals were invited out. Only if that ancestor whose life or death was currently unknown came out would the Wang family have enough confidence. The Great Elder gave him a cold look, not saying anything. The Wang family's people immediately shivered inwardly. After not meeting for a long time, Dao Brothers' spirit is hale and hearty, bearing even greater than the past. An elder from Wind Clan said. His status was extremely high, a senior figure from this clan. Great Elder only nodded. Even though he was disgusted with this clan's way of doing things just now, he couldn't show too much coldness towards this person whose background couldn't be considered that low. Great Elder truly has raised a good disciple. His age is not great, yet he is already stunning, rising above outstanding individuals of past generations. Princess Yao Yu's father, the ruler of a long-life imperial court, spoke. He was dressed in golden robes with true dragon embroiderings. Golden light shone resplendently. He wore a crown, appearing incomparably dignified. This was an extremely powerful cultivator, his age already extremely great, but he still looked young, as if he was middle-aged, blood energy flourishing. Everyone knew that this person had achieved the supreme being status many tens of thousands of years ago. His strength deep and immeasurable. He was one of the creatures with the greatest authority in the 9 heavens above. At the very least, this was the case on the surface. The clan's former emperor who withdrew regarded him as extremely important, placing a great amount of authority in his hands, having him deal with various important matters. No one expected the ruler of a long-life imperial court, the emperor himself even appearing, moreover not long ago clearly expressing goodwill towards the great elder. Were they going to form an alliance? One had to understand that the imperial court and the Wang family didn't get along, always opposing each other. Otherwise, Princess Yao Yu would have always been going against Wang Shi in Heavenly Deity Institution. That was why Wang family immediately trembled inwardly, revealing a look of alertness. Our Heavenly Deity Institution should have prepared a grand welcome if we knew Emperor Su was coming. The great elder smiled, his attitude completely different from when he was dealing with the 2 individuals from before. This type of difference made Wang family feel even more uncomfortable. Wind Clan was still all right, always maintaining rather peaceful relations with Heavenly Deity Institution. Apart from dealing with How just now, they had always remained rather low profile. Haha! Great Elder is too courteous. Your distinguished self is a senior. Wouldn't this be showing a younger generation undeserved attention? Su Mingxian laughed loudly, displaying another act of etiquette. Many people walked up to greet the great elder formally. Only now did all of the geniuses suddenly discover with shock that almost all of the long-life families sent people here. One could see just how astonishing that Immortal King Manor underneath Heavenly Deity Institution was. And now that how brought out the Heavenly Horned Ant. This also proved how extraordinary the cave was, definitely making their eyes turn red, making a big fuss over it. However, with Great Elder's return, those restless individuals had no choice but to hold back a bit, fearing that they would be suppressed if they went against this old monster. In the 9 heavens above, Great Elder was one of the most powerful individuals. This was definitely the case because he had lived for just too long, to the extent where some even speculated that he might have touched upon the immortal Tao domain, already having 1 foot into being a long-life being. If this was the case, then he might be the first person in this great era who had a chance of achieving immortality. Of course, there were even more people who were certain that Immortal Academy, Sacred Academy, few great long-life families, and a few other individuals could stand toe-to-toe with him. However, regardless, this type of living fossil-level figure who had lived for an endless amount of time was worth treating with great importance by people of all sides. None of them dared to recklessly offend him. Worthy nephew, you really are quite leisurely, coming here as well to join the liveliness. Great Elder said to Su Mingxian. I had to see for myself if there really was an immortal king cave that appeared. I had no choice. This is just too astonishing. The temptation of an immortal king inheritance too great for anyone. Su Mingxian said calmly. Then he changed the topic, saying, Actually, I came this time to pick an outstanding youth, see if he could become Tao companions with my little girl. Hong. This triggered a huge commotion. No one expected this Emperor Su to be this direct. Wasn't this just too easygoing? Was he going to determine his daughter's marriage right here? The pearl of a long-life family, the princess of an undying imperial court. The weight of this was just too great. If one married and lived with her family, wouldn't divine medicine resources, precious method treasuries, and all other things be in reach. One has to understand that this type of imperial court has existed since the ancient times, never being overthrown, surviving from the last great era. It had previously produced true immortals. No one knew just how extraordinary their backing was. This was simply world-shaking, perhaps something that would devastate the entire great world. Worthy nephew, you must be joking. This type of event concerns your daughter's entire life. How could you just casually mention it? Great Elder said. I was just casually mentioning it. The crucial part will still depend on my daughter. It is because I heard that the young supreme beings of the present world have pretty much all gathered here, so I wanted to pick one that was more outstanding. Su Mingxian laughed loudly, extremely free and at ease. Then, he even more so gave Xianxia a look. He's going to pick you as a son-in-law. The little golden ant stood on Xianxia's shoulder, clearly less than an inch tall. Yet it still held its hands behind its back, putting on the appearance of some important person. He spoke quietly to Xianxia. Everyone's mind trembled. Just now, Su Mingxuan's eyes were too direct. Could it be that he favored Huang? Wang family's people's minds even more so jumped. They couldn't help but shiver with coldness. It would be extremely difficult for them to endure this type of thing. One had to understand that back then, Xianxia had been treated by them as a slave. They placed a diamond band on his head, about to send him to his death in Origin Ancient Mine just to excavate some type of lifestone. They viewed Xianxia as their servant for an extremely long time, someone who was of inferior status. Even later on, when they found out his talent was extraordinary, they still felt a bit of arrogance, as if they were inherently superior. Of course, this was also the reason why Xianxia had a falling out with them. He broke the diamond band, captured Wang Shi, and subdued her for a night, using this to wash away his humiliation. Both sides had already had a falling out, becoming enemies. If they saw Xianxia join the Su family, becoming their ideal son-in-law, Wang Shi wouldn't be able to accept it no matter what. It was because all of them already knew that Huang had incomparably frightening talent. If he truly married into the Su family, he would be like a tiger with wings. That would become a type of extremely frightening alliance. If that happened, the outside world might say that Wang family had eyes but no pupils, forcing away an extraordinary genius, chasing him into their opponent's sect. At that time, Wang family would most likely become a laughingstock. I have always had respect for the wise Su family, feeling great admiration. Huang had previously mined for my Wang family. This truly a bit of a waste of talent. Is Su family attaching importance to him? Really is quite extraordinary temperament. Right at this time, a young man from Wang family spoke up. He was a student from Immortal Academy. His words at this moment unclear, hiding some implications. He was praising Su family on the surface, yet was actually mocking them. Within these words, he even more so ridiculed Xianxia, saying that he was previously a servant of their family. Meanwhile, Su family wanted to choose this person as a son-in-law. Wouldn't that be shameful? Xianxia's expression immediately became cold. He looked towards that youngster, only having a single line for him. Do you want to die? That young man could be considered a proud and arrogant individual, or else how could he dare mock Xianxia in this type of situation, as well as ridicule a long-life imperial court, the Su family, so openly? As a result, his expression immediately changed. He coldly said, Huang, you are too unbridled. Do you truly think that you can already overlook the 9 heavens 10 earths, that you can do whatever you please? You thing that doesn't know life or death. Do you feel like a hero because you can humiliate me in this type of situation? Xianxia's voice was cold, immediately pressing forward. Huang. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. A fist smashed over murderously, immediately taking action, not trying to hide anything at all. Many people were stunned. The Wang family's senior was right here, so no matter what, no one thought that Xianxia would dare do this, directly gonna strike him down here. If it was someone else, they would likely rebuke the other party first, and then incite the Wang family's genius into taking action, and only then would it no longer be considered lacking in manners, tactful enough and acceptable. You dare take action against me? Wang Monglong shouted, his eyes releasing cold light. He was both shocked and angry, now truly feeling a bit afraid. You think you are anything special? Sherhao's fist smashed over murderously, powerful winds sweeping about, tearing apart the void. Before Wang family's geniuses truly faced him, blood was already flowing out from his mouth. It was because this was 120% of Sherhao's power going all out. Sherhao said coldly, "Forget about you being just one person. Even if your Wang family sent over your 10 best geniuses at me, I can still completely wipe them out." Everyone was stunned. This place became incredibly quiet. He really wasn't giving the other party any face at all, saying this to Wang family's face. This type of undisguised contempt and disdain was likely a direct slap to their faces. Haha. Straightforward, this is just how it should be. However, you should just let me deal with this vile person. Su Mingxian laughed loudly. He had already become a supreme being-level creature many tens of thousands of years ago. Right now, he was even more so deep and immeasurable. He immediately vanished from his original position, blocking in front of Sherhao, and then sent a palm flying in Wang family's direction. Pa! This slap was extremely loud and clear, smacking on Wang Monglong's face. He immediately screamed miserably, his face warping, flesh and blood ulcerating, bones fracturing, teeth completely falling out. His entire body flew outwards, fainting on the spot, his primordial spirit almost collapsing. This was naturally the result of Emperor Su holding back. Otherwise, with his strength, just a slight point of his finger would wipe out this person's body and soul. Su Mingxian, you dare? An elder from Wang family was furious. This really wasn't giving them any face. Striking his descendant's face in front of everyone. Wasn't this the same as humiliating him? Why wouldn't I dare? Your Wang family's discipline isn't strict enough, letting a younger generation make thoughtless remarks in this type of place. Let me ask you, do you wish to start a 10,000-year war between our two clans because of what that young man said? Su Mingxian severely berated. At first, no one thought too much of this, feeling that as the emperor of a generation, Su Mingxuan's action was a bit too trivial, not dignified enough. However, when he spoke like this, they all sensed the severity of the situation. Yu Hang, Wang family's elder, was full of anger and resentment, but in the end, he could only release a cold snort. With a swing of his sleeves, he backed off, no longer pursuing this. You aren't bad. Su Mingxian walked over, his movements imposing, emperor aura intimidating. He patted Sherhao's shoulder. The little golden ant hissed out, quickly evading, because that palm almost struck him. He even suspected that the emperor was doing this on purpose, wishing to slap it. Su Mingxuan's head of dark hair was thick, his face like blades, stars collapsing within his eyes, his aura astonishing. He looked like he was middle-aged, but his blood energy was flourishing. His golden dragon robes released brilliance, illuminating the void, looking like an unmatched war god. Senior is wise, divine heroicness unmatched. Sherhao laughed loudly, praising him here. You brat, just now your temper was quite fierce, yet you know how to flatter others now. Su Mingxian said with a smile. I merely said things as they were. After seeing your distinguished self give that little brat who doesn't know the immensity of this world a slap, it really was domineering. I was moved, Sherhao said with a smile. Many people revealed strange expressions. Wang family even more so hated it as much as they could hate it. This was directly humiliating them before their faces. Huang really was a good-for-nothing, incredibly hateful in their eyes. Wang family, I hope you all stop before going too far. There are some things that cannot be randomly said. Not to mention that I still haven't decided who to choose as my daughter's Dao companion. Even if I was certain, it isn't something you all can randomly mock. Su Mingxian said. Then, he looked at the heavenly horned ant on Sherhao's shoulder, revealing a strange expression and saying, Why are you looking at me like that? Even displaying enmity. What was you trying to do? Drawing a stupid lizard on your sleeves? Are you trying to show off in front of me? Even if you were going to have something on them, you should have added a great golden ant. The little heavenly horned ant said angrily. There was always something that had gnawed at his clan's minds. They always wanted to compete with the true dragon to see who was stronger. When everyone heard this, all of them began to roar with laughter. Su Mingxian was also speechless. Now that Great Elder returned, no one dared act recklessly any longer. The ones who originally still desired what was in the Immortal King cave below all became obedient, truly not daring to offend this old man. After a few words of exchange, Great Elder and a few esteemed guests entered the Copper Palace on the Divine Mountain to carry out official business. Right now, many geniuses entered the underground world, all of them searching for opportunities. It was because news came out from the underground Immortal City, letting them know that that place wasn't dangerous. Sure how you come? Great Elder spoke to him in secret. Sure how wasn't in a rush to leave all this time, because he had long received Great Elder's instructions, which was why he was waiting for him here. After Great Elder accompanied some esteemed guests for a bit and came out from the imposing Copper Palace, he brought Sure how to the rear mountain. They arrived at a secluded place with only a few fine residences and some ancient bamboo. No one else could come here. Senior, what kind of creature did you end up digging up from that ancient cave exactly? Sure how had always carried some misgivings inside. That ancient land was too mysterious. Great Elder actually dug out a creature that still hadn't died from the endless skeletal remains. It truly was a bit frightening. One had to understand that that place was extremely strange. Many bones about to become ashes. These were all world-shocking experts endless years ago. This meant that the creature buried even deeper within might very well be incomparably ancient, its age unimaginable. After all this time passed, that creature was still alive. It was simply inconceivable. Just how tenacious was its vitality. Moreover, back then, Sure how clearly sensed that this creature, even though it was weak to the extreme, it was still unimaginably terrifying. When its wings moved, heaven and earth ruptured. If it was able to recover, then it was impossible to measure just how powerful it would become. I called you over precisely because of this. You must keep this matter to yourself. You cannot mention it to anyone. Must not speak of it to anyone. Great Elder's voice was incredibly serious. What are you two talking about? The little ant on Sure how's shoulder was curious. It was because he actually couldn't hear a single word, completely covered up by Great Elder. Then, Great Elder gave Sure how a ring. It was extremely simple and ordinary in appearance, not looking like anything special at all, not really glowing. It was unknown what type of material it was made out of, the entire ring a navy blue. It was as if it was polished from a blue-green rock, not really having any aesthetics to speak of, to the extent where it was even a bit crude. What is this? Sure how was confused. He looked towards Great Elder. Wear it on your hand. Perhaps it might prove useful one day. The rest you don't need to ask about. You have to remember, you must not speak of the creature that was unearthed to anyone. Great Elder warned seriously once more. Originally, Sure how used the body as the seed, suddenly succeeding, stepping on a path none before him was able to take. So Great Elder was extremely happy and moved, wishing to celebrate. However, because of this creature that was suddenly dug up, everything suddenly changed. Great Elder attached great importance to this matter, a great load on his mind. Sure how told Great Elder that he was going to search for the imperishable scripture, the situation urgent. The creatures of the other side might launch an attack at any time, and once they broke past the desolate border, this world would undoubtedly be in danger, which was why he had to immediately leave and quickly strengthen himself. Just go. Be a bit more careful. Great Elder warned. Let's go. After leaving the back mountain, the little golden ant cheered, greedily breathing in the outside fresh air. In reality, this place was far worse than the underground manor. That place was full of strong spiritual essence, to the extent where there was even immortal energy mixed in, far greater than the outside world. However, for the little golden ant, everything outside was new, full of exuberant life force, not as monotonous as that underground world. Where are we going to look for the imperishable scripture? The little ant asked. Northern Sea Forest, Sure how said. This was an extremely important place that had existed from the ancient times until now, a stone forest in the Great Sea. There were just too many legends related to this place. In this great era, all those who had some accomplishments visited this place. They left their names in the stone forest, leaving an inscription on the greatest peaks to display their strength. For example, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, and others, after emerging from seclusion, all went there to leave their names on the divine cliff's walls. They were all high up above, transcending many heroes of the past, extremely dazzling, auspicious brilliance shining unendingly. It was rumored that roughly half of the young supreme beings left their names there, making some of the divine peaks in the sea resonate and tremble. The only fortunate thing was that northern sea stone forest was in immeasurable heaven, or else crossing realms would be a huge problem for sure how. This was something ordinary people couldn't do. Immeasurable heaven was extremely large, the great wilderness full of ponds. There were many great cities, between them several tens of thousands of li. Moreover, there were some central divine cities that were even more so astonishingly large, the distance between them easily tens of millions of li. That was why they all had giant transport formations built. Sure How borrowed these formations as he advanced, passing from one transport formation to the next, each time being transported several tens of millions of li out. He headed north, about to leave this great continent and enter the northern sea. It was hard to imagine just how vast this realm really was. He continued without stopping to rest, passing through transport formations continuously, yet still used up 7 days of time. Only then did he arrive in the northernmost region. The great wilderness still existed here, with all types of ancient beasts roaming about, ferocious birds spreading their wings. Apes cried and tigers roared, a savage and barbaric aura filling this place. Even though they were now close to the northern sea, hearing the roaring of the great sea, all types of giant beasts were still roaming about the oceanside, figures visible from time to time. Sure How couldn't help but sigh with praise. Only when he entered the Void Dao realm could he truly walk about outside in the wilderness, roam between the mountains, rivers, and great lakes. It was because there were quite a few vicious beasts that were at the Void Dao realm. If this was in the past, he would have had to avoid them. He definitely wouldn't have dared to press forward, needing to carefully avoid all types of divine bugs and vicious beasts. Right now, he was also a sect master level figure, now able to act much more carefully. Of course, this was still far from being able to travel unhindered through the world, charging recklessly into the great wilderness. He still had to pay attention, because one of those mountain ridge depths might very well have a giant vicious being hiding within. There might be some ancient vicious flood dragons hidden within an abyss. These type of existences easily lived for several hundred years, their cultivation levels profound. The northern sea was extremely vast and boundless. However, when standing by the shore, one couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, because it was just too frightening. When one gazed forward, they would see a great hazy expanse, the sea covered in dark mist. It was as if it was a spiritual sea, a bit deathly still. There were transport formations that led to the depths of the northern sea as well, but none of them were too reliable. Those ancient transport formations had been worn down by years of non-repair, often displaying issues. From time to time, people would be sent into the boundless great sea, and thus disappear. Sure How came here precisely with the same intention as everyone else, waiting for an underworld ship. Even though these ships sounded frightening, they weren't actually that dangerous. In the mist, there were ships everywhere, like guests of the ghost realm as they moved through the black mist. There were some ancient ships that moved about on their own, bright red lanterns hanging from the front of the ships. This was a bit terrifying, but to this day, rarely was there anything dangerous that happened. Soon afterwards, a few underworld ships appeared, floating nearby. They were completely silent, the blood-colored lanterns at the bow of the ships flickering with cruel-looking radiance. Are these the underworld ships? Sure How said to himself. Really are scary. The little golden ant couldn't help but break into a cold shiver. Did you not know? These are ships that have survived from Immortal Ancient, existing from the last great era until this world, not decaying all this time. They float along the ocean surface, able to bring people from one shore to the other. Sure How said. I didn't know, never heard about them before. The little ant shook his head. It was because he was born in the last great era. In reality, Hao was also quite curious, full of puzzlement. The first time he heard that they needed to rely on this type of boat to cross the Northern Sea, he was also shocked. They were now close. One boat arrived at the sea, not all that large, but it was extremely sturdy. The ship body was black-colored, not being damaged even after experiencing endless time. Was this really an ancient ship that had floated over from the last great era? Hao found this a bit difficult to believe. It was just too inconceivable. There were previously other great figures who had fished up a few boats to study them, but they didn't obtain any special findings. "Let's go, we are getting on the boat," Hao said. He was about to set out to sea. He had heard that there was one region at the center of the Northern Sea that was quite lively, flourishing with activity with quite a few cultivators living there. And it seems a bit familiar. When he ascended the underworld ship, Hao frowned. Why did the boat seem more and more familiar? It really pulled at his heartstrings, stirring up waves in his mind. He found it a bit difficult to calm down. Suddenly, Hao remembered. When he was around 10 years old, he had previously set out to sea in the lower realm, heading to the Kuanpang nest to fight for a matchless precious technique. In that place, he had seen these before. Only back then, what he saw were paper ships that had been folded by another. This ship's appearance was exactly the same as those paper ships. Moreover, he was sure that this ship wasn't transformed from paper, it was extremely real. When he touched it with his hands, it felt a bit cold. Bone ship. The ship was polished from a type of bone material. It didn't sink into the water, and it was incredibly sturdy. Definitely had an astonishing background. As Hao was baffled, this boat moved on its own, making its way through the black mist and heading towards the Northern Sea. Hao sat down. He gently struck this ship, carefully examining it. Could it really be just like the rumors stated, that they were refined from the bones of the rulers of the underworld? Suddenly, Hao was horrified. Standing up with a sound, he saw a dark red liquid flowing along the ship's surface, seeping out. Blood. On the boat's ship, there was a bit of blood that suddenly seeped out. He didn't notice it just now. He moved his hand over it, his entire hand becoming a dark red. It was extremely terrifying and sinister. He had never heard of it before. When others set out to sea, this type of thing had never even happened before. Everything going smoothly. Hao was horrified. What was going on? His mind trembled, developing a type of daring speculation. Could it be that he really arrived at the root of it all? The woman who folded the paper boat was actually in this sea. When he thought of this possibility, Hao's mind was greatly shaken. That woman was too mysterious, previously leaving him with an incomparably deep impression, to the extent where it even exceeded the Kuanpang itself when he was near the Kuanpang nest. It was something that was hard for him to forget. The black mist was boundless, the location of the Great Sea unclear. There were no sounds, only the underworld boat moving on its own. It was extremely strange. The Great Sea seemed like an endless world, as if there was no limit to be seen. However, there was not even the slightest bit of sound, to the extent where not even a splash was made. This place was like a sea of death, quiet to the point where it was a bit frightening. On the black bone ship that was less than a zhang in length, Hao's expression was serious. He stared at the blood on the boat's wall, and then looked into the lifeless sea. He wasn't that sure either, never asking others about this in detail. Now, he saw this type of situation while at sea. Was this normal? At the very least, blood flowing out of a black ship was completely abnormal. It should be something that others hadn't seen before. Is there something on me that made it produce some type of reaction? Hao said to himself. Otherwise, why was there this type of strange situation? He felt a bit uneasy. The underworld ship moved on its own, so was its destination still the Northern Sea forest? He wasn't sure. If something unexpected happened, it would definitely be extremely difficult to deal with in this boundless ocean region. What kind of smell is this? Even though I do smell a fishy smell, there is also a faint fragrance. That little golden ant on Hao's shoulder said, and then it jumped off. Hao was speechless. Why was the reaction of the vicious 10 descendant so different? He still carried worries inside, yet this fellow was actually this carefree. Why don't you give it a taste? Xianxia said in a bad mood. Even though the golden ant was less than an inch in length, it directly carried out a copper cauldron the size of a person. It possessed extraordinary abilities, normally able to store massive items. Refine a bit, he pointed out. A few drops of dark red liquid splashed out from the ship walls, landing in the copper cauldron. Great strength, immortal flames. Refine all evils. The little golden ant released a light cry, releasing a streak of golden light from its mouth. It turned into flames, burning its copper cauldron. Even though its body was small, the power of the flames that were spat out was extraordinary. The temperature here immediately rose fiercely, the void even warping, releasing pi-pa sounds. Immediately afterwards, that copper cauldron was burned red, moreover becoming transparent. This cauldron was extremely special. It was sparkling and translucent. Just now, it was still a bronze-green color, but now it became like colored glass, the interweaving patterns inside visible. Those were immortal ancient great Tao symbols. They formed the internal structure of this cauldron, the patterns complex and profound. Pooh! Soon afterwards, a wave of black flames surged from within the cauldron, the strong smell pungent, making one feel like vomiting. Xianxia and the little ant quickly backed up. There wasn't that much black smoke. Only, it possessed astonishing corrosive properties, making the surrounding mist all release chi-chi sounds. In addition, it carried terrifying energy. The moment it surged, the surrounding void unexpectedly cracked apart. Forget about Xianxia, even the little ant that was previously talking drivel was stupefied. So weird. Is this the ruined blood of a long life being after its blood was cursed? The little ant muttered. Xianxia was even more shocked than him. Just a bit of the blood that spilled out from the boat's walls, the few drops already possessed this level of power. It was clear that this was remnant poison. If it still had all of its characteristics from the past, what would it then be like? It truly was unimaginable, perhaps just a single drop able to wipe out the top-level figures of this world. In the cauldron, there was one droplet of blood that could still be considered red and glistening, containing a hint of spirituality. However, it lacked life aura, similarly carrying a faint fragrance. This was precious blood. It was definitely extremely precious, but after endless time passed, the essence flowing away, for it to still have this bit left was already not bad. However, even though this was the case, this drop of blood still carried terrifying strength. Xianxia stared at it. He saw stars moving one after another through it, these irregular scenes, events that had taken place in the past. Chaotic energy roiled, the great stars colliding in the cosmos, and then exploding. This left him deeply shocked. The little ant was extremely nervous. He also stared at the scenes in that drop of blood. Hong! After a great noise, they seemed to have heard a great roar, one that was full of despair. Then, a golden spear tore through the great cosmos. With a pu sound, a creature was pierced through. A string of blood shot into the air, scattering into the stellar dome. The blood was like a terrifying supreme being magical artifact, continuously blasting through giant stars. They were clearly just some droplets of blood, but they destroyed many ancient and giant stars, shattering all of them. Heavens, how powerful! Probably not that much weaker than my own dad, right? The little golden ant cried out in alarm. Xianxia's expression couldn't help but change, a chill running down his back. What level of battle was this? The instant a creature was struck down, the blood that was released scattered across the starry sky. Yet this already destroyed so many stars. This was just too shocking. A single drop of blood could destroy a starry sky, hacking down several hundred to over 1,000 extremely large stars. This was like a legend of legends, truly a bit frightening. This blood has already been diluted by who knows how many tens of thousands of times. Yet there are still these imprints left behind, containing the information of endless time past. It truly isn't simple, the little ant said. Xianxia hinted for him to taste this blood. He shook his head in an exaggerated manner and said, What blood is there that is more powerful than my extreme strength blood? Not even the heart blood of a true dragon is necessarily comparable. You have a point. Let me take a look then, see just how great the extreme strength blood is. I still never seen it before. Xianxia said with a smile. Get lost. Don't try to scheme against me. The little ant put on vigilant look. The atmosphere was clearly extremely tense and nervous. The boundless great sea lacking sound, like a place without life. But with their bickering, it eased the tension by quite a bit. Xianxia carefully studied this blood, but unfortunately, they didn't make any more discoveries. It gradually grew dim, becoming quiet again. Time flowed on, and then soon afterwards, 3 days passed. There was more and more mist in this ocean region, thick to the point where it wouldn't scatter. Eventually, even heavenly eyes lost their effects. They entered a demonic land, the ocean bottomless, unknown just how deep it was. However, giant bones appeared on the ocean surface from time to time, brought to the water surface. What kind of blasted place was this? It really was strange. According to what he had heard, there was definitely no place like this in the areas the underworld boats passed by. This wasn't a place the boat was supposed to bring them to. Semicircular bones appeared on the water surface. Upon closer inspection, that was a skull. It floated in the ocean region, incredibly large. This type of head is just too big, right? It could definitely support heaven and earth when it was still alive. The little ant released an exclaim of admiration. Xianxia's expression became grave. He felt as if he was following a tunnel of death that extended through the true 9 heavens and 10 earths, bringing him into the underworld. Otherwise, why would there be this type of terrifying scene? From time to time, giant arm bones and other things could be seen in the great sea, stretching into the clouds above the water surface. This was just too strange and sinister. One could imagine just how miserable the battle here was back then. Those who died were definitely world-shaking individuals. If any of them were still alive, it would definitely shake heaven and earth. They could feel the power of time here. There were so many powerful individuals, yet their ends were so lamentable, only a pile of withered bones in the great river of time. Xianxia couldn't help but wonder where he would be after millions and millions of years passed, if he would also become a pile of withered bones. What was it going to be like in the future? Right now, all different types of clues were foretelling that the future was inauspicious, that the order of the world was going to collapse. Foreign creatures were going to completely invade, and then the darkest of times were going to descend. When the next great era started, just how many people of their generation would be left? Would they all become the dust of history? Xianxia clearly remembered that in Immortal battlefield remains, there were ancient giants who crossed the river of time to kill him. There was a white-clad woman who defied the flow of time, taking action for his sake. Was that someone from the future, someone from a future great era? Would they have the chance to meet in the future? Or was it to say that she took action that time purely based on coincidence, something that was triggered incidentally? During the darkest times, when the most miserable times arrive, Xianxia had no idea what his own fate was going to be like. And suddenly, while he was thinking to himself, the boat shook intensely, and then they left this region. The sky and sea were one color, immediately becoming wide open. The skies were dark blue, connecting to the sapphire-like seawater, beautiful to the point of leaving one intoxicated. There were still layers upon layers of dark mists ahead, an aura of death surrounding this place, the water full of giant skeletal remains. However, this type of change suddenly took place immediately afterwards. The difference was too great, exceeding all of their expectations. What kind of place did we end up coming to? The little golden ant stuck out his head and looked around, feeling a bit stunned. The sea was like jade, the skies blue, water surface like crystals, spiritual essence seeping out from within. This was definitely not northern sea forest, different from that place of legends. Xianxia frowned, not in the mood to admire this type of peacefulness and beautiful scenery. This underworld boat that had blood flowing out from it was strange after all, bringing them to a mysterious place. He just couldn't figure out what was happening. What he experienced was completely different from everyone else. This time, the underworld boat moved extremely quickly. In less than an hour, Sherhao's group was brought into a mist-shrouded place. This place was quite shocking, different from everything they were used to seeing. A golden sun stuck to the water surface, releasing a pure and holy radiance. One could see a golden crow fast asleep inside the great sun. This was an ancient sun, refined from the corpse of an ancient golden crow who had warped and weaved between heaven and earth. There was no deathly energy, only blazing radiance and auspiciousness. Meanwhile, high up in the sky were many mountain peaks, but they were all inverted downwards. There were even more trees that seemed to grow in the sky, but the treetops pointed downwards, aimed at the dark blue seawater. Apart from this, the mountain ridge, dry land, and other things were all upside down, opposite of the things below. The sun was sticking to the ocean surface, far from the sky, the plants growing in reverse from the heavenly dome. There were a few fierce birds and beasts that roared out, similarly stepping on the skies, walking upside down. This was an upside-down world, completely opposite of this place. It was a strange world, a different region. This place was extremely bizarre, making one feel rather puzzled. The little golden ant reached out his neck, putting on a stupefied look. He looked around here, sizing up the world around him. What kind of place was this? It really was confusing. Hong! Suddenly, thunderous noises rumbled endlessly, simply about to blast apart one's soul. It was just this abrupt, appearing from thin air, absolutely shocking. It was too sudden, breaking the peacefulness of this place. The underworld boat moved slowly, mysteriously entering this region covered in thunderous noises. The water and sky merged into one color, blue light faint. There was a shocking scene in front of the tranquil sea surface. There was a whirlpool that was like a volcano that linked up the heavens above to the sea below. It was like an inverted ocean eye, but unfortunately, it didn't rotate all things, sucking them into the ocean floor, but was rather about to suck everything into the heavenly dome. The lightning radiance was endless, an ocean eye that was coiling with lightning. Perhaps it could be called a world eye. There was no sound before. Only when one entered this region would they suddenly hear the deafening noise that made one's primordial spirit unstable, as if it was going to collapse. The little ant held his head and couldn't help but scream out, his expression revealing a bit of pain. This place was too sinister. He almost couldn't hold on anymore. The space between Sherhao's brows also felt like splitting, as if there was a blade hacking at him, directly aiming at his primordial spirit, sharp and impossible to block. What is that? Sherhao endured the pain and strengthened his mind. He looked towards that vortex that connected the heavens above with the earth below. He looked carefully, discovering with shock that the power of time was too strong, fragments of time everywhere, spinning about there. The power of time. I have never seen such terrifying temporal power. The little ant had on an extremely miserable appearance. Once something touched upon time, then it would definitely be frightening, with shocking changes easily taking place. Even though the number of times this kind of thing happened since ancient times was limited, once this type of place was formed, it definitely had to be avoided. Right at this time, a frightening power was transmitted from the boundless vortex, drawing Sherhao and the heavenly horned ant closer, about to suck them in. No! The little ant screamed, revealing a face full of horror. Sherhao also felt his blood run cold, feeling like he was in incredible danger, the situation not looking good at all. I don't want to return to the past. This damn vortex is formed from the power of time. Once one falls inside, heaven knows what era it will be. I don't want to die. It was because based on the records left behind by his father, once one fell inside, if one's cultivation wasn't incredibly powerful, they might just die halfway or perhaps disappear, falling into reincarnation. Hong! That lightning was too terrifying, exploding by their sides, collapsing the void, blasting apart the world, the power incomparable. It was even more horrifying than heavenly tribulation. Every single streak of that lightning was like a stellar stream, descending from the innermost depths of heaven's dome, vast and boundless. They were so dazzling tears would fall from one's eyes when they looked at it. What kind of damn place is this? Why did we end up here? The little ant cried out. The feelers on its head moved about, its entire body shivering, heart even feeling cold. Sure how also felt his scalp go numb. They definitely couldn't approach that thing. It was already so frightening around it. Once they went inside, it would definitely wipe out their body and spirit. Even though Sure how had confidence when he came to this place, his instincts told him that even though his flesh was extremely powerful, his cultivation realm still wasn't high enough to face this. Once he was struck by lightning, he would most likely turn into a blast of bloody mist on the spot. Ah, no! The little ant cried out, struggling with everything it had, displaying the most powerful divine ability of its clan. The power could shake up heaven and earth, able to overturn the world. Only there was a type of domain that silently spread, instantly breaking apart their resistance. They couldn't withstand it. The void distorted, time flowing in reverse, time fragments blooming like flowers one after another, able to erase all power. Fortunately, when that lightning radiance hacked down, even though it was boundless and majestic, able to kill anyone, it didn't land on them. There seemed to be a mysterious wave of power pulling on them. The strong feeling of time, a feeling of great changes poured over like the tide, surging in front of them, spinning intensely. An immeasurable passage was formed, unknown where it headed. Hurry and think of something. Otherwise, we are all going to die. The little golden ant panicked. He still hadn't matured yet, so now that he experienced such heaven-shocking developments immediately after birth, he was already starting to lose his mind. Chi! Sure how raised his left hand, several dozen golden divine chains reaching out from his palm. They were like spider silk, shooting into the distance, about to wrap around a shoal rock. This was Willow Deity's method, only, unfortunately, it couldn't display its effects here. The entire world seemed to be crushing down, making the golden chains turn dim, moreover shattering that shoal rock. Let me out! The little ant screamed, continuously brandishing its fists, using its clan's extreme strength precious technique, wishing to break free of the restrictions and shatter everything. Pooh! It suffered a backlash, opening its mouth and spitting out blood. Lightning radiance suddenly appeared, not hacking down on the underworld boat, but there was a frightening aura that swept over. As if the world was being destroyed, universe collapsed, all life extinguishing. Break apart! Sure how shouted, using his own divine ability, displaying the Reincarnation precious technique. There were time fragments inside, touching upon temporal power. However, it was better to have not used this power. Once it was activated, they flew even faster, a wave of terrifying secret force pulling at them and the underworld boat. They began to fly towards the sky-connecting vortex with extreme speed. What exactly is going on? Others go straight to northern sea forest when they are on the underworld boat. Why are we this unlucky? The little golden ant screamed miserably. Sure how was also reflecting over everything that just happened. There wasn't anything that was really unexpected, so why did they encounter this type of misfortune? Could it be that it is because you are the heir of the heavenly horned ant, and that's why some type of natural laws were stirred, which is why we were imprisoned, about to be dragged into the passage of time? Sure how made this type of speculation. What does it have to do with me? I never heard of natural laws acting differently towards different bloodlines. There is definitely some type of forbidden object that triggered this passage of time. The little golden ant screamed out. Sure how frowned. He actually had this type of speculation as well, but could some type of artifact really produce such a frightening scene? After carefully thinking about this, he really did have quite a few forbidden objects on him. It was hard to say which item it was exactly that might have produced this type of effect. Who? The ocean roared, great waves striking the heavens. This type of giant wave could crush great mountains, directly scatter the clouds in the sky. It was just too horrifying. Of course, it still wasn't enough to reach those mountains' peaks, plants, and rest of the great world that hung down from the sky. Only, the blazing sun formed from the ancient golden crow on the water surface was submerged, fragmented golden multicolored light emerging from the water that splashed out. It was still extremely brilliant. Hurry up! I can't hold on anymore. Even though the little ant was small, his primordial spirit strength was astonishing. However, right now there was blood flowing out from the space between his brows. The closer they got to the passage of time, the more powerful the pressure was, as if a blade of time was about to cut down on their primordial spirits. Xianxia was starting to panic as well, because they were just too close, about to enter that heaven-reaching passage of time. If they really fell inside, only heaven knew where they would end up falling into. Hong! Thunderous light erupted. He first put on the Lightning Emperor's armor, the tattered armor starting to shine. Even though there were holes all over it, rust stains covering its surface. Right now, lightning radiance surged, as if an ancient immortal revived, incredibly berserk, releasing undying immortal light. What kind of demonic armor did you end up bringing? Was it this thing that caused this? The little ant struggled, feeling that things were extremely dangerous. If this ended up guiding down all of the lightning radiance from above, they would definitely be blasted into charred coke by the electricity. This type of lighting far exceeded the Void Dao realm. Even supreme beings most likely cooked through if they came, impossible to defend against. However, after the Lightning Emperor armor shone for a short period of time, it became quiet again. It didn't really react with the passage of time. Chi. Then Xianxia produced the true primordial record, holding the 10,000 spirit diagram in his hands. The sparkling white bone was extremely gentle. Even though it was unordinary right now, it didn't resonate with the irregular scene here. Chong. Finally, Xianxia produced a sword core. At first, it was dull and without light, ordinary looking, but after being bathed in the radiance of the lightning, it actually began to release zhang sounds, about to tear through the sky. Resplendent sword radiance was released, tearing apart the heavenly dome. The everlasting immortal sword was completely suffused with killing energy, surging with killing energy. It was never as bloodthirsty as it was right now, full of murderous intent, simply as if it was going to unleash a massacre in this world. Hong! Sword radiance reached into outer space, what was released already not pure sword energy, but more like a great mountain that supported heaven and earth. Towered above, crushing the heavens. Xianxia was stunned, and then his body became ice-cold. He never thought this sword's murderous intent would be so heavy, actually this frightening. Was it stimulated by the surrounding power? A wave of bloody mist immediately scattered, surrounding the ocean dome. In that instant, Xianxia's nose felt extremely itchy, because he caught a whiff of a bloody smell. It was all produced by the sword core, as if it was going to wipe out all creatures in the present world. It was too strange, too frightening. Right now, he really wanted to throw away this sword core. The difference from how it was in the past was actually this great. The rain of light the sword core released was still brilliant, as if it was ascending to immortality, but 3 feet outside the range of this sword core, precisely outside of where Xianxia was, there was a scarlet redness everywhere, a bloody smell filling this place. What kind of sword is this? Why is it this sinister? The little ant was both shocked and fearful, feeling a bit stunned. Why were all the things this fella carried so strange? The sword core was inauspicious, clearly withstanding the secret force of this place. Even if it was time it was facing, it would still hack through it, vicious light overflowing into the heavens. However, it still stabilized itself in the end, because the fragments of time and lightning didn't resonate with it. Both sides didn't interact, no longer opposing each other. This still isn't it. Is it really something I am carrying? Xianxia felt quite helpless. He then took out a dragon scale that was a foot in length. It carried the power of dragons, something that he obtained from pursuing the inauspicious and ominous back then from the blood-dyed black ancient boat in the void. Draconic energy. The little golden ant's eyes narrowed, feeling shocked inside. It still wasn't this item, unable to calm the power of time. In that instant, all types of scattered artifacts appeared in Xianxia's surroundings. He removed everything he had, forming a large pile. However, it was already too late. A wave of powerful force pulled at them, smashing towards that passage with unstoppable momentum. Lightning hacked, time circling about. This passage made one's soul tremble before they even truly made contact with it. making them feel a wave of chilliness. Time circulated about. It was as if should they be caught within, tens of millions of years might pass in the blink of an eye. That was a gate of time. Once one fell inside, it was unknown just where and when they would end up. No one could explain for sure why this type of gate opened, because since the ancient times, there were only a few examples, all of them becoming unexplainable mysteries. Meanwhile now, Xianxia was perfectly experiencing this, about to truly witness the so-called unsolvable mystery throughout all ages. Wah no, I don't want to die. I still haven't grown up, still didn't get married. I still didn't leave behind an unmatched bloodline for my clan. Don't take me away. The heavenly horned ant race cannot be wiped out. The little golden ant cried out, its hands and feet struggling about, frantically resisting, completely going crazy. Xianxia was also frightened. Heaven knew what kind of place they were going to. If they really ended up going to an uncivilized generation, or entered the last great era, then it truly would be lamentable. All connection with this great era would be severed. At this moment, Xianxia's mood was complex. He thought of many things. Just how was this passage even formed? Was it man-made, or was it something created naturally by this world? If it was man-made, then just how frightening of power was this? How many people could have this much power? If it was created by heaven and earth, then what kind of conditions were required for it to take form? A man and ant screamed at the same time, because their bodies flew towards that screen of light, about to make contact with the lightning and power of time, enter that passage. Pong! Heaven and earth shook, roaring seas reaching into the skies. At this moment, light devoured everything, nothing visible any longer. There were only waves, only time swirling about, covered by the power of time. Astonishing changes took place here. The passage split apart, lightning separating in the middle, not striking the two of them. Xianxia and the little ant fell directly into the passage. In that instant they felt the corrosion of time. Their bodies felt as if they aged several tens of thousands of years, their entire body feeling exhausted and heavy, covered in a layer of brilliance. I don't want to die from old age. Since we came, then hurry up and continue. Bring us out. The little ant screamed. Xianxia was also resisting this force, but he felt like a speck that fell into a boundless sea. His individual power was just too insignificant, many giant stars moving about in his surroundings. No! The two of them shouted out at the same time. Dong! A muffled noise sounded, and then a streak of eternal light followed, making everything turn in reverse. They felt as if they were becoming younger, things changing in a good direction. At the same time, Xianxia widened his eyes with shock. He saw several small paper boats, not too close but not too far. All of them dyed in blood, words written on them, floating along this passage of time. I am the only one left. It was still those familiar words as well as the same paper boats. Kacha! A world-shocking streak of lightning hacked down, accompanied by the most dazzling light. A figure appeared in the distance, and the corners of clothes fluttered about, magnificent style unmatched. She was getting closer. Not close, but not that far, a creature appeared. Her magnificent style was unmatched. She entered this place, gracefully approaching this passage formed from time, quickly arriving. That type of bearing was truly moving, difficult for one to forget their entire lives. What was an ascended immortal? In Xianxia's eyes, this was precisely it. This woman's long dress fluttered about, moving through the air, fine black hair fluttering about, her entire being carrying a type of aloof immortal feeling, as if she stood above the realm of mortals. She was indescribably otherworldly, not belonging to this secular world, carrying a type of elegant aura. As her white clothes fluttered about, it was as if she was going to transcend above, enter the 9 heavens above. At first, she looked like a solitary true immortal, but she also looked like a spirit of the forest, untainted by the realm of mortals. However, when she got a bit closer, both Xianxia and the little ant became shocked. This was a woman. When her eyes moved over, it was as if they experienced a reincarnation, deep and extraordinary. There was a type of sharpness within, not like gentle beautiful pearls. She had a type of restrained domineeringness, a type of generation-suppressing style. In that instant, the little ant's heart began to beat quickly. He couldn't help but tremble, almost crying out. Why was there this kind of woman here? She could actually crush heaven and earth with a raise of her hand, possessing a type of exceptional unmatched style, able to overlook the long river of endless time. This was an extremely contradictory temperament. When she was calm, she looked aloof like a fairy. But when her clothes fluttered about, body quickly approaching, there was a mountain and river devouring might, able to overlook the matchless experts from past to now. This woman, how could she be this strong? Even though I never saw her take action, I know that her methods are definitely heaven-reaching. Don't tell me this passage of time was something she cooked up? The little golden ant's voice was trembling. His entire body couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit and flesh instinctively made him feel fearful towards her. In reality, this could still be considered a good thing. If it were another creature who didn't have the heavenly horned ant race's extreme strength blood, they definitely would have long collapsed on the ground, kowtowing towards this woman in worship. Moreover, right at this time, Sure How and the little ant saw something that left them shocked, feeling as if they were looking at an illusion. It was because they could vaguely hear a type of sacrificial voice, even more so a type of sound of worship, as if all life in this world were chanting the name of an empress. Was it the woman before their eyes? It was an empress. Even though there was endless time separating them, difficult to determine just how much time had passed, those from her time still remembered her, the sounds vaguely transmitting over. According to Immortal ancient secret annals, there was a rumor that wasn't confirmed, but when one had unmatched accomplishments, saved the creatures of an entire heaven and earth, during that existence's life or death, there would be this type of incessant sacrificial sound. Moreover, even if there was space separating them, endless time between them, even if her corpse had fallen into the depths of the cosmos, this type of voice would still link up to her, sensing where her corpse is. Just what exactly did this woman do? Who was she? Could it be that she relied on her own strength to save the world, and that was why there was this type of endless time sacrificial voice around her? Wasn't it said that this was a type of reverence for the departed? However, she was clearly still alive. Empress. Sure How and the little golden ant heard countless people offering sacrifice. This was an empress, a great empress who used to be magnificent and exceptional. She's coming. Is this the passage of light she created? If this truly was the case, then it was simply unimaginable. Just what kind of heaven-shocking might was this? With the endless river of time separating them, a broken expanse of void between them, this was already a legend of legends. From past until now, just how many people could do this? Meanwhile, if one forcefully condensed a passage, making the past, present, and future one path, that would simply be unimaginable. Moreover, to be more precise, it was completely unrealistic. It was because there were people from the past who had deduced that this was impossible. If one tried to do this, unless there was a great collapse, everything going in reverse, absolute annihilation taking place, it couldn't be carried out. If one did things like that, then all walks of life would end up in chaos, the heavens completely wiped out. In theory, this couldn't be done. However, how did this white-clothed empress do this? Was it truly her methods being so heaven-defying that she could forcefully condense this type of passage? Or was it to say that it was a mix of coincidence and opportunity? She discovered a hole in heaven and earth, and then forcefully rushed over 9 deaths 1 life? Hong! The heavens collapsed and earth ruptured. Ghosts wept and deities howled. When the white-clothed empress approached, all types of heaven and earth irregular scenes appeared, truly shocking. Scenes of her killing powerful individuals appeared, a rain of blood scattering down. There were gods and devils that fell, corpses everywhere. The little golden ant was frightened badly. Just now, it felt like this woman was like a fairy, like a solitary immortal. Yet now, not only did it see her fierceness, it also saw her killing methods. Gotcha! Right at this time, the passage of time became unstable, about to split apart, unable to exist for a long time in this world. Not good. We are going to be finished. The little ant's expression changed. Once the passage of time ruptured, they would become scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Not even the primordial spirit could be saved, forever erased for all of eternity. She, the white-clad woman, took action, pointing out with her finger. Ascension immortal light pervaded the air, about to lock down this passage. It's her. Finally, when the woman took action, Sherhow's suspicions reached a critical point. Then, he immediately realized something, recognizing this person. White-clothed Empress. This person had previously saved him in Immortal battlefield. 3 years ago, in those ruins, there was previously a giant from endless time ago who took action on the lower reaches of the great river of time. Back then, Sherhow was in imminent danger, about to die at any time, but right at that moment, there was a white-clad beauty who was powerful and exceptional that suddenly appeared, domineeringly forcing back the terrifying creature from the upper reaches. Even though Sherhow had his suspicions just now, he didn't dare fully believe it all this time. Only now, when the other party took action, did he truly understand. That type of forcefulness, that type of power, the feeling of being the sole sovereign was something he had only seen once before in his entire life. The void caved in, the passage still unstable. Time hacked down, blades carrying the power of time, about to eliminate Sherhow and the little ant. At this critical juncture, several black-colored little paper boats dyed in blood gently floated over, arriving by the two individual sides amidst the chaotic stream. Then, there were bright bloody specks that appeared, directly suppressing this place. In that instant, time froze, the void becoming still, locking down everything. It was just a few small paper boats, yet they neutralized the dangerous situation, rescuing Sherhow and the little ant. They subdued the world, protecting this passage. Truly was boundless divine force, exceptional and incomparable. Now they finally saw her. When the hazy immortal mist scattered, her face was still blurry. A magical artifact that was in the form of an immortal sword turned into a mask, turned into a ring, changed into a demonic pot, continuously transforming before her. Then, a bronze mask appeared on her face. That magical artifact seemed to carry life, attaching to her face, giving off a type of incomparably mysterious aura. In the end, he still didn't see her true face. The bronze face mask was extremely strange, carrying tears, but also a smile, the two interweaving, truly eye-catching, making one's heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. The woman who folded those paper boats was her. Sherhow was stunned, and then he was greatly shocked, heaven overflowing waves surging. Next to that Kuan-Pung nest was a gate of light, small paper boats continuously floating out from that place. Were they folded by her? His mind was in complete chaos. What was going on? The one who took action in the great river of time was also her. This made Sherhow feel as if he was losing a sense of time. What exactly happened in the past? Immortal ancient secret annals recorded inconceivable mysteries. Perhaps there is someone who could do it, using the sacrificial chance of all life to protect the true body or corpse, and then undergoing reincarnation. Mind and corpse separate, most likely wandering through the great emptiness, ancient times full of chaos. It was as if the little ant was dreaming, speaking these words of nonsense. He felt like he was witnessing the things his father didn't write about in too much detail, seeing some things that might have existed previously only in theory. You wanted to see the two of us? Sherhow asked with a trembling voice. He really was a bit confused. Why did this type of thing happen? However, he vaguely knew that perhaps there really was some type of connection between this woman and himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have came to save him. Or maybe it was just a coincidence. To meet 2 times in a row, this was definitely not normal. It couldn't be described as a coincidence anymore. The woman didn't say anything, those beautiful and spiritual eyes becoming deep. They were slowly shrouded by immortal mist, eventually not even the ice-cold bronze face mask visible. For some reason, Sherhow felt as if he could sense her mood. It was disappointment. You got the wrong person, right? Perhaps what you are looking for is something I am carrying. These things on me, Sherhow said. I was not guided to the correct time. The white-clothed empress spoke, her voice like the sounds of nature, but it still made one's mind tremble. It was because she carried a type of tremendous regret. Right at this time, all of the items in Xiao's surroundings moved up, but then they all moved back. Finally, a drop of blood appeared from his body. Lightning sounds rumbling within, shouts of war shocking the 9 heavens. Xiao was stunned. He had thought of everything, only overlooking this drop of blood. Back then, there was a cauldron that was swirling with all life source energy. 9-colored immortal gold light covering it. It didn't belong to the past, didn't belong to the present. It had previously sought out Xiao, leaving behind a drop of blood. He carried this droplet with him. It was precisely this drop. The golden little ant almost screamed out. Turns out the reason why they ended up in this passage was because of the drop of blood Xiao was carrying. "You are looking for this drop of blood?" Xiao asked. The white-clothed woman's fine black hair fell down like a waterfall. As they moved about, there were stars within the strands of hair, as if she was standing in an ancient cosmos, and she was the sole ruler. The correct person, the correct destination, but met at the wrong time. She spoke, her voice carrying a sigh, as well as a loneliness of endless time. Xiao almost cried out in alarm. She was actually looking for him. This truly was incomprehensible. What exactly was she trying to do? "I am standing right here. If you have something to say, please speak," Xiao said. "It is useless even if I tell you. You are still not you. The wrong time will wipe out everything. In the end, you will still be sent back to the origin. The white-clothed empress should be someone a few words, but right now, she said a lot. Why, the difference between us is merely a single step. What is there you cannot talk about? What is there that cannot be understood?" Xiao shouted loudly, not believing her. "The two of us seem to be a step apart, but if you want to take that step, you might need to cross a great era. Have you properly prepared yourself?" the empress asked. "What did you say?" Xiao couldn't help but cry out. "One step, one great era. Can you take that step over? The current you, is that something you can do? In the end, everything will be erased. No traces remaining. Unable to recall anything," the white-clothed empress said. Then, she didn't say anything else, raising her foot. "One step, one great era." This type of saying frightened the little golden ant badly. He felt more and more like some things his father recorded were trustworthy. One step, one great era. Just how shocking was this? Forget about actually doing it. Just this type of boldness alone was already enough to put one in a daze. Regardless of whether it was Xiao or the little ant, they were both shocked, stupefied and distracted, a bit speechless. "Isn't it just one step? I'll take the step right now." When Xiao snapped back, he said this to himself, taking a step out to walk forward. However, at this moment, stars moved and time surged, his body almost broken apart. If not for the paper ship that appeared at his side, releasing specks of radiance, he would have definitely cracked apart. This left him shocked. How could a single step of distance be this frightening? Then, he raised his head and looked about, discovering that the white-clad woman was becoming more and more indistinct, going further and further away. There was a starry sky separating them, endless years between them, separated by an entire great era. These weren't just exaggerated words. Right now, he was sure that the distance between the two of them was too great. This made his fine hairs stand on end. One step, a great era. How did that woman arrive here and meet with him? Just how astonishing skills did she have? It was world-shattering, completely unheard of. However, what was she trying to accomplish by seeking him out? Xiao thought back to that cauldron again. It also seemed to be there for a similar purpose, as if trying to get him to join the battle, requesting for his help. When he thought of this, his fine hairs all stood on end. Just how miserable of an intense battle was this? Even the white-clothed empress needed to ask for reinforcements? Just what kind of enemies were going to invade in that world? Xiao felt a chill run through him, his mind starting to become a bit cold. In that instant, he thought back to the present world. It was said that the darkest of eras was about to descend, surpassing the past. What they had to face here was going to be truly terrifying, Where did he have the time to worry about other things? Shao's mood was heavy. Perhaps they had to fight until a world collapsed. Moreover, that white-clad Empress world seemed to similarly be a dismal one. Was this a battle that involved the heavens? Or was it a war that involved all different great eras? Who exactly was it? Was the enemy really that frightening? He felt like he was going to suffocate, his soul trembling. He suddenly discovered that the responsibilities he shouldered were too many, the pressure great to the point where it was difficult for him to breathe. All of these things rushed over like a tide, submerging Xiao underneath, making him feel like it was hard to breathe, as if his life was going to come to an end. He had never experienced something like this before. Xiao wished to rise up, become stronger. Otherwise, regardless of whether it was the present or future, there would be trouble and enemies he would have a hard time facing. If he was even a bit weaker, then that would be a bloody tragedy. He had a type of feeling that the future might bring him a lot of pain. He had to change, reverse all of the suffering and grief. He had to do this. He thought back to that scene many years later. He was all alone, standing at the peak of the divine Tao alone. The entire world was eradicated, the scorched black willow tree behind him dead. That was a corner of the future he saw when he was still in the 3,000 provinces. All of his old friends were no longer in existence. He alone was the only one left. He found this hard to accept, impossible to endure. Also, last time when the white-clothed Empress took action, she had also said that his future would be full of bitterness, that he had to face the endless years alone. Otherwise, the enemies would have their way. At worst, everything would collapse, be destroyed, wither up, only he alone gazing into the limits of the world. All of his loved ones, friends, old acquaintances, would be buried in unseeable grief. Change! Xiao shouted out. He woke up, discovering that just now, his entire body had been covered in cold sweat, his face pale. This was a great mental shock, a sense of urgency that came from the threat of having his life flame go out. He really wanted to immediately achieve the Tao, become unmatched under the heavens. Arbitrate over endless time. This was going to be one of the world's greatest sadness, and also his own misery, but he had no idea. Right now, he could only walk forward, quickly become strong, and then reverse everything. Then he heard a few voices. His mind trembled greatly. The Empress was talking to him, only the other party was getting further and further away. What? How could it be like this? He screamed out. It is a pity. The time is incorrect. In the end, all traces will be erased. After a sigh, the white-clothed woman became indistinct, the passage becoming unstable at the same time. Pong! Immediately afterwards, Xiao felt as if the world was going to collapse. Then there was a gotcha sound. He heard the sound of something cracking. A crack appeared on the bronze mask the white-clothed woman was wearing, about to break in half. What was going on? At the same time, he saw a streak of immortal light rush over from that cracked mask. It made contact with his body, leaving him greatly shaken. Then he saw immortal mists move about. That white-clothed woman staggered backwards, and then that bronze mask split in half, then fell from the night sky. Hong! The world was greatly shaken. Both him and that little ant flew out, separating from the passage of time. In that final instant, he only saw the Empress back up, her mask split apart, falling off. There was a drop of blood that trickled down, and then everything disappeared. She paid the price. Right now, Xiao wanted to cry out, wishing to engrave the imprint that made contact with his mind, not wanting to forget it. However, as the passage of time withdrew, there was a mysterious power that surged. It was as if there was a formless blade in the void, this blade hacking down on him ruthlessly. Xiao struggled about, wishing to oppose and stop this, but all of his efforts failed. A few things in his mind disappeared. Erased. There were no traces left. Ah no! What did I forget? Xiao roared out. In the final moments, that Empress should have said something to him, told him a few things, but now it was just like what she had said, everything ultimately disappearing without a trace. It was to the extent where even the Empress figure was about to fade from his mind. This touched upon an irreversible natural law power. The sea and sky were of one color, a dark blue. The ocean surface was calm like a mirror, blue and deep, reflecting sparkling radiance. No disturbances at all. It stretched for as far as the eye could see, extremely strange and beautiful. After who knew how much time had passed, Xianxia woke up. He exchanged a look with the little golden ant, wishing to recall something, but he felt a great headache, his primordial spirit feeling like it was going to split. We met a white-clothed woman, but what did she tell me? Xianxia asked. Right, we met a terrifying immortal, one who was likely not weaker than father. What did she tell you? The little ant was a bit distressed. It felt like it had its spiritual awareness sealed just now, unable to perceive anything during that time, unable to remember what happened. Xianxia became silent. What information did that empress pass on to him in the end? It seems to be the right location, right person, but wrong time. The little ant cried out. Right, I also remember this much. What else? Xianxia couldn't recall the other things, but he still had some faint impressions. A bronze mask split in half, and then a streak of immortal light flew over. He sat on the ground, observing his own body, examining every inch of his body, including his primordial spirit, wishing to completely see through himself. However, he was disappointed, still not finding anything. This is extremely important for me. Why can't I recall it? Xianxia grabbed his own head, releasing a low roar. You'll remember it one day, of course, on the premise that you obtain unmatched strength. As long as you are strong enough, then there's nothing you can't do. The little ant said. There is definitely an extremely important piece of information that is related to the life and death of the future. However, I just can't remember it. Xianxia muttered to himself. In the end, his voice fell, saying, This day was different. I have to remember this day. When I am powerful enough, I am going to revisit this. The immortal light that flew out from the cracked bronze mask is definitely extremely important for me. Perhaps it is a warning. Maybe an imperishable imprint. The black bone ship continued moving, bringing them out from this dark blue ocean region and into the sea of death shrouded in black mist. They saw many giant skeletal remains. Those skulls, arm bones, and other things were exposed above the sea surface, underworld aura extremely strong. Even though their experience just now was brief, Xianxia still felt like it was related to too much, perhaps affecting him for his entire life. It would definitely trigger something extremely important in the future. However, he had to continue on his way. This ocean region left behind an unerasable imprint in his mind. One day, I will understand everything, Xianxia said to himself. He wasn't going to think about this anymore. They went on their way. The black ship moved along, carrying the golden little ant and himself towards the ocean depths. This time, there were no unforeseen changes. Eventually, the black mist became thinner and thinner, the ocean surface returning to normal. There were no bones, no deathly energy, only boundless green waves. Giant beasts occasionally moved about, revealing an ocean region thriving with life. Northern sea forest, they had arrived. The ocean was extremely vast, but this stone forest was similarly shocking. When one looked forward, they would see stone pillars inserted into the sea one after another, exposed above the water, extremely giant. They were arranged together, forming an incredibly magnificent scene. Instead of calling them giant rocks, it was better to call them mountains because they were just too large. However, they weren't in the shape of mountains, all of them irregular rocks. Some of them towered like pillars, some like swords aimed at the sky, some winding about like a snail, laying in the ocean. Every single rock was extremely large, and that was why they could be seen above the ocean surface. This was Northern Sea Forest. It faced the multicolored light of morning, dyed in a layer of faint golden brilliance, extremely divine and auspicious, curling with mist and immortal energy. This place was extremely vast, not cold and cheerless at all. It was because in the depths of the stone forest, there was a giant city that had long been established, moreover not just one. It was a place bustling with activity. Northern Sea Stone Forest occupied a large amount of space. There were giant rocks that stretched out continuously here, powerful cultivators previously refining them into something like a continent. Hong! Not far out, a mountain peak was surrounded by lightning, sounds ringing out continuously. All types of symbols flickered about in that place. That was a transcending peak, on it great Tao imprints left by those of the past. They could allow one to comprehend the Tao, on the premise that they could climb to the highest point. Who? Solar flame essence surged, the golden crow releasing a cry. On a giant pillar that towered into the clouds even further away, fiery light overflowed. One could vaguely make out a golden crow spreading its wings. That was the corpse of an ancient golden crow. It could turn into a sun, but it rested on an extreme peak, making that place a small forbidden area, normal people unable to approach. Is that an extreme peak? The divine peak where supreme beings of past generations left their imprints. Hao said to himself. There was no lack of this type of extreme peaks in the stone forest. Meanwhile, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, and the others had successfully left their names precisely on this well-known extreme peak, and that was why they enjoyed such fame. There were some peaks that hadn't been ascended for several tens of thousands of years, to the extent where there were some no one had ever ascended. Is the imperishable scripture here? The little ant's eyes shone brilliantly. They arrived at their destination. The heavenly horned ant's mind was burning with passion, always wanting to obtain the imperishable scripture, cultivate an imperishable body, recreate his father's unmatched glory. Moreover, from the words his father left him, the true scripture still hadn't appeared yet, only those with karma able to obtain it. I want to surpass my father, become the most powerful heavenly horned ant in all of history. The little golden ant spoke of its great spirations. The stone forest stretched out unendingly. This place replaced the sea, becoming a bizarre secret world. Hao tried to fly towards an extreme peak. It was extremely hot, a golden crow corpse resting at the peak. Unknown just how many tens of thousands of years it had been since someone last ascended it. The pressure is so great. Hao revealed a look of shock. At first, he had thought that the rumors were too exaggerated, but now he felt that it really was like this. Chi! A streak of fire essence flew over, turning into a golden line, directly burning down the void. It was even more powerful than magical artifacts of the Void Tao realm. Hao avoided it. He frowned, and then climbed upwards. He wanted to try and climb the extreme peak to take a look, see just what was so special about it. Heavenly fire descended, fiery light filling the sky. Raging flames burned the heavens, making the temperature of this ocean region rise rapidly as well. From the distance, boundless golden rainbows could be seen. This place was extremely resplendent. On the extreme peak, an ancient golden crow was shining and burning, releasing the greatest power. I'm going to die from the heat, the little golden ant cried out strangely. Rise! Hao released a light shout. He resisted the pressure, his hands forming imprints, pushing aside the fiery light, opening up a path to the top. Who? Great winds rose, carrying an expanse of raging flames as they swept upwards. The void immediately distorted and then collapsed. The temperature of the raging flames was just too great, melting heaven and earth. Hao moved his sleeves, using the world within the sleeve divine ability. This wasn't a precious technique that he learned, but rather a spatial Tao method he imitated on his own after his own Tao forged ahead, his understanding of the world growing more profound. Of course, there was still a difference between this and that world-shocking divine ability. With a Hong sound, the great flames were sucked into his robe's sleeves, about to be refined. However, this blaze continued unendingly, unexpectedly still burning, igniting a corner of his sleeves. Truly hard to deal with, Hao shivered inwardly. This flame was so powerful he actually couldn't refine it. Extinguish! Hao released a light shout. A large hand turned, grabbing out fiercely, imprisoning all of the flames into his hand, and then he closed his giant fingers. Pooh! This time, the golden streams scattered in all directions, the flames finally wiped out. This was the result of brute force. However, this seemed to have angered some type of natural order above. Fiery light overflowed, golden divine chains interweaving, and then shooting downwards, crashing down on the mountain. Xianxia really was shocked. It was this difficult, just a random extreme peak already stopping him. This truly was astonishing, no wonder they were called extreme peaks. He quickly evaded, his body like a ghost, leaving behind streak after streak of afterimages. As a result, the original place he was at was pierced. Black holes appeared one after another in the void, all of them blasted open by the chains of order. The fiery light scattered, turning into blasts one after another, arranging themselves like underworld flames. They filled the void, surrounding Xianxia. Xianxia finally understood why Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, and Lan Xian shocked immeasurable heaven after they each left their names on a well-known extreme peak. This type of mountain peak really wasn't easy to climb. Forget about other young supreme beings, it was extremely strenuous even for someone like him, needing to avoid the attacks. If it was another Void Dao realm expert, they would have likely been wiped out. Chi! Blast after blast of golden fiery light shone like suns, arranging themselves and chasing after Xianxia. This type of thing was formed by the symbols and natural laws of a supreme being level figure after its death. It was extremely frightening. Of course, when different people climbed the peaks, the attacks they encountered would also be different. This was where the beauty of the extreme peaks laid. In the past, it had previously been known as a place of self-tempering, because all extreme peaks had strange formations. Regardless of how powerful the people that entered were, as long as they entered the stone forest and began to ascend the peaks, they would definitely encounter powerful attacks comparable to their own cultivation realms. Of course, the so-called matching wasn't necessarily at the same cultivation realm, possibly even more fierce. That was why even if older generation figures were here, they still had to be careful, couldn't recklessly advance. Fiery light overflowed, thousands to tens of thousands of small suns smashing down, forming a stream, burning Xianxia. Get lost! Xianxia roared. He was stopped halfway up the mountain, unable to avoid them at all. There were too many spheres of light, the small suns just too concentrated. He had no choice but to break through. Dong! Xianxia formed a fist imprint, reaching out his arms. He brandished his fist domineeringly, and then smashed it heavily into these blasts of flames. Whew! When the first blast of flames broke apart, remnant golden flames flew everywhere like fireworks, extremely dazzling, and also extremely terrifying. This only drew even more ferocious attacks from the other blasts of flames. Hong! Xianxia smashed out fist after fist. Whenever a small golden sun exploded, this heaven and earth would tremble intensely, erupting with heaven-rushing divine flames. Soon afterwards, irregular scenes appeared here, heavenly flames wreaking havoc, burning the heavens. One could see this scene from several hundred li away. This region was too resplendent, as if there were stars exploding continuously, shocking everyone in the distant giant cities. There is someone attempting an extreme peak. Heavens! How savage! This is directly facing it head-on. Is he tired of living? Who is it acting this domineeringly, directly facing it head-on? Rushing up just like that? Cries of alarm sounded. Moreover, there were large amounts of shadows that flew over, all of them extremely curious. What kind of monster was this actually daring to face it head-on like this? An hour later, Xianxia stopped. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Unknown just how many tens of thousands of fists he smashed out in a single breath, or if it was over 100,000 fists. All of the little golden suns were blasted apart. When he raised his head, there were many people all around him, covering this place densely. All of them were standing in midair, stupefied, looking like they were staring at a ghost, watching him with dumbstruck expressions. So troublesome. This mountain peak was actually this hard to climb, Xianxia said to himself. However, in everyone's ears, it was no different from a joke. Who was this person? One had to understand that unless one cultivated exceptional divine abilities, ranking top 10 among those of this generation, there was no chance of ascending this peak. In many people's eyes, This extreme peak was insurmountable, a divine land that couldn't be blasphemed against. It was because it couldn't be ascended at all. However, this youth was actually this frivolous. It seemed like he could ascend this mountain as long as he used a bit of effort. "Who is this person?" someone said quietly. It was because he was just too shocked by Hao's absent-minded words. "Hurry and go up. I'm gonna die from the heat. Sweat already pouring down like rain. Stop wasting time." A voice that didn't really seem to match the figure urged, once again leaving everyone shocked. That was naturally the little ant. He really couldn't sit still anymore. Heat roiled all around him, extremely difficult to endure. Hao didn't pay him any attention. He was evaluating the surroundings, discovering that normal exceptional young experts couldn't ascend this peak. One really needed to cultivate 3 strands of immortal energy, or reach the very peak in the present world methods in Sacred Academy. "Let's go." He moved again, turning into a streak of flowing light. This time, he continuously smashed out fists, facing the natural laws that descended head-on. Eventually, the entire extreme peak was shaking, collapsing. Divine flames rushed out from that ancient golden crow's corpse, crashing down like a waterfall from the mountain peak. Hao released a great roar. He used his greatest strength, smashing his fists upwards again and again, going against the waterfall of flames. Even though sweat poured down like rain, the process straining and exhausting, he finally made his way up. He succeeded. Someone successfully ascended Golden Crow Peak. Someone shouted loudly. It had already been 50,000 years since someone last ascended it. They never expected someone to succeed again after all this time, standing at the very top again. All of the fiery light became completely restrained as soon as they arrived, all of it disappearing inside that enormous and resplendent golden corpse. An ancient golden crow rested there, vivid and lifelike, feathers all golden, standing there unmovingly. Soon afterwards, Hao gained a type of realization. A scripture sounded, allowing him to gain insights. It was as if he was anointed with enlightenment. He immediately sat down. There were benefits for climbing this peak after all. Fire Tao scriptures sounded, the entire extreme peak full of spiritual essence. Many people below were shocked, all of them sitting down to listen to the scriptures at the bottom of the mountain. An ancient and aged voice sounded in Hao's mind. That old golden crow had left behind imprints, someone who was previously an exceptional supreme being. He didn't talk about precious techniques, nor did he speak of divine abilities, only talking about the wondrous uses of various cultivation realms. They were all the deepest insights of the strong. In addition, this wasn't something that was directly taught, but rather something that was enlightening, having Hao think himself first, and then offering guidance. The voice didn't want others to follow his own path. An hour later, the scripture sounds ended. Hao opened his eyes, discovering with shock that he made progress with his Tao, actually becoming a bit greater. This really was frightening, leaving him shocked. Only an hour had passed, yet his cultivation took a great step forward. "I do not have any scriptures to share. In fact, in the various cultivation realms, your achievements are even greater than mine. All I can share is some experiences of this life." The golden crow imprints grew indistinct. Then that voice completely disappeared. Even though it spoke like this, Hao still felt like he obtained great benefits. The others felt dejected, because the effects of the scripture weren't all that useful for them. Moreover, it ended just too quickly. What is going on? Only an hour has passed, so why did it end early? There were some who asked in confusion. It is rumored that the more perfect one is in the various cultivation realms, the shorter the amount of time they would spend listening to scriptures. This person is too heaven-defying, ending in just an hour. Someone explained the truth, triggering shock. Who exactly was he? This was what many people were wondering. It was because Hao continued without stopping to rest, hurrying here all the way from Heavenly Deity Institution. News related to him haven't spread yet, many people still not knowing about him. He seems a bit familiar, like Huang. At first, this person spoke with a tone of doubt, but later on he directly cried out in alarm. because now it completely matched, recognizing him. There were a few people who had seen Shi Hao's appearance before. Something's not right. Didn't Huang disappear? He didn't obtain an unmatched ancient seed, and that was why he declined. No news of him for the last 3 years. Someone said with regret. There is no need to doubt, this is definitely Huang. I have personally seen him before. This triggered an uproar. Then, there were people who hurried over from the depths of the northern sea forest. It was because they obtained news, knowing about heavenly deity institutions matters. When news spread, this place immediately erupted into commotion. What? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was defeated under his hands. This place was in an uproar. Great waves produced. Then, Shi Hao didn't stop, starting to face another extreme peak. During this day alone, he climbed 9 peaks in one breath, breaking a record. Northern Sea Forest was in chaos. Huang arrived, establishing a record here, continuously ascending extreme peaks, triggering tremendous waves. It was unknown just how many people hurried over. There were many people in the giant cities within the ocean region depths. Many of them rushed over to listen to the scriptures of the extreme peaks. Shi Hao frowned, because the benefits he obtained were becoming less and less. The scripture sounds were already ineffective for him. Why are the effects becoming less? He carried doubt. He began to ask some of the natives here. Huang, you are a genius. Being able to ascend 9 extreme peaks in one day is truly a world-shaking event. However, the extreme peaks are also separated into grades, some mountain peaks never having people ascending them for tens of thousands of years, some more than 100,000 years. There are also a few that haven't been ascended for millions of years. Someone explained. And Shi Hao nodded. Soon afterwards, he understood. Clues of the imperishable scripture definitely rested on an extreme peak that hadn't been ascended for 1,000,000 years. Apart from these, there is also an ultimate land of refinement. That elder continued. The northern Seer Forest had previously been called a land of refinement, so one can well imagine what kind of place that ultimate land of refinement was. Shi Hao was shocked, and then he immediately asked, "Where is it?" "That is a restricted area. Are you sure you want to enter?" The elder widened his eyes in shock. "We're going." Shi Hao nodded decisively. He came for the imperishable scripture, so these clues had to lead to the final destination. Huang was going to head to the most terrifying place, the ultimate restricted region. These news swept through the entire ocean region like a storm, triggering a huge commotion. Northern Sea Forest was extremely large, not any inferior to normal large continents. Of course, it was formed from giant rocks, stretching across the oceans, seawater clear and crystalline between these rocks. For most people of immeasurable heaven, this place could be considered outside the city, a cultivation land in the sea. Huang made his appearance, defeating Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, returning powerfully after disappearing for 3 years. This triggered a huge storm. Meanwhile, the place where he continuously challenged extreme peaks became the focal point of everyone's attention. Could it be that he really is going to the ultimate land of refinement? After entering this ocean region, heading towards the stone forest's innermost depths, Shi Hao saw several grand and majestic mountains. They were several tens of thousands of zhang tall like the backbone of heaven and earth. There were more than 10 peaks no one has ascended for 800,000 years. Lan Xian had previously ascended this peak, moreover succeeded. An elder pointed at one of the giant mountains. Shi Hao was shocked. He never expected that blue-clothed woman who was beautiful like an immortal to be this powerful, even a bit more formidable than he had originally thought. "Are you still going to continue?" someone asked in a quiet voice. These were young ladies who were extremely beautiful and pure. Back then, they had seen Lan Xian's extraordinary performance, even more so saw Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's mountain and river devouring might, so they were full of admiration. Now, when they heard that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was defeated, they all found this hard to accept, not believing that Huang was this formidable. It was mainly because Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's display was too outstanding, completely the appearance of an unmatched young hero, the impression he left them with too deep. That was why, purely because of their fondness of him, as well as their fervent admiration, they felt a bit of enmity towards Sure Hao. Even most of the people further back, when they saw Sure Hao was going to continue without stopping, they all felt that he was a bit too arrogant. Was he going to walk right past even these mountain peaks? In reality, if there was enough time, Sure Hao didn't mind visiting them one by one, treating them like cultivation. However, right now, time was pressing. He feared that the longer he waited, the more unexpected things would come out. He had to enter the ultimate forbidden region and search for clues of the imperishable scripture, acquire that unmatched text. The forest and pathway were connected by a bridge, forming an inseparable entity. The pathway was desolate, the stone forest showing a lack of human habitation, the scenery becoming more and more serene and hidden. Almost no one visited this place normally, because there was no need. This was a divine peak that no one had treaded on for over 1,000,000 years. When one entered deeper, it was as if they reached the limits of the world. This peak towered into the clouds, majestic and boundless, the pressure so great everyone felt that it was hard to breathe. There were 6 ancient mountains there in total, each more vast than the last. The amount of space they occupied was vast, like plateaus, supporting outer space, holding up the stars. They towered right here, blocking the path ahead. Not many have ascended these mountains in this great era, perhaps some no one had ever stepped foot on. A good-natured old woman explained. The shortest mountain 1,000,000 years, the mountains in the back only more and more ancient, easily adding several dozen or even another 100,000 years. Meanwhile, that shortest mountain also far exceeded all of the peaks that were seen thus far. It is rumored that on those peaks, some have empty coffins, some having unmatched experts seated on them who might have stepped foot into the long-life domain. Sure Hao listened to all of this, feeling greatly shocked. Are there corpses as well? They should have passed away a long time ago, right? Should have long died in a seated posture. However, behind these giant mountains, in that ultimate land of refinement, it is difficult to say. There might even be a true immortal sitting there. A middle-aged man explained. This was a king from northern sea forest, his magical strength profound, strength exceptional, a great expert in this sea domain. Even though he was an older generation authoritative figure, he didn't look down on Sure Hao, partly due to his respect for Heavenly Deity Institution's great elder, partly because with Sure Hao's current momentum, he was definitely going to be like a fish transforming into a dragon. The final land of refinement might have a true immortal? Sure Hao stopped. Perhaps, perhaps not, because no one has entered inside, so no one knows for sure, the city king explained. At the same time, he gave a few examples. The few mountains before his eyes hadn't been climbed for millions of years, but that didn't mean that no one went up before. It was rumored that after powerful individuals of the past climbed them, some of the things they saw were shared, thus making those of the later world making many speculations. On these ancient immortal mountains that towered into the clouds, after someone went up, they saw that the corpses were still soft and flexible, not rigid, moreover having the temperature of a normal person. It made one suspect that they were merely asleep. There were also empty coffins on the mountains, but there were some feathers, old skin that matched the recordings of the past, and as such they were suspected to have borrowed death to achieve immortality. From corpse to life, from death to immortality. That was why, after all these speculations were made, everyone believed that the ultimate restricted region that no one had entered might have a true immortal inside. This exaggerated? Sure Hao was stunned. This was only the few mountains they had seen along the way. This meant that there might be something truly shocking waiting for them at their final destination. True immortal, an existence who had lived from the past until now, was it waiting for someone all this time? Sure Hao wasn't too convinced. Unfortunately, when the vicious 10 heavenly horned ant told him about Northern Sea Forest, he spoke in a rather vague way, not talking much about the details. I refuse to believe he defeated Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. There was a young lady in the crowd in the back who was currently glaring at Sure Hao. He plans to enter the ultimate land of self-refinement, so he most likely has the strength to defeat the Heavenly Monarch. Another young man said. Wanting to enter and really entering are two different things. In my opinion, he won't even be able to walk in, a girl at the prime of her life said. It was clear that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's reputation here was extremely great, at the very least obtaining the fondness of some of the young ladies here. There were people who discussed in the rear as well, all of them feeling like Xianxia was too arrogant, actually going to enter the restricted area. Could it be that he didn't hear about the rumors that those who failed never came out again? Little friend, please think things through carefully, that city lord warned seriously. How do I reach the ultimate destination? Could it be that I have to go through these demonic mountains first? Xianxia asked. It was because there were several great mountains in the way that stopped him from continuing. According to what the city lord said, that final destination was surrounded by several large mountains, so it was the same even if they went from a different direction. There is a small path. It is over there. The city lord pointed it out. There was an extremely narrow road that stretched forward, winding about several giant mountains before reaching into the innermost depths. However, it is extremely dangerous. That path is extremely difficult to walk through, risk of death around every corner. An elder reminded from the side. In the past generations, there were those who were curious, wishing to see what the ultimate land was like. Even if they couldn't completely reach it, just giving it a look from the distance, this would still be enough to satisfy them. However, once they treaded on this path, disaster would already descend. Xianxia thanked them, and then he went on his way again, directly taking that overgrown pathway that had no signs of usage for endless time. He really is going to enter. Everyone's expressions changed. Huang really was too daring, could be said to be absolutely reckless. As soon as Xianxia stepped foot on this path, he was stopped by a wave of formless energy, a type of domain that was extremely powerful. It immediately made him stop, preventing him from going further. Hong! He fiercely brandished his fist, and then the heaven and earth felt like they were going to collapse. The path ahead cleared of all obstructions. However, at this time, several giant mountains moved, continuously rumbling, as if they were going to collapse. This truly was horrifying. Nothing like this had happened in the past. Why did these giant mountains at the millions level immediately start to tremble as soon as Huang took this path? Xianxia pressed on. Only, when he had just taken a few steps, he shivered inwardly. It was because a pressure approached, the energy simply about to tear him apart. Break! He shouted loudly. His entire body began to shine, all of the gates within his body opening, releasing the most powerful strength to resist. The great mountains rumbled with noise. The giant mountains no one had climbed for millions years trembled, as if they developed life and revived at this moment. Hong! As they rocked back and forth, rocks tumbled down, smashing towards Xianxia. Xianxia raised his head, and then he was immediately stupefied. He wasn't shocked because of the giant rocks, but rather because he saw an extremely terrifying scene. At this moment, he opened the heavenly eyes, seeing an ancient coffin resting on top of a giant mountain cliff. Right now, the coffin's lid opened, someone removing it. Apart from this, on the cliff of another giant mountain, a humanoid creature sat down, his eyes opened, currently looking at him. A living creature? Or was it a ghost that ascended to immortality? Xianxia was horrified. Xianxia became absent-minded. At the same time, he felt a chill run all the way down, from head to toe. There really were many strange things that were hard to explain in this world. Wasn't it said that the extreme peaks only had corpses? How could there be something that seemed to be alive? Ghost achieving immortality. Did this type of thing really exist? It really was frightening. Chills running through his body. Is that a living creature? Why do I feel like he is looking at me? The little golden ant began to develop doubts. On that precipice, a creature was seated there. His eyes opened. Radiance spilled out from his eyes, as if they still carried life, still extremely brilliant. One had to understand that this was a corpse that had existed for 1,000,000 years, maybe even 4 or 5 million years ago. How could it still be alive? One has to understand that back then, it was precisely because their ages were too great that they died in a seated posture. How could they have this type of death to life transformation? If they were injured and then they entered a state of sleep to recover, then that was one thing, but just too much time had passed. Time over 1,000,000 years was enough to make a supreme expert's primordial spirit decay. Their flesh die. Even if it was a long-life being, once his life's spiritual essence withered up, decaying for more than 1,000,000 years, there was no way he could continue living, only able to leave behind an empty shell. Suddenly, a terrifying voice sounded. A shadow threw itself over, screaming like a malicious spirit, making one's scalps turn numb. All of the fine hairs on their bodies stand on end. Forget about the man and ant below the mountain. Even everyone else was trembling with fear, their knees shaking, about to collapse on the ground. What kind of thing was that? Someone cried out loudly with alarm. Why is that sheet of skin alive? The little golden ant was frightened, jumping up, extremely nervous. His little fists released dazzling golden light. Even Xianxia felt a wave of horror, sucking in a cold breath of air. This was just too strange. Just now, that creature drew his attention, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Now, he discovered that the thing he overlooked was actually this frightening. It was because on another mountain, an ancient coffin that was suspended above the cliff was opened up. A sheet of skin fluttered down, but then it actually began to swell up. That shrill cry came precisely from that thing's mouth. This was something that was already dead, just a set of human skin, so how could it do this? Hurry and run. Ghost achieving immortality. It is going to devour essence blood, suck out everyone's yang energy. A young lady screamed, turning around to run. This triggered great panic, many people backing up. There were only cultivators here, so how could they be scared of evil spirits? Only this thing was too frightening. Something that fell from an extreme peak, its origins unordinary. That was but the skin of one of the most powerful individuals, perhaps even a ghost immortal's skin. What kind of situation is this? In the rear, everyone didn't understand what was happening. People always developed fear towards the unknown. It got closer and closer. That set of human skin expanded, turning into a creature. Eye sockets empty like the depths of the cosmos. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth. It spread its arms and then dove down just like that at Xianxia and the little ant. Who cares what kind of strange creature you are? Xianxia shouted out. His right fist shone, brandishing and striking out. Lightning interweaved, striking towards the sky. This was the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. He smashed out a lightning fist. Hong! Lightning shone resplendently, great waves overflowing into the heavens, immediately crushing the void, blasting at that strange creature. Wu-ah! An ear-splitting cry tore through the air. In the electrical light, within the waves of energy, that creature was struck, its body turning about intensely. However, its flesh wasn't damaged. No sign of scorched black color to be seen. What was going on? Xianxia's eyes rapidly contracted. His current powerful strength wasn't even enough to injure this thing. However, under everyone's puzzled eyes, this creature didn't attack again, instead continuing to turn about in the waves of energy. It rushed into the skies under the divine strength of Xianxia's fist. Moreover, during this process it gradually dried out, no longer expanding, turning into a sheet of human skin once more. So weird. Damn it. Who can tell me what is going on? The little golden ant cried out. Everyone stared blankly, truly confused. Why did that set of human skin back off, not continuing its attack? The malicious old skin flew up. A young lady screamed. Xianxia stared at it. That sheet of skin dried up, now hanging from the precipice under his divine force and energy waves, fluttering about. The old skin was like a malicious spirit's remains, extremely frightening. However, he also discovered some abnormalities. As the mountain winds blew past, it would swell and dry up from time to time. And could it be that it only swelled up because it was blown by the wind, the screaming sounds it released also because of this? Xianxia said to himself. The little golden ant suddenly understood, starting to nod its head again and again, believing that this should be the case. When those cultivators in the back heard this, they were also stunned, feeling like this made sense. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this. Xianxia didn't say anything. He stared at that precipice. The sheet of skin was still tough and durable, but this was still something he expected. After all, it was left behind after a supreme individual died, so it only made sense that it was impervious to all methods. However, just now, the abnormalities weren't something that he could explain with just those simple words. He just felt like there was some type of incomprehensible power controlling it. Wait, there is something on the mountain. Right at this time, an elder cried out. He was someone with extraordinary status, normally extremely calm. But at this moment, he couldn't help but cry out, his face completely changing color. All eyes began to flicker about, but most people couldn't see anything. Only a few people who cultivated heavenly eyes were able to discover some clues. What? A hand? What is that? On the cliff was a hairy hand with long fingernails. They looked like iron hooks, black and gold, sharp and dazzling. Meanwhile, on that palm grew long red fur. It reached out towards the old skin, grabbing it in one go carefully, as if it was protecting a sacred object. Then that hand dragged the human skin, bringing it back into the ancient coffin suspended from the cliff, then closing the cover. Unfortunately, there were mountain rocks that blocked the way, so they couldn't see what exactly it was. They only saw a blurry figure, as well as that hand that reached out from the cliff. Then, everyone heard a cry like that of a malicious spirit, extremely faint. That creature knelt down, prostrating in worship before the ancient coffin. At this moment, everyone felt cold from head to toe. This was too horrifying. Abnormal and terrifying things really did happen on these extreme peaks? How could there be living things? Did a malicious spirit really appear? Or was it to say that a ghost immortal was born? This was different from all of the ancient books' recordings. This should be a place of self-refinement, a holy land, one able to listen to the scriptures when they went up, instantly gain realization. However now, there was this type of terrifying thing that happened, making one shiver with fear. That place quieted down. No sound could be heard. Sure, How didn't know how that set of human skin fell, nor did he know what kind of thing was protecting it. He just felt like he couldn't stay here for a long time. At the same time, he looked towards another giant mountain. There was a figure seated on top, eyes wide open, overlooking the world below, as if they were looking at him and the little golden ant. Sure, How wasn't sure if he was alive or not, because if it was just a corpse, it was still possible for its eyes to not rot and still shine like divine stone. However, he was trembling down to the soul, just feeling uneasy. He couldn't help but shiver all over. Could he still continue forward? The surroundings of this small pathway were full of unpredictable dangers. Those giant mountains seemed to have evil creatures living there. In the back, those people all carried similar misgivings, feeling like this ancient land became mysterious and terrifying. There were people who previously ascended these giant mountains millions of years ago, seeing the truth. However, now it already became like this. The ultimate land of self-refinement was a place no one had truly succeeded in coming back alive from. Just how frightening would it be? That place most likely had even more strange and terrifying things happening inside. It was to the extent where they had reason to believe that the reason why they discovered malicious spirits on these giant mountains was precisely because they crawled out from that ultimate land of self-refinement. When they thought of this, everyone shivered inwardly, no one daring to enter. That was simply the source of evil, a sinister and malicious place that exceeded all of their imaginations. "Are we still going inside?" the little ant asked. In a small voice, he said, "Why do I feel like something isn't quite right?" "We are going." Sure, Hao's reply was extremely simple. Then he began to walk forward again. Everyone in the back was completely shocked. It was because after experiencing what happened just now, Sure, Hao already saw such terrifying and ominous things, so he should have stopped here. They never expected him to continue forward. "Young man, you must rethink thrice," the old city lord reminded. "Many thanks for Senior's good intentions. I know what I must do." Sure, Hao continued into the small pathway without even turning around. Right now, all of them couldn't help but admire his boldness. His actions made others feel respect. Sure, Hao walked forward with large steps, following the craggy stone pathway, walking beneath the great mountain, resisting the great pressure. It felt as if he was walking with a star on his back. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been crushed by the pressure. It was because this was originally prepared for unmatched beings who exceeded this era, those who reached a certain extreme of a cultivation realm. It was the land of self-refinement for the most powerful. The little ant grimaced, but it held on, so one could see just how extraordinary it was as well. 1 step, 2 steps. Xiao's footsteps echoed out, walking extremely far with a single breath. There were no irregularities or danger, the giant boulders that previously fell down stopping, not continuing to tumble down. Eventually, he reached the end of the small pathway, just a few dozen steps left before entering the ultimate land of refinement. Meanwhile, that place just happened to be a corner. Xiao was about to see the truth, find out what kind of place that was exactly. This wasn't normal at all. When he had just stepped onto the pathway, he saw a sheet of old skin fall, screaming sounds endless, extremely mournful. Why was it this peaceful now? There were only a few dozen steps left on this path. This region didn't allow flight, so he could only walk. There were great Tao traces in the air, like a lightning pool. Those who dared attempt flight would definitely be blasted to ashes. He is about to go inside. What is there over there? In the rear, many people were paying close attention, more nervous than Xiao. They all wanted to know what kind of cave was inside the ultimate land of self-refinement. However, if Xiao took a few more steps, they wouldn't be able to see him anymore because he would walk around the corner, enter the central land. After a deep breath, Xiao adjusted his mind and spirit, completing all preparations. He gave the little ant on his shoulder a look, asking, "Ready? Let's go." The heavenly horned ant was quite direct, already throwing all caution to the wind to obtain the imperishable scripture. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps later, stellar streams moved in reverse, heaven and earth changing greatly, everything changing. Hong! The heavens collapsed and earth ruptured, giant mountains rumbling. Great Tao light was released, world-shocking divine chains of order crashed down, hacking down murderously at Xiao, blocking the path forward. Sure enough, there were unforeseen events, dangers here. Xiao just knew that there was no way they could continue smoothly. They saw such strange things right from the start, so how could the final steps be peacefully crossed? Xiao roared, doing everything he could to attack. His entire body was covered in symbols, lightning everywhere. Kuan-Peng wings resisting the divine chains of order crashing down from above. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions. Everyone discovered with shock that Xiao's fist was comparable to immortal gold. It smashed into a silver divine chain, releasing ear-splitting noises. One had to understand that this was but a great Tao chain. It was extremely thick, formed from natural order itself, yet it was blocked by his physical body. Gotcha! Xiao roared angrily, erupting with divine might. He formed fist imprints, directly stopping those dozen or so divine chains of order, blasting them all to pieces. Pooh! However, these were great Tao divine chains, the embodiment of natural laws. There were some chains that were ridiculously powerful, impossible to defend effectively against. One of them abruptly appeared from the void, piercing through Xiao's shoulder, immediately causing blood to gush out. Huang was injured. Everyone was horrified. Xiao's strength spoke for itself. Hard to find others who were comparable to him in the same cultivation realm, but he was still injured here. Was he going to die here? Things were looking extremely bad. It was because from past to now, no one had been able to enter and exit alive. At the very least, no one in this great era had succeeded. Chi! Another black divine chain of order descended, rushing at the back of Xiao's head like a viper. Gotcha! He didn't turn around, instead flipping his hand, grabbing it. Then, with a fierce tear, it was directly ripped apart. Everyone saw some symbols flickering between Xiao's palm and fingers, some fingers flickering. Those were his methods. He was using great divine abilities to resist the divine chains of order in the sky. Kill! The little golden ant cried out loudly. He stood on Xiao's shoulder, helping him resist these attacks. Brandishing his fists, he fought back against these natural laws. Hong! Large amounts of brilliance crashed down, countless chains descending, rushing down like 10,000 vipers, about to submerge Shurhao within. Shurhao supported a single heavenly passage, forming a screen of light, impervious to all methods. Meanwhile, at the crucial moment, he even more so compressed his heavenly passage into an extreme point, and then let it explode. Dong! A world-shaking noise rang out. The gates within his body were opened, withstanding the power of the outside world. As the extreme point erupted, terrifying power was released. In the sky, many divine chains of order continuously broke apart. This scene really was shocking. Everyone knew how heaven-shocking Huang's methods were. There was a reason why he could suppress Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. He was too powerful, actually relying on his own strength to break so many divine chains of order. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been long nailed to death here. The void became quiet. Moreover, divine irregular scenes appeared. Large amounts of light scattered down, as if someone was ascending to immortality. Together with that corpse seated above the mountain that was staring forward, as well as the malicious spirit next to the ancient coffin. This scene looked extremely strange. What was it that was falling? They were feathers, falling down one after another like heavenly blades. They were extremely large, hacking down towards Shurhao. These were things from the coffin that came out when it opened previously, just that they had been hanging from the precipice, only displaying their power now. Apart from this, there were a few scales that were extremely thick, their surface carrying cold light. Dang! Shurhao took action, attacking with full strength. However, these things were too sturdy, impossible to break. It was because they were all left behind after the most powerful creatures died. Meanwhile, when that creature was alive, it stepped or perhaps already set foot into the long life domain, only dying because of unforeseen changes. Shurhao moved forward, resisting the pressure, attacking these feathers and scales. Apart from this, the mountains collapsed, giant boulders tumbling down, smashing at him. These things all carried symbols, not things that could be dealt with normally. Hong! Sure enough, when Shurhao faced them head-on, his arms felt sore. There were patterns engraved on the mountain rocks, sturdy and imperishable, unbreaking. Chong! At the crucial moment, Shurhao pulled out a sword core. Snow-white radiance erupted, as if a river of stars crashed down. Chi-chi! He brandished the everlasting immortal sword, hacking with all of his strength. It was because he didn't want to waste time here. If he already used up all of his strength here, how was he going to go inside and explore? Shurhao understood well that the ultimate land of self-refinement was definitely going to be a dangerous place. Zhang! There were feathers that were broken, erupting with dazzling sparks, some scales that were also shattered, gold light flickering about. At the same time, on the giant mountains, there were malicious spirit howls by the ancient coffin, the noise incredibly shrill and mournful, making one's scalp go numb. In the back, everyone's expression turned white. That thing on the mountain won't come down, right? In everyone's opinion, Shurhao truly was daring. Things already developed like this, yet he was still moving forward, not willing to stop. There was but a ghost immortal staring at him from above. Dong! Right at this time, an eagle-headed person appeared in the skies above. It had a human body but an eagle head, as well as a pair of red wings. It dove down with extreme speed, a blood-colored battle spear in hand. That war spear was broken, but it was extremely frightening, carrying a strand of immortal energy. It erupted with unmatched might. Shurhao's expression fell. Was this still a trial? The magical artifact the other party held was extremely terrifying, and it was powerful enough on its own. That might very well be a damaged immortal Dao magical artifact. This was a desperate situation, one without any chance of life. Right now, he was starting to believe that some unforeseen event took place here, that it was no longer that land of refinement. Chi! In the final moment, Shurhao only had one movement. He fiercely flung out the everlasting immortal sword, throwing it into the sky. Hong! When the everlasting immortal sword rushed into the heavens, it unexpectedly erupted with endless light. A rain of light scattered about, as if it was ascending to immortality. And then, there was a great explosion. Ah! Following a long howl, a fishy rain of blood scattered down. That eagle-headed person returned to the precipice. The everlasting immortal sword fell down, entering Hao's hands. What happened? Hao was incredibly shocked. The light the sword erupted with was too dazzling. Not even him seeing what truly happened. After the strike, he became even more certain that this sword core that was first dug up from an underground mine had an extraordinary background. This time, the mountain path became calm. When Hao continued again, there were no more obstacles, no more dangers either. Then, he disappeared from everyone's line of sight. He headed inside the innermost depths of the land of refinement. Huang went inside. Can he succeed? Is he going to come back out alive? A loud clamoring filled this place. After all this time, there was someone who entered the ultimate land of refinement again, moreover making it through the beginning stages. However, they didn't know if he could return alive. Not a single person left. They all waited right here, wishing to see the result. In reality, regardless of how things ended up, the name Hao was destined to be left behind in Northern Sea Forest, a name that wouldn't be forgotten. Hao entered, arriving in the ultimate land of self-refinement. When he looked at what was before him, he was immediately stupefied, his entire body petrified. He didn't move for a long time. It was because what he was seeing was too astonishing. This desolate land was extremely vast. The limits couldn't be seen from a single look. There was black mist lingering about, adding a type of mysterious and terrifying atmosphere to this place. There were too many corpses on the ground to count. The most important thing was that these creatures seemed like they had just died. They were collapsed in pools of blood, some still bleeding, their bodies seemingly still carrying warmth. The earth was scarlet red, blood flowing like a river. Moreover, he hadn't seen most of these creatures before, every single one of them extremely large. Many of them held weapons, but most of these weapons were broken. This was a battlefield, a land of decisive battles. There was a divine bird that looked like green sky pungs, large like a mountain, entire body green-golden in color. A thick divine arrow pierced it between the brows, its corpse laying right there. There was a giant golden ape that was 10,000 zhang in height, behind it an alligator tail. Its skull was smashed apart by a club, its brains smashed open, primordial spirit erased, dying extremely miserably. There was a creature that was like a true dragon, only it had 8 heads, its massive body winding about a giant mountain. But right now its body was broken, long separated into more than 10 pieces. It had been hacked by a sword, but that sword was also broken, inserted into a giant mountain just like that. This place was 2 cruel, powerful creatures everywhere. All of them were laying in pools of blood, weapons stabbed into their bodies, their deaths extremely miserable. Meanwhile, what left Hao the most horrified was that this battle seemed to have just ended, because the blood of those powerful creatures' bodies was still releasing steam, still carrying a temperature. This was just too shocking. How could it be like this? Hao could tell just from his intuition that the creatures here were all ridiculously powerful. In his eyes, this was a group of supreme individuals. Why was there this type of situation? Did the battle just end? Did those who survived just leave? Hao stepped in the blood, continuing step by step, extremely careful. He was going to enter the innermost depths, see what exactly was going on here. The ground was covered in corpses, bright red blood dyeing the great earth. This battlefield scenery was just too astonishing. Just who were the ones who died? Where did they come from? Why was it that no matter how he looked at it, it seemed as if a great battle had just ended? However, why was it that the outside world had no idea? Could it be that this place was connected to a bizarre great world? Hao and the little golden ant felt a great headache, both of them feeling like this was inconceivable. At the same time, they felt a wave of chilliness. This place was too dangerous. In their perspective, those giant corpses all belonged to the most powerful individuals. The appearance of any one of these in the outside world would trigger a huge commotion. There were many different races among these creatures, and they weren't quite the same as those of the present world, even though there were some areas that were similar. What is going on? If it wasn't because the blood is still releasing heat, I would have thought that I arrived in Immortal Ancient's final years, seeing the scene of the final battle. The little ant muttered. Sure How nodded, expressing his agreement. He truly couldn't figure out what power in this present world could send out this many experts. Only a doomsday battle could have this many participants, right? Only, how could the two of them have arrived in that type of place? This didn't make sense. Something's not quite right. When the blood energy of so many experts gathers together, it is enough to tear apart the universe. But this place is extremely quiet, Sure How said. In his perspective, these giant creatures were extremely terrifying, many of them at the top of the food chain. However, right now, they were all over the ground, and the blood energy they released wasn't that oppressive. Let's try and walk a bit closer. The little golden ant said. They were originally already standing in the middle of the boundless battlefield, below their feet dark red blood. Sure How squatted down, carefully removing a drop of blood from a small puddle and studying it. He was immediately shocked. The essence in the blood was gone. It was to the extent where even the killing intent the blood originally possessed disappeared, the most mysterious and complex substance no longer in existence. What happened? These creatures were clearly all exceptionally powerful, so how could their blood possibly be this weak, lacking spirituality, lacking the biting cold killing intent? Then, Sure How climbed onto the body of a golden violet ape. It was the size of a mountain, its brains already smashed open. He removed essence blood from its body, and then he discovered that this one also lacked spirituality. Then, Sure How chose several extremely powerful-looking creatures, examining them one by one. In the end, he discovered that all of them lacked spiritual characteristics. Even though the blood was shining, it had long become turbid, lacking the divine characteristics left behind by the most powerful beings. It didn't match their statuses as powerful creatures. What was going on? Sure How and the heavenly horned ant were both confused. After exchanging a look, they decided to continue forward and see what exactly was going on. It had to be said that this battlefield was too large and boundless. They still didn't see any sign of its limits after speeding along all this time. Meanwhile, there were just too many powerful beings from all different species everywhere, all of them corpses. Truly is hard to believe. I feel like aside from a war of the last phase, how could there be this many experts? There were corpses everywhere, floating on blood. This wasn't an exaggeration, but rather what they really saw. Truly was too bitter. The large corpses were like mountains, to the extent where they were comparable to stars, the small ones only a few feet in length, all of them rare powerful species. Along the way, there were a few valleys and basins that were completely filled in by the blood of those giants, forming blood lakes. When had he ever seen a scene like this? It was something that was only mentioned in ancient books. During Immortal Ancient's last phase, the most miserable final great battle was precisely like this, slaughter engulfing this world until it became quiet, almost all creatures killed in battle. The little ant said. It felt more and more like this was a scene that would only be seen during the final days. They turned into two streaks of rainbow light, rushing into the limits of the horizon to see what exactly was going on. They wanted to know how vast this battlefield was, and then use this to determine how many creatures had died. Suddenly, Sure How and the heavenly horned ant both shivered inwardly, feeling like something wasn't right, as if Judgment Day had arrived. Even their souls were shaking, about to break down here. Why was it like this? This feeling was too terrifying. They didn't know what the reason behind this was, and it happened just this abruptly, as if the greatest crisis appeared out of thin air. It's up ahead. After Sure How closed his eyes and thought to himself, he came to this conclusion. The two of them continued forward, moving with extreme speed, traveling 8,000 li. They passed over the large battlefield, and then finally knew why they felt the way they did. It was because 3,000 li out, smoke rose into the sky, directly reaching into the heavens. What was that? They rose up streak after streak, all of them extremely thick, scarlet and dazzling. They shot into the heavens, entering outer space. It was too frightening. The undulations that were released gave one a feeling of suffocation even from several thousand li out, making them feel an urge to bow down in servitude. Xianxia was shocked, inwardly filled with horror. This was a feeling he had never felt before. He actually saw such a grand and majestic scene. Definitely a marvel since the ancient times. What is that? The little golden ant's body was trembling. He suppressed the shock he was feeling, staring 3,000 li beyond. He refused to believe that his soul would tremble like this even from this far away. Don't tell me that that is a gathering of essence blood? The little ant's voice was shaking, the words spoken out with difficulty. You're exactly right. It is precisely heaven overflowing blood essence. Xianxia nodded. Even though the scene there was extremely horrifying, hard to believe, they still had no choice but to admit that this was real, not a so-called mirage. Streak after streak of blood energy reached into the heavenly dome. What kind of concept was this? Just how magnificent of a scene was this? It was something that was rarely seen throughout all of history. This meant that the heavens were torn apart purely through blood energy. Heavenly dome blasted apart. This was the embodiment of the strong, and there was not just one, but a group of them. It was because when they looked forward, they saw that every streak of blood energy was different, all of them like smoke signals, rushing into the sky. Their colors, fluctuations, and other things were all different. Xianxia really was stunned, completely speechless. The reason why their souls were trembling, minds uneasy, was actually this. Could they still continue forward? Xianxia and the little golden ant ultimately decided to withstand the pressure and continue. They finally saw what was going on. When they were still 1,000 li away, there was a type of terrifying feeling, as if their bodies were going to break apart. Blood energy appeared streak after streak, all of it surging from those skeletal remains. They were incomparably frightening, surging into the world beyond, blood energy blasting down the stars from outer space. Xianxia was stupefied. What kind of scene was this? This wasn't because of the blood energy, but rather because there were just too many powerful individuals here, all of them killed in battle. Their blood energy shot straight up, some intertwining, forming enormous streaks of blood energy. They tore apart outer space, blasting down stars. Xianxia felt his blood run cold. If this blood energy wasn't aimed into outer space, even this entire battlefield might be blasted to pieces. It was too strange and terrifying. That region couldn't be approached. It was because blood energy surged, interweaving together, forming the most powerful domain of this world, constructing an impassable restricted area. This blood still had spirituality, divine force not lost. In this battlefield, experts were like trees in a forest, too many to count. When so many corpses gathered together, they created an irregular scene that was terrifying to the extreme. That place collapsed, the floor rupturing, mountains shaking, and earth moving. Even though those experts had all died, it was still extremely shocking. We cannot go forward. These corpses' blood essence still remains, covering heaven and earth. No one can break in. The little golden ant said. Who was the one that killed all of these creatures? This was the greatest question in Xianxia's mind. Also, exactly what kind of backgrounds did these creatures who died have? Woo! Suddenly, a strange noise sounded. It was like a crying or sobbing voice, sounding from the distance, shaking up everything within hundreds of thousands of li, making Xianxia and the little golden ant's bodies instantly go rigid, difficult to budge an inch. Right now, their scalps all tightened, chills running through their bones. They both couldn't move, their hands and fingers going rigid. What was that? The strange voice from the distance wasn't all that resounding, nor was it that sharp, but it was just that horrifying. If it was a normal person, they would have definitely already fallen weak onto the ground, unable to support themselves. It was to the extent where the primordial spirit would crack because of fear. This was a type of formless suppression. At the limits of the horizon, a black hurricane appeared. It was just too vast, absolutely enormous, moreover producing astonishing scenes. Wherever the black whirlwind passed, all of the blood energy would be sucked in. The smoke signal-like blood energy no longer shot straight into outer space, but was rather disturbed by the whirlwind, obstructed. Just how astonishing was this? One had to understand that this blood energy could even blast down stars from outer space, but it was disturbed and intercepted by these great black winds. Soon afterwards, the black winds stopped. Something appeared there. It was pitch black like ink, resembling an abyss. It was a pot, not that big, almost a foot in length. It floated above the sky dome like a dim black sun, rather frightening in appearance. What is that? Xianxia was incredibly bewildered. He still couldn't move. He was outside the battlefield, yet he was still imprisoned. That black magical artifact was too abnormal, as if it could destroy the entire great realm. Heavens! This legendary thing really exists? The little golden ant couldn't help but cry out. You recognize it? Xianxia was astonished. I'm not too certain. It is extremely similar to that item from Legends, but didn't they all say that it no longer existed? However, from its appearance and the terrifying power it's releasing, it's clearly that thing. What exactly is it? Xianxia urged. The little golden ant's face became pale. It swallowed down a mouthful of saliva, and then looked at the corpses everywhere on the ground. He then looked towards that black pot, and then with a rough voice, said, Immortal smelting pot. Immortal smelting pot, what is that? Xianxia knew that this thing was formidable the moment he heard it. Was it going to refine all immortals in this world? The black pot was less than a foot in size. It floated in the void, precisely its appearance that cut off the blood energy, preventing it from continuing to rush into the heavens. Immortal smelting pot is something that belongs to the other side. However, I heard that it never appeared in the great battle of Immortal Ancient Great Era, only some ancient beings knowing about it, feeling like this type of thing might exist. The little golden ant said. What? Xianxia was shocked. Just how ancient was this thing, to be considered a thing of legends even in Immortal Ancient Great Era? Not even the people of that era had seen it before. However, now that it appeared here, what was it trying to accomplish? The most important thing was that it belonged to the other side, a foreign item. Could it be that this battlefield was connected to that world? Xianxia broke into a cold shiver. Eventually, he said to himself, Don't tell me that this is the desolate border. If this was the case, then this was where Stone Clan's ancestors fought, the edge of the world they protected. Woo! That black pot moved, releasing a noise that sounded like weeping. It made one feel extremely uncomfortable, their moods greatly affected. Something terrifying happened. The immortal smelting pot swayed, starting to take big gulps, devouring all of the blood essence in the battlefield. Streak after streak of scarlet-red light rushed at it. Just now, the blood energy rose like smoke signals, shooting into the sky, but now it was being devoured, everything quickly entering the immortal smelting pot. One had to bear in mind that when this blood energy gathered here, it was enough to hack down numerous stars. Yet now it was easily devoured, forcefully removed by the immortal smelting pot. Xianxia felt a wave of coldness. This time, he finally understood why he saw so many corpses along the way, why even though there was blood, there was no spirituality. Everything was devoured by the immortal smelting pot, the blood's essence sucked out. The battlefield was extremely vast. There were countless corpses, blood essence all disappeared, all of this because of this pot. Just how astonishing was this? This was a vicious weapon, and it might be one of the most powerful ones since ancient times. It is rumored that the immortal smelting pot is something an unmatched being's ancestral teacher previously grasped, but it had never appeared in the last great era. The little golden ant's voice was trembling a bit, extremely unnatural. It was because based on the information it obtained, that unmatched figure's ancestral teacher had long died in the beginning period of Immortal Ancient Great Era. He had lived for far too long, ultimately dying in meditation. This pot also disappeared with him, so why did it appear here? Something's not right. I feel like things are strange, extremely abnormal. Is this the present world? I refuse to believe that there are this many corpses. I am starting to suspect that we arrived in Immortal Ancient's last phase. The heavenly horned ant shook his head fiercely as he spoke. Xianxia had previously made this association as well. Could it be that after he stepped foot into the ultimate land of self-refinement, He entered up going through a passage of time, arriving in the scorched earth following immortal ancient great era's destruction? It really was too similar. Otherwise, why were there this many corpses, moreover all of them this powerful? Perhaps only in that great era, that battle that wiped out the world could create this type of disaster. The immortal smelting pot floated there just like that, frantically absorbing blood essence. Large amounts of scarlet multicolored light surged, entering inside. Only heaven knew just how great of a wave of life blood energy it sucked away. Xianxia was shocked, the little ant also stupefied. Was this immortal smelting pot prepared specially for slaughtering true immortals? Its name was astonishing, its actions making one tremble. This immortal smelting pot definitely doesn't need this blood itself. It is only an artifact, used to store this essence blood, Xianxia said. This is just too frightening. Is this the scene of the final battlefield's cleanup after the other side won? The little ant's voice was bitter. The scene was too frightening. At the same time, it felt lamentable. Many creatures' bones were buried here, unable to change the situation. They were still wiped out by those of the other side, all of immortal ancient buried. There was such an exuberant blood energy force, countless experts here, all of them the most powerful cultivators. They were all cut down here and then had their blood essence sucked out. Chi. In the end, the black immortal smelting pot tore through the air, and then disappeared without a trace. Xianxia and the little ant recovered their freedom, no longer feeling that feeling of collapse. They stretched out their bodies, unblocked their blood vessels, and then released a breath of relief. When they looked at this battlefield again, their eyes carried dismal expressions. Sure enough, when they continued forward, they weren't inhibited anymore. The blood energy those corpses released was all sucked away, no longer affecting this battlefield. Everything became peaceful again. The corpses here became just like the ones that they saw earlier, lacking divinity and power, all becoming ordinary again. Why are we seeing these things? There is no way we arrived in immortal ancient's final years. The little ant was confused, carrying grief. He thought back to his loved ones who all died in that calamity. Xianxia thought to himself and then said, in order to obtain the imperishable scripture, some inconceivable trials definitely have to be experienced. Perhaps we are inside of one right now, just completely unaware. The battlefield became quiet. They continued forward towards the ultimate land, wishing to see what there was exactly. After flying out tens of thousands of li, there was faint golden light that could be vaguely seen up ahead, incredibly divine, as if it was the most blissful, auspicious land. However, a ripple transmitted over from not too far away. A terrifying, vicious beast appeared, one that was extremely bold and powerful, sinister and terrifying. It released a powerful life aura, its eyes deep and ice-cold. What kind of creature was this? It was 100 zhang in height. When compared to the other corpses in this battlefield, it wasn't that large, but it was extremely frightening. It was in the shape of a lion, but its entire body was scarlet red like blood, its fur extremely long. Meanwhile, there was a pair of blood-colored wings at both sides of its body, as if they were phoenix wings. Blood phoenix lion, the little golden ant cried out with alarm. Even though it wasn't born in immortal ancient, those old puppet soldiers had taught it many things. Are they extremely strong? Xianxia asked. Extremely formidable, not inferior to a void king. A terrifying vicious beast on the same level. The little ant responded. Xianxia was shocked. Back then, he had personally fought against a void beast king in a mortal battlefield. A young supreme being who had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Definitely a terrifying creature. He actually encountered another type of vicious beast from the other side here. According to what the little ant said, the blood phoenix lion was the posterity of a declined blood phoenix and the ancient monk bloodline's fearless lion. It possessed extraordinary strength and exceptional magical force. This type of vicious beast was extremely rarely seen, but they were all extremely powerful. A living blood phoenix lion, why would it appear here? Xianxia stared at it. There were fish that escaped the net after all. It seems like cleaning up the battlefield is needed after all. Foolish creatures. Why are you all not prostrating yourselves after seeing me? The blood phoenix lion spoke. The 100 zhang tall body was scarlet red like blood, a pair of eyes even more so releasing deep cold radiance. It looked down at Xianxia, carrying cold intent and a type of murderous energy. What is this place? Is it the other side? Are we in immortal ancient era? Xianxia quickly asked. I am the one asking the questions. What qualifications do the defeated have to interrogate me? Will you submit or die? The blood phoenix lion said coldly. Of course, their interaction was done purely through divine will. Otherwise, there was no way for them to communicate at all. Woo, there is also a little ant. Let me think what species you are. It seems to be the heavenly horned ant, a rather well-known one. I remember I previously ate one, its essence blood too tasty. However, it was much larger than you. It really was a great mending medicine, greatly increasing my strength. The blood phoenix lion spoke with a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow. This type of arrogance and this type of contempt made Xiao's eyes go ice cold. The little ant's eyes went red. He couldn't help but cry out. You ate a heavenly horned ant? It almost cried because it had a few older brothers and sisters, but they were all killed, their corpses not even seized back. Precisely, it looked just like you. Don't tell me it was one of your relatives? The blood phoenix lion sneered in a bloodthirsty manner. Courting death, Xiao shouted. He formed a magical imprint already about to take action. No, I am going to do it, let me do it. I am going to kill him with my own hands. How could this type of mutt have killed my siblings? I am going to kill it with my own hands. The little ant's eyes were scarlet red, going crazy. Hong! Immediately afterwards, its fists shone, smashing towards that frightening vicious beast. At the same time, a large mountain in the distance erupted with golden multicolored light, pervaded with brilliant colors. Scripture sounds were produced. One could vaguely see that there were a few sheets of golden beast skins that were moving about, floating in the skies above the great mountain. Imperishable scripture? Xiao said quietly. He felt like if this was a scripture, then it might very well be what he was looking for. Hong! At the same time, the heavenly horned ant and the blood phoenix lion began to fight murderously, clashing intensely, divine force surging in waves, the space around them exploding.